One late evening, the main character named Orin was visited by his mates in his room. Orin immediately asked the guys what was wrong. The guy reckoned that the guys were just ready for the next trek and asked them to wait for a while, because Orin himself was a bit busy at the moment. But suddenly, one of Orin's mates asked him to leave their group as of today. These words were dared to be said by a swordsman named Oliver Cadiff. Orin at first thought that Oliver was just joking, but Oliver claimed that it wasn't a joke at all or anything like that. In that case, Orin didn't understand why Oliver would expel him from the group, since he and Oliver had been friends since childhood. Orin had been Oliver's mate all along. Then Oliver stated that Orin was only in the group because they were from the same village as him. But for a future among the group, Orin was too tight. That was exactly what Oliver thought. Oliver claimed that Orin lacked ability, and that was why he was asking the boy to leave their group. These words dumbfounded Orin. Such a thing the lad clearly did not expect to hear from his longtime comrade. It should be said that the group mentioned earlier was formed jointly by Orin and Oliver 8 years ago, when they were still 10 years old. Now the group is called Heroes Unite, and it attracts a lot of people. In the Great Labyrinth, in the south, where no one has reached the end yet, a group called Unification of Heroes has reached an unprecedented 94 level. A super talented group that had reached rank 5 in a couple of years. And when Oliver was about to expel Orin, the guy still objected. Orin was in agreement that his abilities could certainly be lacking. But the lad also believed that this was true of the other members of the group. Orin argued that the group's strategy would not change if things stayed the way they were. Oliver, on the other hand, said that Orin is a hill of supportive magic. Guy admitted that he had not previously realized how important this could be. Oliver claimed that last month, when the group was doing Dragon Conquest, he first realized how important a good hitman was to the group. And Orin's support magic is weak compared to the other Hitlers in the 5-rank pack. Orin was in agreement that he was inferior to the other Hitlers, because his main speciality is Swordsman. Orin claimed that this is why he developed the original magic. But another member of the group named Derek Mobsley, who serves as a tank, didn't think so. He ordered Orin to shut up and stated that the reason he changed his profession to a hillman was probably because his sword skills were far inferior to Oliver's. Derek argued that now that Orin had become a hitman, his abilities were even lower, therefore he was in no position to complain. Orin, on the other hand, argued that he only switched careers because the group needed a hitman. And since Orin was the fittest of them all in their troop, he decided to do so. Orin claimed that his disadvantages were compensated by his magical technique. And it was because of this that the protagonist was able to survive even in the depths of the labyrinth. But Oliver didn't even let Orin finish. He felt that the group should move on since it wasn't just a group, but a group of heroes. Oliver's next words shocked Orin. He was in a stupor. Oliver stated that he had already found a replacement for the role of Orin Hiller. Orin was confused and understood nothing. Was this really the attitude of his mates toward the fellows with whom they had been together for so long? But Orin knew that for these fellows there was no need for him. The protagonist felt that there was no more room for him here since the group had already decided on a replacement. Orin argued with her and decided to just leave, because so far the guys had taken care of him. But suddenly, a girl magician named Airy Wilds stated that she was very happy that Orin was leaving and it would be much better without him. The girl claimed that she was tired of seeing something like that when Orin said that he could do both magic and swordsmanship. After all, it was still about a rank. Those who can do a lot of things but are not good at anything. Airy claimed that that was what they said about people like Orin. The girl advised the departing boy to behave more carefully. That's when Orin realized. It dawned on him that these guys had always thought of him that way. The guy always had to serve them. But there was one thing Orin didn't understand. Why him? He wondered who would team up with this group. With that thought, Orin left the group. The next day, the protagonist did not wake up until noon. As he got out of bed, he realized that he had slept a little too much. But he knew it was all because he had traveled to the hotel and went to bed early. Also, the guy hadn't decided what he was going to do next. Orin was glad that he would be able to live without any problems for a while. But what would he do to earn money now? But on second thought, he had 3 options. So the first one is to be a researcher like before. Make money by selling things he finds in mazes around the world. The second option is to get a job of some sort. And although the earnings may decrease, but life will be more stable. And the last option, the third, is to become a merchant. Orin might be able to earn a lot of money, but the probability of that is very small. And in the end, if choosing from the three options, Orin was more inclined to work as an explorer. He didn't want to be rich, after all, he had come to this city to become a researcher specifically. Orin started out together with Oliver. He did not want to follow the path of his comrade, and became an adventurer. It was Orin's own willful decision. But now he had no need to fulfill his obligations in the group. Which means that the young man is going to become a swordsman again. And if so, Orin will definitely need to recover his intuition. He decided to go to the new labyrinth that was open near the inn where he was staying, and try his hand there. And when Orin went to this labyrinth, he was stopped at the entrance by a girl from the guild staff. She was quite puzzled that Orin was going to go alone, so she asked about it. But Orin claimed that he was going to go alone, and he didn't see a problem with that. The girl also didn't mind Orin going alone, she just wanted to warn the guy that the place was very dangerous. She just advised the guy to go to this maze after he has a group formed. Orin thanked the polite lady for the advice and said that it was not a problem at all. The guy then reminded the girl that he had introduced the map and guilds to her. Orin just wondered if the girl had examined his map correctly. Then the girl decided to look at Orin's map. Seeing the level 94 level, the guild worker was dumbfounded. She immediately started apologizing to Orin for her erroneous advice. Orin even felt embarrassed, and told the girl that everything was fine. After all the girl's apologies, Orin asked again if he could enter the labyrinth. Then the girl gave the guy back his card and let him inside. Afterwards she only shouted to Orin to be careful. Orin, on the other hand, as he entered the maze, wondered if this sudden change had to do with cash. Especially after being kicked out of the hero group. Walking around the ground floor of the maze, Orin came across a horned rabbit. The protagonist quickly surmised that he could test his sword skills if it was a demonic creature of the level he needed. Then, without thinking long, Orin lunged at the horned rabbit and quickly slew it with his sword. The young man was pleased with his work. Orin realized that his hands were sufficiently trained to take it easy. Such a good start pleased Orin. But he decided to go down a little further to fully recover his intuition. After a while, Orin was already on the third floor of the labyrinth, which was swarming with goblins. But Orin knew that the creatures on this floor were still extremely weak, although their numbers were gradually increasing. In that case, the hero decided to test his support magic. So, what is support magic? It is a magic that is mainly concerned with increasing the physical ability and equipment characteristics of the buffy target. Thus, people using support magic could not only help group members, but also heal themselves. That's when Orin decided to activate the strength increase. It worked, which the guy was happy about. And now Orin decided to deal with the goblins who were standing peacefully and just watching him. Without thinking long, Orin rushed straight at the monsters. They continued to stand in a stupor and did not move. Orin killed the first goblin in more than 5 seconds. But on one monster, Orin, of course, did not stop and began to destroy all the goblins. It should be said that support magic is a handy thing, but it has some weaknesses. Namely time. Orin dealt with a mob of goblins in just 3 minutes. There were still monsters on the floor though. In that case, Orin decided to practice some more. The effects of support magic are not permanent. In addition, its duration time differs depending on the individual magic resistance. In Orin's case, it's 180 seconds. The enhancement will end within 3 seconds. So you have to think. Support the co-parties or fight while guessing the time to buff. Time always haunts a healer who uses support magic. Thus, the healer depends on time. And so, now Orin continued to massacre the goblins, constantly increasing his strength. Trying to catch his breath, the hero was glad that after this training, his intuition had increased by 20 times. So, a swordsman and a hitman. This is a new style that combines 2 specialties. Finally, Orin was now certain of his abilities. Thinking about his abilities and remembering Anri's words, the young man realized that he was really good at many things, but he didn't excel at anything. But Orin was determined to keep at it. The lad was certain that he would never again be someone who could do a lot of things but excelled at nothing. Orin was determined to become an adventurer who would be known as a jack of all trades. After a while, the young man was already on the 7th level of the labyrinth. It was only in one day that he had reached that level alone. Orin immediately found the crystal that stands for Adventurer's Marks of Passage to the next floor and kept a record of the passage. Suddenly, behind his back, Orin heard indignant conversations. The boy turned around and realized it was another group. One of its members was saying that the others couldn't blame him, because he had made the only right decision. The other guy, however, argued that trapping the girl and running away was too much. Hearing these words, Orin was dumbfounded. Without Orin noticing, the group talked about how a large number of monsters suddenly appeared on their path. And one of the group members decided that it would be natural to prioritize the guys he had been working with for a long time as opposed to the girl who had just joined. Those words hurt Orin too much. The group had just done a terrible thing to his mate, throwing him into trouble. Orin realized that he shouldn't react to this. After all, an abandoned girl is just a kid who had bad luck with the group. But Orin didn't think that it was someone else's problem because he understands all that pain. After all, he too was abandoned by the group. Moreover, the situation of being lured and left for dead is just horrible. Then Orin couldn't stand it and said, standing with his back to the group, "I can't stand this kind of talk." The boys turned to Orin and looked at him questioningly. They then asked Orin who he was. Orin turned around to answer. But he had no intention of introducing himself. He started talking about how their group was acting like children. And instead of going to help the girl, they just stand around and complain. That's what pissed Orin off. The boy stated that people like them are the most unpleasant type of people. These words clearly angered one of the band members. Throwing his fist at Orin, one of the guys stated that the girl was alone in a similar situation and there was nothing they could do to help her. Orin, however, silently stopped the guy's fist and broke the guy's arm. The hero then kicked the offender in the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground. Orin advised the rascal to lie down for now, instead of making empty complaints. The guy then turned to the rest of the group and asked where the girl they had left behind was. The same just sweated and could not answer anything. Then Orin raised his voice and asked the same question again, clearly intending to go after that girl. Finally, the frightened boys explained that Orin would have to turn right at the end of the road and follow the second alley to the left. Then, without thinking long, Orin rushed towards the girl. One of the members of the group had time to ask if the guy intended to rescue the girl, to which Orin replied that otherwise he simply would not have asked her location. At this time, the little girl was indeed stumped by the monsters. There were many of them, so the little girl herself realized that she wouldn't be able to defeat all of them alone. But she didn't want to die without doing anything either. The girl made a barrier to protect herself and started begging the monsters to just stop. She only hoped that someone would help her before the magical power of her barrier ran out. With fear, the girl closed her eyes, which were already filled with tears. She only remembered her big sister who wasn't around right now. At that moment, Orin was rushing towards the girl with all his legs. The boy didn't realize if it was a decoy. After all, those who live peaceful lives don't have any predisposition to form groups. Orin got there just in time. Immediately, to ward off the monsters that were already ready to pounce on the little girl, the guy used an airstrike. He asked the girl to concentrate on the magic barrier while he planned to deal with the orcs. The girl was surprised that they still came to her rescue, but she decided not to hesitate and made the barrier again while Orin rushed to fight the monsters. The girl looked at the hero and realized that she did not know him. But seeing the sword, and the fact that the guy uses magic, she surmised that Orin is a swordsman and a mage. At this moment, before attacking the monster, Orin used magic support, strength enhancement, and technique enhancement. He also wondered if he should apply support magic to his sword just in case. In the end, Orin also increased the damage before fighting the orcs. Seeing the fact that the hero was using support magic, the girl was surprised. Meanwhile, the orcs had already rushed at Orin. There were 13 monsters. Orin only thought that escaping would be the only strategy if it was a low-level pack. But the hero would only have 10 seconds to deal with all the monsters. Those 10 seconds flew by so quickly that the girl had no time to blink before all the orcs were chopped to pieces. Then she realized that her savior was obviously very strong. Orin, on the other hand, exhaled after the battle and went to the girl to ask if she was alright. He immediately began to examine her to make sure she had no wounds. But just in case, Orin still decided to heal the girl. While the hero was treating the girl looked at him and was silent, but suddenly, she fell to her knees. The girl cried. She was happy that she had survived, for she had been frightened. She just didn't know what she should do in such a situation. A surprised Orin first looked at the crying girl and then stroked her head. Feeling the hand on her head, the girl stopped crying. But how frightened she was in a situation where she had been abandoned by people she considered friends. When the girl looked at Orin, he took his hand off her head, feeling embarrassed. He apologized to the girl and asked her not to be afraid to touch his head. The girl wanted to thank Orin for saving her. She confessed that at that second she thought it was all over. Therefore, the girl was very happy when the hero came to her rescue. Orin was just glad to help the defenseless girl. At that moment, strange sounds were heard. Orin realized that it was magical monsters approaching, so he held out his hand to the girl and offered to get out of here. The girl gave Orin her hand and they headed out together. After a while, there was already a starry sky above the two. At the entrance of the maze, Orin decided to say goodbye to the girl. The girl at first just let him go, but when the boy moved away a little, the girl called out to him and thanked him again for his help and apologized. In addition, the girl decided to introduce herself. As it turned out, her name was Isekai'd. Orin wondered about the girl's name, and then realized everything by looking at her emblem. He decided to go back to her and also introduce himself. Orin also added that it was his fault for not introducing himself first. Sophia liked the hero's name, she even called it beautiful. And when Orin again wanted to leave already, Sophia called him again. The girl claimed that she wanted to thank the guy again, so she decided to invite him to dinner. Of course, Sophia didn't offer Orin a home-cooked meal, but she wanted to thank him so badly. Orin was surprised to hear such an offer. He didn't think he had helped Sophia for the purpose of receiving any special thanks, and besides, she had already thanked him. But Sophia looked at the guy with such puppy eyes that Orin just couldn't refuse her. In that case, he gladly accepted the invitation and decided to pay for himself and Sophia. The girl, without knowing it yet, simply thanked the hero for accepting her offer. Orin then asked if the girl had already chosen a seat, and if not, Orin could suggest a couple of good restaurants. Sophia smiled and said that she had already picked out a place she wanted to have dinner at. After a while, Sophia led Orin to the right place. And although it was a cheap restaurant, the food was really delicious. Orin looked at the sign and realized it was a rabbit place. Well, he wouldn't expect anything else from someone who wore their emblem. The hero guesses that Sophia is indeed a searcher and belongs to the Silver Rabbits of the large Yatteita clan. So, a clan is an organization that explorers belong to. All the materials they bring back are processed and sold. This is the case with some restaurants and department stores. The sales go to equip the researchers who are members of the clans. In this way, they can get better quality materials. The Silver Crawl in the night sky is one of the largest clans that attracts a large number of explorers. Thus, it costs Sophia nothing to form any group. When Orin and Sophia entered the restaurant, however, the girl found her sister, who she clearly didn't expect to see here. Sophia's sister explained that she had a meeting nearby, so she decided to eat at this place. In any case, upon seeing Orin, the girl's sister wondered if it was her boyfriend. The girl argued that at Sophia's age it was too early to have boyfriends. Orin was simply stunned and stood silently. But the guys didn't have to get acquainted. They already knew each other. Orin recognized the girl too. He even knew her name was Isekai'd. So, Isekai'd is the leader of the 5th ranked group and also the pinnacle of the Silver Rabbit in the night sky. Her fame is only comparable to Oliver, the leader of the heroes group. The reason for this is, of course, the girl's beauty. And also the fact that she is one of the best leaders on the continent. This is the reason why Orin became a Hitler. But Selma was also the reason why Orin was kicked out of the hero group. The girl not only made the job of a Hitler prestigious and popular, she also created the concept of role within the group. In other words, Selma suggested that all members be divided into 3 roles. This quickly became popular, and the structure of the group began to reorganize. The hero group that Orin was in was no exception. As a result, Orin changed his speciality to that of a hitman. In addition, the fact that Oliver saw Selma at the Deacon's capture last month plays a role here. And Orin was written off as a long shot. The hero thought that Sophia and Selma simply had similar surnames. But as it turns out, Selma is Sophia's older sister. Now Orin just didn't understand why Selma was staring at him like that. Selma, on the other hand, was just already thinking about Orin's crush on her 14-year-old sister. But she didn't realize if Orin had the courage to do it. Orin stood in a stupor and didn't understand what Selma was saying at all. He tried to explain that it was just a misunderstanding and that he really just wanted to eat with her. Orin claimed that he did not feel guilty about anything. In that case, Selma decided that Orin thought Sophia wasn't nice enough for him. This whole situation was heating up Orin. At this point, Sophia intervened and asked Selma not to be rude to her savior. Upon hearing that Orin had saved Sophia, Selma calmed down. But she also realized that Sophia had also gone to the labyrinth again, which seemed to be forbidden to do. Selma was outraged that Sophia was going into the maze, for she had asked the girl to wait until the day after tomorrow, when they would immerse themselves in the big maze every day. Sophia, however, had nothing to do but apologize to her sister for her disobedience. At this moment, listening to the conversation between the two sisters, Orin concluded that Sophia was just looking for lost clan members. In the end, Selma took a deep breath and said that from now on, Sophia would not act on her own. Orin, on the other hand, Selma thanked him for saving Sophia. The girl admitted that she was sorry that she had been rude to her boyfriend earlier. Orin, on the other hand, replied that there was nothing wrong with it, and it was actually okay. He just wanted to get to the table as soon as possible. Selma agreed and suggested that Sophia have dinner with the three of them. Sophia only happily agreed. When the food had already arrived, Orin started talking about how this was the first time he and Selma could have a proper conversation. Selma thought so too, because even during their attack on the dragon together, they had only talked about the battle. It's worth saying that Orin met Selma for the first time last month. Since they are both hitmen, they were put together. Selma took overall command and Orin supported her in this. Suddenly, Sophia wondered how long her little sister had known Orin? But Selma was surprised to hear such a question. It seemed to the girl that Sophia knew who Orin was. Sophia then suggested that in that case Orin must be someone very famous. Selma confirmed her little sister's guess and added that Orin was even a member of a hero group. Orin at this time sat silently picking at his food. After hearing the words about the hero group, Sophia was dumbfounded. Then Orin announced with a sad look that he was now not a member of the hero group. Selma was surprised to hear such news and asked if he had been kicked out. To which Orin replied that it was true he had been kicked out of the group as recently as yesterday. Selma was perplexed. She did not understand what could have happened to Oliver if he had kicked out a man like Orin. The girl argued that Oliver should have kept Orin no matter what. Selma then decided to ask Orin directly, so why had he been kicked out of the group? To which Orin replied that if certain circumstances. And the fact is that in a group of heroes everyone is on their own mind. Selma wondered. She asked if Orin's expulsion from the group meant that he was now free? To which Orin replied that she was absolutely right. Selma then fell silent. And Orin assumed that Selma wanted to invite him to the Silver Rabbits. But the fact was that the lad had only very recently learned about it from the party people. Finally, Selma began to speak. She was leading up to the fact that she wanted to call Orin somewhere. But Orin interrupted her and said that he didn't want to join anything yet. Then Selma asked with a disgruntled look, had not Orin been wronged by his comrades? Orin fell silent, for he did not understand the question. Selma, on the other hand, thought this chance was just perfect. She was clearly ready to make Orin some kind of offer. The girl said that she wanted Orin to go with her the day after tomorrow, and asked if he would be willing to help her with the search. Hearing such an offer, Orin was a little surprised. He clearly did not expect Selma to call him to go on a search. So Selma made Orin a tempting offer. The girl claimed that the Silver Rabbits in the night sky were planning a new attempt, so they needed adventurers of rank A and above to descend to the 51st floor of the labyrinth in the south the day after tomorrow. Orin thought such a schedule was rather unreasonable. After all, it takes half a year to a year. Selma was in agreement with the guy, but she also thought it was doable if one took the shortest path. The girl argued that it was all from their sponsor's nerves and the team was also rocking the situation. But Orin felt that in case of a bad plan, it could only be discussed with the sponsor if the team was not going there for some other reason. That's when, after a brief moment of thought, Orin figured it out. Newbies can't defeat floor bosses, and if Selma's team explored the lower floors, it could increase their clan's overall strength. Selma was surprised that Orin realized everything by himself just by talking to her. The girl admitted to herself that the guy was smarter than she expected. In the mazes, the explorer can't go to the next floor without defeating a boss on every 10 floors. Boss battles are the biggest problem for newcomers. They are often injured or killed. But as long as experienced adventurers are around, they can guide them. A newbie who accompanies an adventurer registers into the crystal and doesn't fight the boss. In other words, it greatly limits the newcomer's ability to develop skills. Selma admitted that Orin had said everything correctly. The girl claimed that that was why she wanted him to accompany her while she was exploring. Selma thought it would be important for Orin to hear the plan. That is why she is telling it to an outsider. Suddenly, the girl took Orin's both hands, which surprised the guy very much, and said that she appreciated him. Selma claimed that she had realized this during their conquest of the dragon together. These words hurt Orin. Did this mean that Selma appreciated him as a Hitler? Orin was just glad that Selma was being honest with them, but what was the basis for her words? After all, Orin is a former member of the hero group. Yes, and during their conquest together, his support magic was inferior to hers. The guy assumed that Selma wanted him to be a Hitler again. But on second thought, Orin would soon regret it. He realized that himself. Finally, Orin was ready to respond to Selma's offer. Removing his hands from the girl's arms, the young man first thanked Selma for saying so many nice things, and then added that he also had plans of his own. These words visibly upset Selma, and indeed her little sister Sophia. Sophia then turned to Orin and told him that she would be joining the expedition as a newcomer. That is why, whatever it was, Sophia would be glad to have Orin participate in it too. The girl began to tearfully beg Orin to go on this expedition with her. These words made Orin think. And after a while Sophia asked the lad what he had decided. To which Orin replied that he had heard the two sisters and was accepting their offer to go on the expedition. Both Sophia and Selma were very happy to hear such an answer, so they decided to thank the lad for his help. But suddenly, Orin added that he had one condition. Selma immediately asked what that condition was and promised to try to fulfill it. Then the guy said that he understood what Selma was assessing him as a hitter. But from this point on, Orin returns to the role of swordsman, therefore asking to let Selma accompany her in that particular role. Selma was surprised to hear that Orin had changed his direction from healer to swordsman. However, the girl did not plan to refuse the guy. She understood everything and offered Orin a drink to that. Selma herself thought about the fact that if things took this turn, she could fulfill the role of a Hitler herself. The girl then asked Orin to come to the headquarters at 8 o'clock tomorrow evening. There they would talk about the details and rewards. Orin understood and promised to come. After dinner, Selma and Sophia went together to headquarters. Sophia expressed her concern that Orin had paid for himself after all. Selma, on the other hand, told her little sister not to worry, because Orin didn't want Sophia to pay for him from the beginning. Sophia didn't even think about it, therefore she resented it. But still, Sophia was glad that Orin had helped her. She became his really good person. Sophia also said that she was not going to lose to anyone. And even if they were orcs, the girl planned to defeat 100 of them without injury. And to help Selma in any situation, because she loves her more than anyone. Sophia considered her little sister to be the most outstanding hitter, also her best friend. Selma, on the other hand, looked at her little sister and was just glad that the little one was all right. In any case, Selma wanted revenge on the group that had betrayed Sophia. She had heard the names of all the members and would be able to do something about it. The moment Selma thought about it, Sophia called out to her. Selma apologized to her little sister. As it turned out, the sisters had already arrived at the Silver Rabbit clan's main headquarters. Selma realized that she must now concentrate on finding the adventurers. She told Sophia that she would go to provide a report on today's events, and Sophia could go back to her room. Sophia understood and was about to leave, but suddenly she remembered something and turned to Selma. She asked her older sister not to be late, for she was waiting for her very much. The sisters then said goodbye and Selma realized that Sophia was the sweetest sister in the world. Selma also thought that it was best not to drag this matter out too long. Therefore, she quickly went to the office of the clan president. The first thing Selma did was apologize for disturbing the president at such a late hour. The boy only asked her what was wrong. The girl explained that she had come to report 2 pieces of news. In that case, the president decided to listen to Selma. It should be said that the president's name is Vince Briaz. He is the best of the Silver Rabbit clan. In the first year of his presidency, last year, Vince helped the clan brilliantly during the crisis. He's the man everyone involved trusts. So Selma's first news to Vince concerns the hero group. Hearing this, Vince made a displeased face. Selma didn't realize it and asked the guy about it. Vince, on the other hand, asked the girl to continue. He just didn't think they would discuss it. Selma then revealed that Orin Dora, who had been acting as the hitman in the hero group, had left her. Vince was surprised to hear such news and asked if the girl was talking about the same Orin. Selma replied that it was true and that she had met him earlier and that Orin himself had told her about it. Vince, after listening to Selma, reflected that this was a heavy blow to the band of heroes. After all, without Orin, the group would lose some of its strength. Selma agreed with Vince, because the hero group had only descended so far because of Orin's buffs. Of course, Selma knew that Orin's support magic was lower than the average rank. But the girl also realized that his magic activation speed was incredibly fast. About 4 times faster than Selma herself. Also, Orin possesses an original magic that even Selma doesn't know about. And the guy has only used this original magic a few times. Selma first saw this magic of Orin's with her own eyes a month ago. The ability to assess the situation, look ahead, to provide magical support in time. Orin has all the skills to be the perfect hitter. Because of that, Selma thought that the weakening of the hero group was inevitable after their loss of Orin. The girl thought that the Silver Rabbits had a chance to rise even higher. Vince, on the other hand, had also heard about Orin last month, but couldn't believe it. Selma understood Vince, because evaluating a good hitter is hard enough. The girl claimed that she was confident that Orin had gained public attention. After all, real power is as inconspicuous as Orin himself. Vince, on the other hand, admitted that such talk makes his ears wither. Then Selma said that the second piece of news was that Orin would accompany the squad on the search operation. This news surprised Vince as much as the first. Vince was certainly encouraged by this, but he didn't realize what good it would do them. Selma had said that she would be talking to Orin at the headquarters tomorrow. But the girl didn't rule out that Orin wanted the help of their clan when he agreed to this. Vince, on the other hand, decided to talk to Selma for support. He claimed that the pesky aristocrats kept telling him, "We're not interested in this plan." And Vince was a little concerned that their support might be interrupted. The president felt that way, but it was not something he wanted to think about. Vince said he didn't think at all that Orin had lost his senses when he left the group. But just in case, Vince decided to attend tomorrow. In any case, it seemed to the lad that Selma had a reason why she was so partial to Orin. Vince even cited the fact that Selma wants to be a member of the first squad of Silver Rabbits in the night sky and run Orin. Selma remained silent. Apparently, Vince had hit the mark. Then the president added that he was most interested in whether Orin was suitable for the first squad. Vince wondered if Orin could be a trump card for the clan that could replace one of the members. Selma replied that she didn't know that for sure, but she thought it was definitely possible. Vince then reminded Selma that Orin was a chillier and asked if the girl wanted to replace a member of her party. Vince argued that he couldn't let that happen, given the balance he observed in her. Selma, on the other hand, was only thinking about the fact that Orin had changed his class to Swordsman for whatever reason. She didn't understand if he wanted to show his strength in battle. At that moment, Vince gave the go-ahead for Orin to accompany the clan on the quest, because the guy has a lot of experience. In that case, Selma apologized for the trouble and decided to remove herself. After all, she was done for the day. Walking out the door, Selma held her head. She was having a hard time. After all, even though the group of heroes had shrunk, the Silver Rabbit clan hadn't advanced a single step since the beginning of the year. The girl was simply tired, for she and the clan had many problems. But suddenly, Selma remembered her radiant little sister Sophia. Remembering all the joyful moments with her, Selma decided to energize herself with Sophia. It is worth saying that Selma Kreddle, who is the best hitter on the continent, is actually quite sensual. Thoughts of her sister occupy all of Selma's free time. The next day, towards evening, Orin came to his grandfather's shop. He explained that he would be leaving for the labyrinth from tomorrow, so he was going to replenish his stock. Grandpa, on the other hand, didn't mind helping Orin out as usual. So Granddad is the head of this shop. The best part is that to Orin he is a real grandfather who loves him. That's why he doesn't remember his parents. Granddaddy asked Orin to take his time with his choice, because the number of his customers was getting tired anyway. Gramps believed that he was only prospering because of Orin. After all, Orin had achieved the title of the best adventurer. Therefore, Grandpa greatly appreciated all that Orin had done for him. At this point, Orin decided to tell Grandpa everything. He apologized and explained that he was not really a member of the hero group anymore. Orin said that he was no longer fit for promotion. That's because he's no longer in the hero group and he has no influence. That's why Orin apologized to Grandpa. Grandpa stroked Orin's head and with a smile on his face remarked that children in their time worry about anything, alluding to Orin. Grandpa claimed that he was happy enough that he and Orin had the opportunity to talk to each other. Gramps believed that the rest depended solely on Orin's strength. He was grateful to the lad for having done enough already. Orin was surprised at these words. He felt he should say thank you to Grandpa for this. But Grandpa felt that he didn't. He realized that Orin had put up with it all this time and had had a rather hard time. In that case, Orin did not understand why he was crying. That was what he asked his grandfather. Grandpa explained to the boy that sometimes things were hard and there was nothing wrong with crying. These words moved Orin, so tears came to his eyes. Lowering his head, Orin thanked his grandfather again for everything. Some time later, Orin came to meet Selma. They met near the very headquarters of the Silver Rabbits. Selma was glad that Orin had come after all and asked him to follow her. It also seemed to the girl that Orin looked happier now than he had yesterday. Selma surmised that Orin was just pleased to be leaving the heroes' party. Orin, on the other hand, didn't even deny that fact. Within a couple of minutes, the boys were already in place. The day after Orin visited the Silver Rabbit headquarters, he traveled south of the entrance to the Great Southern Labyrinth, where a squad of silver rabbits was already waiting for him. Orin was suddenly approached and wished him good morning. Orin turned around and saw Sophia and Selma. He walked over to them and also wished them good morning. The boy noticed, looking at Sophia, that she was dressed differently than she had been dressed last time. Therefore, Orin concluded that the girl had a new uniform. He decided to compliment the girl, noting that she looked great in that dress. Sophia was embarrassed and thanked Orin. Selma, on the other hand, clearly did not like the compliment. She thought that Orin was already used to being with girls, so she concluded that he had already had affairs. Orin, on the other hand, did not understand at all what the girl meant. The guy claimed that there was nothing wrong with it. He said that being in the hero group, he lived together with a female member, so the reason was probably because he was just used to such things. From these words, Selma only concluded that all the brave heroes live in the same mansion. Then Salheim wondered where Orin was living now. Orin replied that he was now living in a hotel, but planned to rent a room. Selma, on the other hand, was surprised that Sophia would ask Orin such things. With horror, the girl surmised that Sophia wanted to push Orin to do this. These words from her older sister angered Sophia. Sophia argued that it was different, and she was just a little worried. The girl was horrified, for she thought Selma was stupid. The whole situation only made Orin laugh. Suddenly, Selma wondered why Orin was standing so far away from everyone else, so she decided to ask Orin himself about it. Orin replied that he was a stranger to the others and he wondered if this would cause concern among the newcomers. After all, surely all the newcomers stick together. In that case, Selma decided to use her power to relieve the tension among the newcomers. Orin, on the other hand, was called by the girl to follow her. Sophia, on the other hand, was told by Selma to join her group called Beta. Sophia only obeyed her little sister and went to her group. Orin then went after Selma. The boy didn't understand what he was supposed to do yet, but he knew they had something to do. And what they would be doing was training in search. Last night, when Selma had taken Orin to the Silver Rabbit's headquarters, the lad had met up with Vince. Selma talked about the project they were planning, in general terms. Orin listened to the girl and decided to summarize it in other words to make sure he got it right. So, the search period will be 3 days. The squad's target is from the 1st to 5th floors of the Great Southern Labyrinth. Considering that the squad needs to ensure the safety of the newcomers, they will not stay overnight and return when they reach a floor. There are a total of 10 groups of rookies participating. There are 5 leaders in charge, including Selma and Orin. The battle with the demonic beast is conducted by the rookie group one at a time. In case of an unequal battle, the command passes to the leader. Selma thought that Orin had got it right and added that the sooner Orin understood the plan, the better. At any rate, the squad would have a march. After all the explanations, Selma asked if Orin had any questions. To which Orin replied that he did have one question. The guy appeared to be wondering why there were only 5 leaders. To this question, Selma had no answers. Orin, on the other hand, thought that if the squad dared to go this illogical way, it was possible to take a rank A group and by supporting the newcomers, minimize the risk as much as possible. Selma then explained that the main goal was to bring as many rookies to the bottom floor as possible. The girl thought that this was a good opportunity, because some difficulties lead to the growth of newcomers. Orin realized that this was the official stance of the Silver Rabbit clan. They don't care about the process in this kind of plan, where the most important thing is the result. The guy felt that the clan must have another reason. But Orin didn't even expect to be told that reason. In that case, Orin just agreed to help the troop. Then Selma thanked the guy and said that his reward would be 2 gold coins and she would give him the rest upon completion of the task. Such a statement surprised Orin. He thought it was marvelous but too expensive. After all, if they succeeded, Orin could live for a whole year without denying himself anything on this reward. Selma, on the other hand, thought the reward depended on Orin's skills, so she asked the lad to try his best tomorrow. Orin was surprised and pleased at the same time. In that case, he promised to do his best on tomorrow's expedition. After all, the president didn't say anything about it, so Orin still has doubts about the content. So back to the day of the expedition. Selma led Orin to some 3 guys and wished them a good morning. They reciprocated, and Orin began to scrutinize the kind faces of the strangers. Eventually it came to Orin's attention that the other leaders were standing in front of him. Selma at this time introduced Orin and added that he was the man they had talked about yesterday. Selma claimed that she could guarantee Orin's experience. At this point one of the leaders said that it would be promising if Orin was endorsed by Mrs. Selma herself. The others also expected a lot from Orin. Orin, however, felt uncomfortable and politely asked the boys not to inflate their expectations. Orin then introduced himself again and said that he would take the attacking position in the vanguard. The guy also added that he was very happy to meet the guys. In that case, the leaders also decided to introduce themselves. So, the composition of the leaders. 2 tanks named Ansel and Bannou. And also 1 hill, a girl named Kat. After listening to the guys, Orin realized that this pack was fairly balanced. But the guy also wondered if Selma would have called someone to be the striker if he wasn't here right now. In the end, Orin considered all of this unimportant, since the rabbits had it all together. Selma then asked the top 4 to give their best during these 3 days. To which the foursome amicably and cheerfully agreed with Selma. Selma then decided to introduce Orin to the newcomers as well. The first thing Selma did was to gather all the newcomers into a pile, and wish them a good morning. Then the girl explained that from today the goal of the squad was to get to the 51st floor of the Great Labyrinth. The girl looked at the newcomers' faces and unfortunately saw a gloomy expression. Selma surmised that the boys were afraid of being in the middle of the Great Labyrinth so suddenly. But the girl asked the newcomers not to worry, because the clan had prepared an excellent specialist for emergencies. Finally, Selma was ready to introduce this specialist to the boys. With pride, the girl introduced the surprised Orin. She claimed that this fellow was an adventurer who had reached the 94th floor, which they had not even reached. Hearing these words, the newcomers started whispering and glancing round. Selma added that the guys could learn a lot from Orin if they wanted to become adventurers. Furthermore, Selma also added that Orin used to be a member of the heroes group and knows more about the Great Labyrinth than anyone else. Now the newcomers were delighted and delighted at the same time. Orin, on the other hand, was dumbfounded, for he thought that the boys should be excited about having to go to the labyrinth. After Orin's introduction, Selma asked the boys if they could feel the air of the 51st floor, to which the newcomers gave a friendly shout. In that case, Selma, realizing that she had already motivated the newcomers enough, decided to start exploring the maze. At this moment, Orin realized what the girl meant when she talked about wanting to relieve the newcomers' tension. Selma, on the other hand, was at this time asking the newcomers to take a seat in each group. Then the girl turned to the leaders and said that she was waiting for them to confirm. Orin, on the other hand, approached Selma at this time and asked if she had raised the morale of the newcomers too soon. Selma didn't think so. She thought that Orin's achievements in the hero group would still play out. The girl argued that, after all, their goal was to send the newcomers into the labyrinth with peace of mind. Orin, on the other hand, didn't fully believe that to be true. Selma at this point added that Orin would be the leader of the 9th and 10th groups. When the 9 and 10 group heard these words, they began to cheer loudly. This even frightened Orin more than a little. Selma, on the other hand, explained that Group 10 included the most promising newcomers. And if they practiced within the group, They would be useful in the middle of the maze. Selma then allowed Orin to go to his groups, for the instructions she had already given were all. In that case, Orin went to his groups. But the guy didn't know if it was right to give the training of high-potential newbies to a stranger. Approaching the groups, Orin introduced himself again and explained that he would be in charge of them and was happy to cooperate during these 3 days. The guys were very excited and motivated, so they asked Orin to take care of them. Orin looked at the delighted faces of the guys and wondered what the effect of being a member of a group of heroes meant. Suddenly, among the crowd, he found a familiar silhouette. It was Sophia. Orin was glad that the girl was part of this group. He asked the boys to give their names and ranks. The potential newcomers turned out to be 3. They were the only ones in Group 10. 2 girls and 1 boy. Orin was surprised that the group consisted of 3 people. This is unusual because the risk of dying increases as the number of participants decreases, especially since they are newcomers. But the kid argued that they were the best of the best because there were only 3 in the group. Orin looked at the kid after his words with disdain. He certainly thought that such a thing was possible. But such arrogance at a young age seemed strange. Orin even worried about this boy's future. After all, if all the boys were in place, Orin had no more questions. He only asked the 10th group of 3 to introduce themselves. The first to introduce himself, of course, was a kid. His name is Logan Hayward. He is the leader of the 10th group. Logan is a supporter. And he also thought he was the one to outdo Selma. Listening to Logan, Orin was surprised by his confidence more and more. And he decided not to dwell on the guy and asked the next member of the group to introduce himself. A girl named Caroline. Her role in the group was tank. The girl was more interested in whether Orin would put on his main armor before entering the maze, since the guy was currently wearing light armor. Orin, chartering such a question, was quite surprised at how attentive Caroline was. Caroline then stated that she was a tank who did not wear heavy armor. Orin was puzzled and asked if this was some new kind of tank. Caroline, on the other hand, claimed that she didn't like being attacked by monsters, but she wanted to kill them, so she was a mixed DD with a tank. Finally, Sophia introduced herself, even though she was already familiar with Orin. The girl said that she takes the position of an attacking mage in the regard. Sophia also added that she would be happy to cooperate with Orin. Although Sophia's greeting was the most ordinary, but Orin felt light at heart. Still, the hero thought that this mission would be too difficult for such young boys. Finally, the squad began a search operation. Orin, watching the newcomers, noticed that they were in a pretty good mood. The guy wondered if they would learn a lot from this trek. At that moment, Orin was called out. It was Caroline, who was wondering why a member of the hero's party was participating in the expedition. The girl thought that Orin's clan was competing with the Silver Rabbit clan. Then Orin explained to Caroline that he was no longer a member of the hero's party. As for the threat, the Rabbit clan did pose it. Orin claimed that he had been following the progress of the confrontation. Then Caroline wondered why Orin was no longer a member of the hero's party. The girl thought that the hero's group were people who were adored by everyone. Therefore, she didn't understand why Orin was wasting his time here. Orin was heated by this question. He realized that Caroline was the type of person who liked to ask directly without thinking about the question. Orin told the girl that it had nothing to do with her. Caroline was upset that Orin hadn't answered her question. But she was not going to despair. The girl knew that Orin knew Sophia, so she decided to ask her. Caroline thought that Sophia would probably tell her everything, because Sophia had said that an incredible person would come to help the squad. Caroline turned to Sophia so unexpectedly that Sophia almost jumped. Caroline, on the other hand, asked the girl why Orin had decided to help the squad, to which Sophia replied that Orin had helped her a lot recently. Sophia claimed that Orin was also a very strong member of the hero's party, and besides, Selma said that the squad would be safe with Orin. Caroline, on the other hand, asked if Sophia had no reason to worry in such a case. After all, there is a person from the hero's party nearby. To which Sophia replied to the one that she was absolutely right. Orin, who was walking behind the girls and listening to their conversation, thought only of the fact that he was no longer a member of the hero's party. The young man even surmised that Caroline had started the conversation just to relieve Sophia's tension. In that case, Orin wondered if Caroline was so considerate of others. At this moment, wolves appeared behind the troop that the boys had never seen before. The wolves didn't think for long, so when they saw the troop, they rushed towards it at once. Orin, walking at the end of the squad, noticed the monsters in time and decided to use magic and seals in silence. Thus, blocks of ice emerged from the seal, on which the wolves were eventually impaled. Orin realized that the troop was taking this seriously, and the spell he was now using was timely. Orin felt that it took skill to be in tune with the times. It's hard to exert oneself from the moment one starts until the spell is activated. With it, the squad would be able to defeat the demonic enemies without disturbing the main group. The hero believed that the squad couldn't get stuck in some useless battle since time was already limited. That was why Orin killed those wolves stealthily so that no one would make a commotion. After a while, the squad was already on the 20th floor of the southern labyrinth. A curious Caroline approached Orin and asked how long they had to walk to the floor boss. To which Orin replied that they could reach the boss in 10 minutes if they kept walking at that pace. Caroline, upon hearing these words, got very excited, because she wanted to fight the boss. The girl also added that this floor didn't suit Sophia enough. Sophia didn't like that her girlfriend told Orin everything, so the girl resented. Orin, on the other hand, was just glad that so far the squad did not have big problems. Therefore, the hero dared to assume that they would finish even earlier than they had planned. Up until now, Orin had only seen the boys fighting. He was originally concerned about forming a group with only 3 people, but it seems to be no problem when there is a good leader. First and foremost is Logan. Orin thought that Logan was just a cocky rookie, but this boy's abilities as a hitter are undeniably good. If Logan can maintain his effectiveness in long fights, this young genius will play an active role in ranked groups. Orin even felt sorry that the team needed for Hill should be of the same level. Well, it would be better if they gained experience in battles. Then Caroline. From the fact that this girl tends to have the style of a maneuvering tank, her speed is amazing, but she has 2 points of contention. The first moment is the way Caroline rushes to the side when the demonic beasts approach her. After all, tanks are supposed to be good at getting close to monsters, not watching and worrying. The second point is her weapon, 2 daggers to be exact. Orin noticed that the girl was quite good with them, but perhaps the group might not have enough strength to destroy the enemies. That was probably the end of it. And finally, Sophia. She's a little bit inferior to Caroline and Logan, but her abilities are already better than the newcomers. Sophia isn't exactly active, but that will change once she becomes more outgoing. Orin believed that Sophia has no visible weaknesses, so he looks forward to seeing her strength grow in the future. And the future of the 9th group will be watched with interest by Orin. After a while, the boss of the 20th floor was destroyed thanks to the excellent leader of this learning expedition. Orin was surprised that everything had gone very smoothly today. The guy even refused to believe it. But perhaps he had simply underestimated the silver rabbits in the night sky. After all, Selma praised the trio from Group 10, for they had done a great job. The girl then asked everyone to move to the 21st floor. Selma explained to everyone that the expedition would only be over after the guys finished registering with the guild. The guys understood and began to take turns going to the crystal that stands for Adventurers' Marks of Advancement to the next level to keep a record of the advancement. After that, the troop began to disperse. Orin was about to walk back to the inn when Selma called out to him and thanked him for his labor. Orin reciprocated Selma's gratitude. The girl then inquired how the newcomers had behaved. Orin reported that Group 9 was eagerly awaiting further action. As for Group 10, it was just as Selma had said. Orin also found these guys quite promising. But also the guy added that the 10 group can't cooperate with each other yet. Especially Caroline, who acts inconsistent with her role. These words probabilized both Selma and Orin himself. Selma was just glad that compared to past attempts, the newcomers had already improved their skills. Orin even began to wonder what the newcomers were like before. But the hero decided to ask Selma this question tomorrow, and today they said goodbye, wishing each other a good night. The next day, standing at the window and holding the newspaper in his hands, Orin was not feeling very well. As it turned out, in the end, something happened that would have been better if it had never happened. On one of the newspaper's pages there is a headline: exclusive coverage that a hitman has been replaced in the hero group. Thus Orin's banishment became public. The newspaper stated that according to the leader of the hero group, the consummate swordsman Oliver, the most important factor in replacing the position was that the predecessor, Orin, had no outstanding abilities. Oliver did not know that Orin's abilities were below that of the average hitman. In other words, the hero group still lacks experienced personnel. However, they are said to have already reached the 94th floor of the Great Southern Labyrinth, which has never been done before. The newspaper said that yesterday's recruit to the hero group is a girl named Philly Carpenter, who has been actively involved in exploring the Great Labyrinth of the West. With her skills, Philly is approaching the strongest hitter on the continent, Selma Crodell. Thus, even if the group of heroes does not continue their triumphant march through the labyrinth in a new lineup, they have built up great anticipation. Orin was disappointed. For now, at least until the expedition was over, the 10 group of silver rabbits would find out that Orin had not left the heroes group, but had been kicked out. The guy was afraid of the fact that the students' opinion of him would change. Especially Logan from Group 10. Orin didn't know if such a smug kid would listen to the orders of a banished hero. Although, Orin doesn't think that all students like to read newspapers. Therefore, it's easy to imagine how much their opinions would change after reading. In the end, Orin decided to just not think about it. Right now, he needed to get back to the squad once again. And when the guy had already left the inn, he was called out by a girl. Orin turned around and saw his acquaintance Luna Flockhart. By profession, this girl is a mage doctor. She is also a representative of a group of heroes. The girl was very happy to see Orin, because she had not seen him for a long time. And even though it had only been 4 days since their last meeting, Orin was also happy to see Luna. After all, when the guy was still in the group, the attitude of the members towards him had gradually deteriorated. And Luna was the only one who socialized with Orin as before. When Orin was expelled, however, Luna was absent from helping his parents. Orin often thought that things would have been different if Luna had been present that day, at the moment of his expulsion. At that moment, Orin realized that he still felt something for the group of heroes. Therefore, upon meeting Luna, Orin asked the girl if there was anything he could do for her. Then Luna tearfully asked Orin to return to the hero group. The girl argued that they needed Orin's strength. Orin actually thought Luna would say something like that, since the girl had always had a good opinion of him. Then Orin wondered if it was the decision of the whole group to have him back. After all, judging from this morning's article, it wasn't. Luna, on the other hand, seemed to have clearly not seen any morning article. She only said that it was her decision, not the decision of the whole group. Nevertheless, Luna promised Orin to try to convince everyone else if he returned. Seeing the way Luna was trying, Orin was surprised. The hero realized that this girl really wanted him back. But they both realized that it was too late. Orin claimed that he no longer had a chance to return to the group, judging from the morning's article. Guy claimed that he had no intention of even returning. Luna saw fit to apologize. She explained that she hadn't read the article, so she didn't really understand what the big deal was. But the girl did not want to back down, for she and Orin had promised each other to take over the Great Labyrinth together. Orin, however, reminded the girl that it was a promise made by him, Luna, and Oliver. But that promise no longer made any sense since Oliver had kicked Orin out. But Luna didn't give up. She still tearfully tried to get Orin to come back to the group. Orin was having a very hard time digesting this himself, because the character understood how difficult it was for Luna. Eventually, Orin apologized and just decided to leave, explaining that he was running late. Luna only remained standing still, seeing Orin off with a look. As he walked towards the squad, Orin realized that he definitely wanted to fulfill the promise he had made to the members of the hero group. But Orin also realized that he had nowhere else to go back to, for that day was over. It was hard for Orin himself to realize that it was too late to do anything about it. When Orin arrived at the detachment, he saw what he feared the most. All the newcomers were diligently reading the newspapers with surprised faces. The boys didn't understand what it meant. They had already realized that Orin had been expelled from their hero group for lack of ability. At this moment, Orin approached the newcomers and said hello. The newcomers, despite the recent news, politely wished Orin a good morning. But Orin could see it himself. The difference was huge compared to the previous day. This was after the hero had encouraged the newcomers. Orin realized that the guys were probably just confused. At this moment, Selma appeared, who promptly started apologizing to Orin. Orin, on the other hand, argued that the girl had nothing to apologize for. The boy argued that they would fail the expedition if she was so worried. But Selma admitted her mistake. She realized that she should have handled herself more carefully yesterday when she had encouraged the newcomers and asked Orin to speak in front of all of them. The girl claimed that she was very sorry. She explained that she did not know all the circumstances. But Orin claimed that everything was fine. The boy believed that he had only himself to blame, for he had created the inconvenience by his silence. But still, Orin believed that despite everything, the learning expedition was going well. Therefore, the hero asked Selma to behave as honorably as always. Selma understood Orin and decided to leave it to him to support her. Orin, however, only asked Selma to rely on him. So, a short time later, Group 9 and Group 10 were at the gathering place with Orin. Sophia and Caroline happily said hello to Orin. What can't be said about Logan, who was clearly not happy about something? Group 9 also looked at Orin with a kind of disdain. The first thing Orin did was to ask the guys if they had all understood the contents of the morning's article. The newcomers, on the other hand, were silent. Then Orin declared that the article was almost true. The hero confessed that he had indeed been kicked out of their group because of powerlessness, so he was not the hero that the newcomers were looking forward to. The guys started to look at each other and whisper after saying those words. And tears were almost appearing in Sophia's eyes. Suddenly, the girl shouted that Orin was insanely strong. With this, the girl surprised not only her comrades, but also Orin himself. Sophia kept saying that Orin alone was able to defeat more than a dozen orcs. This fact surprised the newcomers. And Sophia added that this was why Orin had enough ability. Orin decided to thank Sophia for such a speech. Then the guy turned to all the guys and said that today they were going to the 51st floor of the Great Labyrinth. Also, Orin added that he really isn't in the group of heroes anymore. But that doesn't take away from the fact that the guy is a hero. On behalf of Orin Dor, a simple seeker, the guy decided to swear. He confidently swore to protect the newcomers while traversing the labyrinth. These words seemed to bring back the admiration in the eyes of the newcomers that had been lost with the reading of the morning's article. Then Orin added that he wanted his boys to do everything for the success of the expedition. All the boys shouted in a friendly and one throaty voice, yes. On the 31st floor of the Great Southern Labyrinth, Group 9 encountered a monster. But one of the group members was able to defeat it. He was overjoyed, and Orin could only congratulate the newcomer on such an achievement. Orin was happy that the guys trusted him again. Hero knew that from today onwards he, as the leader, had to give the guys instructions. Although the atmosphere was still strained, especially with Group 9, who no one listens to orders. Orin knew that nothing would work out today if he didn't regain their trust. So, the squad moved on. Orin sensed signs of monsters ahead and asked the 10th group if they were ready. Caroline and Sophia confidently replied that they were ready. Logan, on the other hand, remained silent. His attitude toward Orin was unclear. At that moment, monsters did indeed appear ahead. The first thing Orin did was to order Caroline to distract the goblins. Logan was ordered by the hero to support Caroline with magic and healing. And Sophia Orin told her to clear the rear of the orcs. Now Orin was only worried about Logan and his support magic. But Logan was doing seemingly well. He was increasing Caroline's magical and physical strength, as well as increasing her strength, and all at the same time. Orin looked at Logan and admired. After all, the kid is still a beginner, and he's already using 3 spells at the same time. Then Orin realized that there was no need to worry about magic. Caroline, on the other hand, was also as fast as before. And it looked pretty good. The girl skillfully dealt with monsters. Orin, on the other hand, was worried about something else. The question was whether Sophia, who had just faced orcs for the first time yesterday, would be able to fulfill her part of the task. Still, due to the trauma caused by the orcs, the girl might not be able to. At the moment when the monster was close and Sophia was visibly frightened, Orin turned to her and tried to calm her down. The boy asserted that everything would be all right. Sophia now has 2 friends, Caroline and Logan. But what about the orc? Orin lowered the orc's agility to make it easier for Sophia and said he would be there for her even if she made a mistake. Orin was always ready to have the girl's back. Now then, Sophia was not alone. There were friends and a good mentor nearby. So Orin asked Sophia to try her best. With these words, Orin clearly motivated Sophia. She looked at the whole situation from a different perspective and decided to try to defeat the monster. Orin noticed that Sophia, at the time when she was left all alone, was very different from the current Sophia. Orin was sure that the girl would definitely be all right now and would succeed. Finally, Sophia began. She closed her eyes and holding her staff in her hand, used fire magic. Then, tuning in, the girl used a fire spear and pointed it straight at the monster. From such strong magic, even Orin started to cover himself with his hands. Of course, he had asked the girl to try her best, but she still seemed to have overdone it. Even Logan and Caroline were dumbfounded after seeing such strong magic from Sophia. Looking at the fact that there was nothing left of the orc, the dumbfounded Orin realized everything. He had not been told that Sophia was capable of top-level magic. For a few more minutes after such a triumph, everyone was simply shocked. Caroline was the first to come to her senses and joyfully rushed over to Sophia. The girls began to hug, and Caroline was very happy that her friend had succeeded. Orin also couldn't help but praise Sophia, because he said that it was a great attack. Sophia blushed and thanked Orin for the praise. After that, the guys fought for a long time and eventually reached level 36. In the end, everyone went up to the surface of the earth and returned home happy because everyone had done a good job today. At the end, Selma told all the newcomers that tomorrow would be the last day of the expedition, and all the newcomers should rest to be in good shape tomorrow. Therefore, Selma let all the boys go home. When Orin wanted to go home, Bernard called him and asked if everything was all right. Orin turned round and saw Jansum and a cheerful Bernard. The hero said that everything was fine and asked Bernard what was wrong. Bernard replied that nothing was wrong and called Orin to have dinner together. Orin was a little surprised to be called to dinner. He was afraid that the leaders would also be worried about the morning paper. But Orin was even glad there was no excitement. He thanked Bernard for the invitation and accepted. Orin thought even this opportunity to socialize was a very good opportunity, for he and the leaders hadn't socialized much when they were exploring the dungeon. At the same time, Logan was with Sophia and asked her a question. He asked the girl if she knew Orin. To which Sophia replied that she had only recently got to know Orin. The girl told how Orin had helped her in the maze 3 days ago. Logan, however, asked if Sophia had gone to that maze alone. The girl replied that she had indeed gone there alone. She explained that the leader was gathering people there to form a squad and it turned out the way it did. Caroline was only angered and even frightened by Logan's strange behavior. Logan, however, only wanted Sophia to tell him something. The boy wanted Sophia to tell him all about Orin, and preferably more. Sophia, on the other hand, didn't even know what she should tell Logan about Orin at first. Then Logan asked if Orin had used magic when he had saved her from the orcs in the labyrinth. Sophia thought about it and said she remembered a huge onslaught of wind, like a shockwave. And the rest of it was Shurin Maijutsu's support magic. The girl claimed that Orin did something like strengthening the sword. These words interested Logan. And Sophia added that this sword was so strong that Orin could chop through literally anything. The girl claimed that it wasn't just magic, he was also good with a sword. Sophia said that she couldn't say anything for sure, but maybe it was all from Orin's training, because he had converted several of his abilities. Thus, Orin had become stronger. Those words had already surprised Logan quite a lot. Logan didn't understand what it meant that Orin had converted his abilities. He wanted to see it for himself. Despite all this, Logan knew that Orin was just a perfect fighter. This morning, Logan was confused to learn that Orin had been kicked out of the guild. Logan thought this expulsion was unfair, so the boy was angry. Initially, Logan didn't think Orin was a strong adventurer, but the boy seemed to have realized that he was mistaken. He saw the movements of that orc who was in the maze suddenly slow down, and Orin activated his speed and reduced his radius thanks to his support power. This was what truly surprised Logan. After all, debuff magic is very hard to master. You have to know all the subtleties and movement techniques. Selma uses it less often, but Orin applied the debuff effortlessly. Many times Logan fought under Orin's command and admired Orin every time. On the first campaign, when Logan was just learning support magic, the squad dispersed the enemies very quickly. Logan, however, tried to change the way he attacked and felt his strength increased manifold. Logan realized himself that it was all due to training. Therefore, Logan firmly decided that he wanted to continue to follow Orin. After all, Orin is now his mentor and best friend. But Logan still did not understand why it was necessary to exclude such an experienced fighter from the group of heroes. At this time, Caroline and Sophia were talking on the subject of the vanguard attacker. Sophia was wondering if that was a strong role, vanguard attacker? To which Caroline replied that she thought it was a strong role. In that case, Sophia set herself the challenge of being an avant-garde attacker and being the strongest. Caroline liked that idea very much. Caroline claimed that Sophia would defeat all the monsters before she even knew it. Sophia also hoped so, but her main goal was to become stronger. In that case, Caroline suggested that Sophia should pump her skills together. Logan at this time stood aside and hovered in his thoughts. He thought about the fact that some people were saying that Orin was a genius. But Logan didn't understand what genius meant. The boy only decided that he would never give up. Logan believed that no matter how, he had to succeed in order to help Orin. That was what Logan wanted to become stronger for. At this point, Caroline noticed that something was wrong with Logan and asked if he was tired. To which Logan replied that he wasn't tired at all and was even more energized than ever. Caroline also noticed that Logan was glowing all over. She was amused by this and the girl asked Logan not to worry so much. To which Logan replied that he wasn't worried at all. At this time, Orin was having a good time at the Night Bunny restaurant. The guys were drinking and telling each other different stories. Finally, it came to Orin. Bernard said he knew that Orin had plenty of interesting stories to tell, so he wanted to listen to them while they could still do it. After all, the guys had had quite a few drinks already. Bernard also added that it would not be good to go to work with a hangover, so he suggested that the guys get drunk. Orin, however, also wanted to get a good night's sleep. Ansem, on the other hand, said, as Orin says, "Better a big table than a small one." Besides, Ansem does not know how best to greet Orin. Bernard, on the other hand, thought that there was no need to greet Orin. He should just sing the anthem. Yes, the boys were quite drunk, as many could tell. Orin, on the other hand, just enjoyed spending time with the guys. The guys even pointed out that the regular lanterns were not enough to illuminate them at night, but they looked quite aesthetically pleasing. Ansem, on the other hand, thought that after the mission it was worth relaxing well, so the guys should not think about anything, but just eat. Bernard only agreed with his mate's wise words. But he doubted the normality of their having fun without reason. Ansem, on the other hand, thought that it didn't make any difference to anyone and it was better than sitting around every night puzzling over papers. After these words, Orin remembered himself when he was in the hero group and really sat over papers every night. Bernard, on the other hand, did not agree with Ansem. He argued that today is full of all sorts of political problems. Bernard also added that this morning's news made him very angry. The guy thought that it was just wrong to exclude a hero like that without figuring anything out. Orin, on the other hand, only said that perhaps he was just unlucky. The guy didn't want to talk about it right now. Therefore, smiling, he asked the guys to talk about hobbies, because they hadn't had dinner together for a long time, even, more precisely, never. Such words from Orin, Bernard, and Ansem clearly didn't expect to hear. They did not believe that it was really Orin who had said it. Orin, on the other hand, thought that he couldn't walk around with a stone face forever. It was just that the hero wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk. These words frightened Bernard and Ansem. Suddenly, Ansem said he wanted to know something about the morning news. He didn't understand. Is this what one does to a vanguard attacker? After all, if Orin didn't use magic, the monsters wouldn't have been defeated. In that case, Bernard wondered what had happened. After all, Orin had permission to use magic. So why was Orin now able to turn it into a sword? Bernard asked Orin to explain why he had done so. Then Orin revealed that as a child he loved sword fighting. And, as a child, he dreamed of becoming a swordsman. Orin was curious to know what it was like. Orin claimed that this is why he thought it was a great opportunity to try to pick up a sword. Ansem, on the other hand, picked up on the fact that a lot of time had passed since then. He wondered if Orin's parents were against his hobbies. To which Orin replied that his parents didn't say much to him. The boy said that his grandfather, a former adventurer, had defeated a beast demon with just a sword. After that, Orin aspired to become like his grandfather. In that case, it seemed to Bernard that it was the other way round, and because of that, Orin wanted to become the strongest. This happened when the group of heroes with Orin still in the group were going down into the dungeon. Then there was an earthquake and the monster was huge. It was Orin's duty to slow this monster down, but he didn't have any knowledge. At that time, the guy just didn't understand it. Orin knew that he should have originally pumped those abilities, but for some reason he had to use magic, that's why he did it. Back then, the guy didn't care about the consequences, the goal was to defeat the monster alone. Orin said that he knew the basics of swordsmanship, so he decided to use a sword while using magic at the same time. Ansem was interested in this combined attack. He asked if Orin was wrong in the end, to which Orin replied that he had not made a mistake. These words astonished both Bernard and Ansem. Orin, on the other hand, declared he, Futsushi, would become the strongest adventurer. He realized that he shouldn't jump to conclusions just yet, for now the lad had many plans. The words about Futsushi dumbfounded the lads. They didn't understand what it meant. Orin, on the other hand, said that he couldn't explain everything right now. The guy realized that he had already given away too much to these guys, even though it wasn't time yet. But as soon as Orin put his plan into action, everyone would know about everything. The guys decided to close this topic and asked Orin about the following. Will they have a new swordsman? Orin thought for a moment. In the end, he replied that it was possible. The guy was about to say goodbye to his comrades, saying that they had a great chat today. Bernard and Ansem, on the other hand, were simply perplexed. Orin, on the other hand, added that he wanted to go through the labyrinth alone, and maybe it would help him to achieve his goal. Bernard and Ansem, on the other hand, thought that Orin was too fixated on it. Meanwhile, at the Silver Rabbit clan headquarters, Caroline and Sophia were taking a shower. Caroline was only thinking about tomorrow's training outing that would finally be over. She just couldn't take the strain anymore. The girl said she missed Orin already. She wondered if Sophia missed him. To which Sophia replied that she also missed Orin. But her concern was that she and Orin would not see each other again. The girl wondered what Orin was doing now. Caroline didn't understand why Sophia was so worried about it, because Orin was very strong, so he could handle everything. Caroline was more interested in whether she could become as strong and beautiful as Selma. Sophia, on the other hand, thought that Caroline would be even better. But still, Sophia was very lonely without Orin. She missed her boyfriend very much and looked forward to seeing him. Let's go back to the distant past when Orin and Oliver were still children. Orin and Oliver were put to sword fighting, wanting to see who was stronger. Orin used to be labeled a genius, but now that Oliver was found out, doubts arose. So now we will tell you the story before Cardiff, Oliver and Swordsman Orin separated. In the end, Oliver won the duel. Their mentors, on the other hand, called Orin a genius at that moment only in words. Orin, on the other hand, lay on the ground exhausted but not upset about losing. He was even amused by how strong Oliver was. Oliver, on the other hand, was full of seriousness. He didn't understand why Orin couldn't take it seriously. Oliver knew that Orin wasn't fighting at full strength, so it wasn't surprising that he lost so quickly. Orin, however, disagreed with Oliver and suggested that Oliver fight again. Orin changed his mind though. He believed that Oliver had fairly defeated him and had already overtaken him in strength. Laughing, Orin reckoned that the end of his power had come. But Oliver indignantly called these words a lie. The boy claimed that he thought he had not yet defeated Orin, so he offered to fight him again. But Orin thought there was no point, for he himself had admitted defeat. Then Oliver called Orin a fool and said that the time would come when Orin would take it seriously. After these words, Oliver left. Orin, on the other hand, remained lying in the same place. He was thinking about the fact that he didn't want to fight Oliver and just couldn't let it happen. And all of this is because Oliver is Orin's friend. At that moment, a girl named Zion came up to Orin. She said that Orin fought well this time. Orin recognized the girl and, rising, said that he did not think so at all. Shaun, on the other hand, claimed that the boy had indeed fought well. The girl thought Orin was very strong and was confident that Orin would become even stronger in the future. But Orin asked Shaun to stop. He claimed that he knew how weak he was, so he didn't want the girl to tell him that. Orin felt that he only had to protect Oliver because he felt guilty towards him. That's why Orin can't fight with Rome. But Shaun thought that Orin was not guilty of anything, because on the contrary, he was trying to help Oliver. Orin was surprised by the face with which Shaun said these words. Shaun went on to say that Orin could get stronger, and then he wouldn't have to fight Oliver. The girl said that she didn't want to see Orin sad. Shaun, closing her eyes, stated that she will always be there for her wherever Orin goes. And that's why she doesn't want Orin to be sad alone. After a while, Orin started to leave, for it would soon get dark. Shaun, on the other hand, asked Orin to wait a minute. The girl said that she was very happy to have Orin around. It also seemed to her that Orin was crying, so she asked him directly. Orin, however, with tears in his eyes, stated that the girl had just imagined it, and he was not crying. Shaun laughed at this situation. Orin clearly did not like Shaun laughing at him. But the girl did not subside. Then Orin again asked her not to laugh and asked if she wanted him to get angry. To which Shaun replied that she would not laugh at him again. Orin, on the other hand, asked the girl to promise him that she would not laugh at him again. And Shaun, without resisting, simply promised. Then the girl called out to Orin again and reminded him that not long ago the two of them had been joking together. Because Shaun would like to continue joking with Orin in the future. The girl claimed that someday they would remember this day with a smile on their faces. For now, all they had to do was move forward. Orin understood everything, and as he approached the carriage that was waiting for Shaun, the boy only asked Shaun to be careful in parting. The girl then got into the carriage and Orin saw her off with a look and a wave. Only Shaun supported Orin. Because after all that, everything changed. Orin woke up the next morning and thought the dream he had had was rather strange. He tried to remember what he had dreamed, what kind of girl he had dreamed about, but the silhouette was blurry. In the end, Orin decided not to dwell on it and started packing for the last sortie. No matter how hard the hero tried, he couldn't remember what he had dreamt. After chatting with the guys at the Silver Rabbit, Orin was able to set himself a goal. So, it was just a matter of getting there. Arriving at the place where the squads were gathering to be sent to the labyrinth, Orin only hoped that today would end safely. Suddenly, he heard someone whispering that there were new artifacts in the depths of the dungeon. This fact astonished Orin. He immediately thought of a group of heroes and wondered if it was about them. After all, it meant that the heroes would soon reach their goal. The gossipers thought that the heroes were talking about her for nothing, and added that this evening the heroes were to make a statement. Orin, after making sense of the situation, realized that the group of heroes was moving many times faster than he had anticipated. Thus, the guy's plans changed. But anyway, Orin didn't understand how the group of heroes could get to the 92nd floor. Orin assumed that the guys would reach, but not as fast. Thus, the group doesn't even think about the consequences. But Orin is no longer cooperating with them anyway. Orin kept telling himself that he was just worried and there was nothing wrong with it. He just realized that in the worst-case scenario, the heroes would get into trouble. 2 days ago, the heroes had a party. Philia, who was also present, introduced herself to all the guys and said that being helpful to them was a great honor for her. Therefore, she asked for love and pity for herself. Philia liked that the party of heroes is a big reception of adventurers, therefore, she thanked the guys for coming. The girl wanted to give special thanks to Oliver, an adventurer whose abilities are beyond amazing. This party Philia organized in honor of the strongest heroes like them. Besides, Oliver thought it was their chance to get even more honors. Therefore, the guys thought that Philia should attend this party. Derek, on the other hand, thought it was no problem, since they all needed a rest. Then he, suddenly, remembered the book that the guys had found in the dungeon. Derek had seen it before and, along with Eri, was happy about the fact that they would be given a lot of money for it. Eri also asked Derek not to be like that, because it turns out he only thinks about money. Oliver, all of a sudden, also thought about the book and thought Derek's idea was pretty good. After all, they might actually get paid a lot for the book. Oliver also wondered if the boys even had any money on them, since he had never seen it before. Derek at this time began to argue with Eri, saying that they couldn't live without money, so it was vital to them. Eri, on the other hand, argued that she knew it herself. She just wanted Derek to stop talking about money non-stop. At this point the boys were interrupted by Philia and asked if they were going to the party. To which Derek replied that if they didn't have to pay for anything at the party, he was all for it. Philia smiled and replied that the guys would not have to pay for anything, only attend. In that case, Derek decided that they could stay here until morning. Philia was even okay with that. Anri was also in agreement with Derek and asked Oliver to agree, because this way they would save more. Oliver, on the other hand, sighing heavily, decided to go to the party since it was for the heroes. So, a toast. Finally, the heroes could get some rest. So Oliver suggested the guys drink to the newest member of the team. At that moment, the door opened. An excited Luna ran into the room and apologized for being late. She asked if she was on time, to which Oliver replied that the girl had come just in time. Looking at the fact that Orin was not among the guys, Luna reckoned that they had just started celebrating. When the heroes first told Luna about Orin being banished, the girl was against it, but she still had to accept it. Luna then indignantly asked the boys how they could have such carefree fun. At this point, Oliver realized that they could not avoid this sweet talk from a rather law-abiding girl like Luna. Luna claimed that she understood the fact that the boys were having a holiday. But she had heard that Orin had teamed up with the Silver Rabbits, and that he was going to the dungeon. Therefore, the girl was curious to know from the group of heroes whether it is true. Upon hearing these words, Oliver was horrified. He couldn't get it into his head. Orin and the Silver Rabbit. Oliver thought that Luna was just messing with him, since Orin had only been banished 3 days ago. The guy just didn't understand how Orin could dare to do such a thing. At this point, Eri shouted angrily at Luna, asking if she realized what she was even carrying. Derek became furious as well. He claimed that it was utter nonsense, and Orin wouldn't be able to rise above the available rank S. But Luna still asked the guys to tell what really happened. Oliver thought that the girls shouldn't know, so he decided to think of something. Eri at this time asked Luna to stop behaving like this. Eri argued that it was Orin's own fault that he was banished. The girl also asked Luna not to spoil their mood because they were having a party now. At this point, Luna realized everything. She guessed to herself that Orin had already come here. And when the girl asked the boys about it, they were silent. It was clear they had set it all up. At this point, Derek couldn't stand it and shouted angrily. He wondered why Luna was blaming them now. He argued that it was just the opposite, and it was them who had set it up, not them. Derek assured him that Orin had decided to leave on his own, which was why they had driven him out. Then Luga turned to Oliver and asked if it was true. This attitude of the girl even frightened Oliver. He began to say that the girl had misunderstood everything and that Philia had not joined the group because of Orin. Philia also wanted to calm Luna down and introduced herself and asked the girl not to get angry. Oliver apologized to Luna and added that Orin himself did not linger here. Oliver assumed that Orin had already left and asked Luna if she wanted to see him. At this point, Derek shouted again. He argued that they had a new member on their team and Luna shouldn't ignore her. Luna, on the other hand, only turned her head away from Derek. Such a move made the guy even more angry. He raised his voice and asked Luna if she was even listening to him. Oliver stood up for Luna and asked Derek to calm down. Oliver also tried to explain to Luna that Orin had chosen his own path. But Luna knew she was being lied to and Orin wouldn't leave it that easy. She was sure of this because she knows Orin. After all, they had been through a lot. In addition, Luna believed that Orin's abilities surpassed those of the other members of the hero group. Suddenly, the girl declared that she saw no point in staying in the hero group without Orin. These words made the whole catch silence. Oliver, on the other hand, was thinking about the fact that Luna was greatly overestimating Orin. The boy was sure that Luna was still too young to realize that. And, no matter how one looked at it, it was impossible to change her mind now. At this point, Eri asked Luna to stop being hysterical. The girl argued that it was time for Luna to come down to earth already and face the truth. Eri assured that Luna's life would not be resolved without Orin, for even now nothing had changed. And if the girl even disliked something, Eri asked her to accept it. But Luna felt that even if everything was as she was told, now was not the right time to have fun. Oliver, on the other hand, said that the dungeon trek would start tomorrow and the 94th floor was unlikely to be captured at once. Therefore, Oliver thought that now was not the time to scandalize and Luna should stop it. Luna was silent. Derek snapped again and shouted at the girl. He asked Luna to stay out of their way if she had nothing else to say. Oliver again asked Derek to stop yelling and being indignant. Derek, on the other hand, felt that it was not his fault. After all, he was not the one who started it. Luna then stated, addressing everyone. The girl said that she felt very sorry to watch them, for they would ruin themselves and others at the same time. Oliver was tensed by these words of Luna's. He believed that this trek would not be their last trek. The boy tried to convey to Luna that they would not die even if they reached the 90th floor. In that case, Luna asked how Oliver could be so sure. To which Oliver replied that he and the group had overcome all the other floors. Therefore, he believed that the group could do it even without Orin. Oliver argued that this did not mean that the group was weak, quite the opposite even. At that moment, Luna asked Oliver what ability Philia had. The girl argued that even if Philia was there as a support, what was the probability of winning? These words made Oliver angry. He didn't understand how long Luna could stay with Orin if she was so attached to him. Oliver thought it was wrong. In the end, the boy said that he had already made up his mind and it was out of the question. In that case, Luna turned around and decided to leave with the idea that it was over. Anri was furious at what Luna had expressed to them today. The girl thought that nothing was over and that Luna was just stirring things up. The equally angry Derek was in agreement with Eri. He thought that Orin had himself to blame, for he had been too impertinent. At this point, Philia approached Oliver and asked if it was the same Luna who got along well with Orin, to which Oliver replied that the one was right. Oliver thought that Luna just needed some rest and some time alone. Because Luna was very upset right now, but Oliver was sure that Luna would handle everything. Philia understood everything, therefore she thought that the group needed to relax a little too. She decided not to delay and handed Oliver a glass of champagne. Philia whispered under her breath that she wasn't going to have an easy time anyway. That was what annoyed the girl. Oliver heard Philia whispering and decided to ask the girl if she had said anything. To which Philia replied that she just decided that she really wanted to get along with Luna. The next day, the group of heroes went to the 9th floor of the Southern Labyrinth. Level 92. There, Oliver had to fight a huge mammoth-like monster. However, Oliver did not have it easy. After attacking the monster again and again, Oliver realized that he could not overpower it. This really pissed the guy off. His strength was running out, but he didn't understand why it was happening so fast. Oliver realized that the effect of the stone was running out, and if nothing was done, his body simply wouldn't be able to withstand it. At that moment, the guy remembered Orin, who could quietly use his hour. Oliver, on the other hand, did not understand why he had everything wrong. Also, Oliver picked up on the fact that there was just a large number of monsters in the maze. Therefore, the guy wondered how much time had already passed. Then Oliver turned to Philia and grudgingly shouted that his buff was running out, so the girl needed to find another one. A confused Philia apologized and explained that she just couldn't feel it right away. This is what Oliver expected from Philia, because she is still a beginner and doesn't have much experience. Therefore, the group would have to be a little patient. But Oliver also thought that even after moving to the 3rd floor, Philia had changed a lot. The guy speculated that it might be because of the change of scenery. In the end, he decided to ask the others. Oliver also warned Derek to be careful, because there are a lot of blind spots here. Philia also asked Oliver to be on guard, for there was some activity in the blind spot, possibly a demonic beast. Oliver then asked Philia to tell him how she was feeling and if she could use magic. To which the girl replied that it was impossible now, for the atmosphere and circumstances were not the right ones to use magic properly. It was Philia who apologized to Oliver. The girl had been a magician for 10 years, but now she realized that she was simply useless. At this moment, the monster that Oliver didn't finish off woke up. Oliver noticed it and asked Anri to be more serious. After all, this is the last floor. The guy thought that the girl was using very weak magic. Eri, on the other hand, claimed that she was doing it to avoid problems later on. Oliver, on the other hand, didn't understand how one could use low-level magic against such a monster. One thing the guy knew for sure. This was already a serious problem. Derek also asked the guys not to relax. Even he realized that the situation was critical. So Derek turned to Oliver and asked what should they do. Oliver, on the other hand, realized that the kind of attacks they were making wouldn't die against such a monster. Each time, Oliver was saved by his sword. He could easily slaughter any opponent, but right now, even support magic wasn't helping. Oliver just didn't understand why. As for the monster, Oliver realized that they had a duty to kill it. The situation was heating up, and so were the heroes themselves. Oliver didn't understand why the group was so weak and questioningly shouted that. Everyone remained silent. And Luna said she didn't even know what answer she was expecting in response to her question. So Lever turned round and asked Luna if she knew anything. The boy reckoned that the girl was obviously aware of everything. Luna, on the other hand, argued that she did not. The girl said that Oliver didn't understand at all and even she couldn't say anything. These words made Eri angry. She angrily asked Luna how she could behave like this when her comrades were in trouble. But Luna did not even consider these people as her comrades. She thought that nothing could be done about it, for it sounded kind of unnatural. The girl claimed that the band was weak from the beginning. No sooner had Luna finished speaking than, suddenly, there was a loud roar. The boys saw a large silhouette in the distance, and quickly started running for cover. Oliver looked at the monster's black color and huge wings, the size of which was larger than its torso. The monster was rapidly approaching the guys. Finally, Oliver realized everything. Level 92. Floor boss. It's a black dragon. That's when everyone thought of one thing. Without Orin, they couldn't beat this monster. So, a black dragon. Black scales that are like tar, almost immune to any kind of attack. This monster is a 1-2 punch with a human. This dragon's aura is simply terrifying. Only one question Oliver had. What is this dragon doing here? It's worth saying that the bosses in the south of the Great Labyrinth should be located every 10 floors up to 90. And from 91 every floor. The floor boss is called a powerful monster, because it is impossible to defeat the likes of him in close combat. And the range of the boss is limited to its location. Thus, the boss cannot go beyond its territory and attack directly. In addition, the black dragon is the floor boss of the last 2 levels. Therefore, he shouldn't be here with a group of heroes. Oliver knew that they definitely couldn't gain the upper hand now, especially since the dragon was out of its zone. How is that even possible? When the dragon finally landed, it immediately roared. This one was so strong that it threw the group off. Oliver was dumbfounded by such terrifying power, for the roar alone had thrown them off. Seeing that the girls were already on their feet and Derek was still lying down, Oliver asked the boy if he was alright. Fuyo at this time stood like a dumbfounded and could not move. Oliver realized. This is not good. It seemed to him that this situation was similar to when Derek had used his power against Orin. Oliver decided he should back off. At that moment, he was accosted by. It was Luna. She sat over an exhausted Derek and argued that they had no chance of winning, so Oliver should give the order to retreat. But Oliver knew that even if the group did, the monster would continue to chase them. Then, the guy decided that he had no other choice. He walked over to Fuyo and started shaking her by the shoulders to bring her to her senses. Fuyo stepped back and Oliver asked her to be a support for him. Oliver himself planned to fight the dragon. The guy increased his strength and thought it was enough for him. The situation was critical, so Oliver couldn't do anything else. At that moment, Oliver's sword was illuminated with light, and he prepared for battle, hoping to see who would defeat whom. The lad then used magical concentration. Fuyo looked at Oliver's sword being illuminated with light with great surprise. Luna, however, explained that this unusual ability was possessed by Oliver himself, and he needed no one for it. In that case, Fuyo was insistent, does that mean they can defeat this dragon? To which Luna replied that the chance of victory is high, because Oliver gets rid of monsters with this power. Initially, however, there was no need to use it. The girl claimed that Oliver's ability activates a magical barrier around its bearer and concentrates all the power in the sword. In other words, absorbs the energy and then spews it out. Thus, this golden flash that is now emanating from Oliver carries great power. Luna's words were true. This is Oliver's main trump card. Heavenly Flash. With these words, Oliver struck the dragon with his sword. The dragon was illuminated with light and became completely invisible. Oliver already thought he had won. During the last raid, Oliver had deprived the dragon of its wings with this skill. Thus, the guy believed that the same thing had happened this time and now the dragon wouldn't be able to take off. The guy argued that without its wings, the black dragon was not as agile and now it couldn't keep up with the guys, so they could retreat. But as the boys were about to retreat, a silhouette reappeared in the mist. The dragon rose up and was full of strength. It didn't have a scratch on it after Oliver's blow. While Oliver was looking at the dragon and coming to his senses, Eri saw the dragon about to attack Oliver with its tail. The girl only had time to shout to Oliver to be careful, but it seemed to be too late. The dragon swept Oliver up with its tail with great speed. Everyone was horrified as they watched the gerbil drive Oliver into the ground. But Oliver survived. Now he just didn't understand why his skill hadn't worked. Did that mean the hero group had lost to the black dragon in a dry run? At this point, Luna ran up to Oliver and asked incredulously if he was okay. Oliver only asked the girl to tell him something. What should they do? Oliver was terrified and desperate. He had no idea what they should do now. Luna thought that the leader should be the one to decide what the group should do. The girl asked the confused boy to pull himself together. In the end, Luna decided that the bottom simply had no choice and suggested that Oliver use the changeable door. So, the fickle door forcibly connects 2 spaces. To use it in the maze, it requires a special item. The door can move the hacker to another location. However, the moving point is a random room with a floor boss. Luna thought that this way they could escape from the Black Dragon, even though they would be transported to a room with a different boss. In the end, Oliver felt that Luna was right. He turned to the others and explained that they would now use the variable door. As soon as they did, there would be a warp in space, and they would have to jump in. Although Oliver was hurt to know it, but this time the group of heroes lost. At this point, the guy made a door. Then he shouted to the boys to start going through the door. But the dragon seemed to have the same plans as the guys. He roared again and cut off the boys' path to the door. Oliver was dumbfounded at this, for the Black Dragon had been so clever before. At the same time, the dragon was heading straight for the Rejuits, who were about to enter the door. Oliver realized that he had to retreat and ordered the group to jump to the sides. The dragon swept past the group and fortunately didn't hit anyone. Luna could not believe her eyes. Could the dragon be anticipating their actions? At some point the boys realized that the dragon was flying straight at the door. As the deacon flew towards the door, there was an explosion. The boys started to close their eyes. They did not realize what was happening. When the smoke cleared, the dragon was gone. Everyone was terrified. Angry, on the other hand, thought they were saved, so the girl was glad it had turned out that way. Luna was horrified by these words. She angrily asked Anri how could she even say such a thing. Anri just didn't seem to understand what it all meant. Oliver, on the other hand, realized that the situation was indeed worse than ever. After all, the Black Dragon had moved into the room with the other boss. And now the unsuspecting researchers might encounter him. And now Oliver didn't even suspect the fact that the door could work with monsters. In that case, Derek asked what should they all do. Oliver said that the first thing they should do was to go back to the guild and leave a request for forced return. Derek didn't even know what this forced return of yours was and asked about it. Luna explained that forced return is the ability of the guild card to move all adventurers from the maze outside. Derek was surprised to learn that a guild card could do such a thing. Philia, on the other hand, argued that they had no choice, given that they did not know where the dragon was. Oliver, meanwhile, thought about the fact that they would probably get a hefty fine for this act, but Oliver also knew that they were still not in a position to think about it now. So, the guy decided to hurry up. He couldn't even believe this was happening. And as the group rushed through the Great Southern Maze, Oliver was accosted by Luna. She wanted to talk about the way forward. The girl argued that they had a duty to find and slay the Black Dragon, but with their current lineup they couldn't do it. Therefore, Luna thought that the group should bring Orin back and already comb every room with the boss together. These words surprised and even angered everyone. Derek didn't understand if Luna wanted to replace Philia Orintham in this way. The boy thought that Luna was just joking. But the girl claimed that she was absolutely serious. Luna realized that what they had done to Orin was just awful, so it was extremely shameful to ask him for help, but she also knew that they couldn't cope without Orin. The girl knew that today Orin should be with the silver rabbits in the maze. Because of that, she was determined to try to convince Orin to help the group of heroes once everyone was teleported to the surface. Derek, on the other hand, asked Luna to wait. He argued that they didn't need Orin at all and Luna's plan was not going to happen. The guy thought that today was just not their day and that abilities had nothing to do with it. But Luna believed it and tried to open the eyes of the others. She turned to Oliver and asked if he remembered what she had talked about before the Black Dragon appeared. About the decline of the group. Oliver remembered everything, but didn't understand what Luna was getting at. Then the girl declared that it had always been like that, and nothing had changed about her or the other members of the hero group. In that case, Oliver wondered, what was the matter according to Luna? After all, everyone could see that even his celestial flash did not do any damage. Oliver wondered why his strongest skill didn't work according to Luna. Luna knew the answer to that question, and the answer was simple. The girl claimed that it was because Orin wasn't with them. Luna said that the gain was too low so the flash was worthless. The girl thought that it was safe to say that all the guys had now seen the real power of Oliver's skill. These words made Oliver not even remotely angry. But Luna stood her ground. After all, to enhance Oliver's defense, Derek's attack and Ares' magic power, Orin had created his own unique spells. Luna then asked Oliver if he knew how support magic worked, to which Oliver replied that the power of the boost depends on the caster, and the range of the buff depends on who the effect is cast on. Also, the average duration of the effect is 3 minutes. After that time, the caster must simply refresh the buffs. After telling this, Oliver asked Philia if he was right. To which Fuyo replied that everything is true but there is something else. Fuyo explained that the reinforcement could not last 2 minutes. Since all the chonam of the squad have magic resistance an order of magnitude higher than normal. Especially Oliver's resistance. Thus, the buff lasts for barely a minute. Oliver was dumbfounded upon hearing those words. He was confused, because he thought that Fuyo's skills were superior to Orin's, which meant that there was no point in replacing her. Luna replied that Oliver was right in his own way and Fuyo's skills themselves were better. However, that's assuming that Orin would use the same principle of reinforcement as everyone else. But things are far from that simple. Oliver, on the other hand, didn't understand what Luna meant yet. Luna, however, explained that Orin was well aware that his skills were many times inferior to those of the other chillers. Therefore, in order not to be inferior to them and to make up for this deficiency, Orin had developed several unique spells. Oliver thought that it was because of these spells that Orin was inferior to the other cheerleaders. But Luna argued that Oliver was wrong. The girl argued that Orin had surpassed all the other hitmen. After all, thanks to his new skills, the guy had managed to raise the effect of amplification by 50 times. Hearing such a figure, Oliver was dumbfounded. Fuyo, on the other hand, argued that it was simply impossible. After all, even Selma, who was dubbed as the strongest chiller on the continent, could impose barely 10 times the amplification. Luna, on the other hand, said that Fuyo might not believe her, but it was true. The girl claimed that this effect didn't last even a second, but Orin had successfully used these buffs in real combat. Because of that, Luna believed that it was because of Orin's spells that the group of heroes were able to achieve such successes. Then Oliver asked Luna if she wanted to say in her own words that the power of his skill was Orin's merit. To which Luna replied that it was. And Oliver and Aries' success lay in Orin's unique spell. The girl claimed that Oliver, by combining with Orin's support magic, greatly reduced the time it took to activate the powers. Luna believed that if they managed the time properly, they could tear off the Black Dragon's wing. Finally, Oliver understood everything. Then Luna turned to Aries. The girl claimed that Aries had mistaken Orin's support magic for her own power. Luna said that she and Orino had tried very hard to hear the deacon, but they had been unsuccessful. And Aries had only been able to use medium-level magic that was easy to activate lately. Thus, it was likely that Aries would no longer be able to use high-level magic that required more time and concentration. Aries was horrified upon hearing those words and realized that it meant that it was not worth removing the buff. Luna, on the other hand, said that the group of heroes were already at level 86 when Aries first joined. Thus, Aries had simply taken a comfortable position. Still, Orin tried to persuade the girl to take the middle level, but Aries refused just because it was too troublesome. Aries was infuriated that Luna was telling the plain truth. In that case, Derek asked if that meant that his attack was also boosted by Orin, to which Luna replied that that was the case. Thus, despite the instant activation, Derek's power becomes maximized. Moreover, when the buff time expires, even though the equipment and magic are repeatedly enhanced by Orin's spell, there is no feeling of heaviness in the body. And surprisingly, it even surpassed the support magic. These words of Luna once again dumbfounded everyone. Luna realized that she was repeating the same thing for the 100th time, but she hoped that the guys now understood why she was adamantly against Orin's exclusion. Now Oliver understood everything. But it was too late. Finally, the group of heroes made their way outside. There they were spotted by other adventurers. They said that the group had traveled to the depths of the dungeon in the morning with a new chiller and were on their way back. The adventurers thought that it was all thanks to the news that the guys had passed level 94 with ease and speed. But they didn't know yet what happened in the maze. They only thought the group of heroes were incredible braves and the hope of all explorers, because the monsters of the depths are the most dangerous. Oliver, on the other hand, didn't even know if his group could still be called heroes. He realized that it was because of them that all the explorers of this labyrinth were now in danger. Thus, the group no longer had the right to be called heroes after missing the Black Dragon without a scratch. Oliver realized that the problem had to be solved as soon as possible. Finally, Oliver realized that they couldn't do it without Orin. A few hours before this incident, a squad of silver rabbits had been assembling for one last foray into the Great Southern Maze. Orin, of course, was also present for this sortie. And strangely enough, the lad had a bad feeling about it. So, the last day of exploring the labyrinth with a group of newbies. Today is the end of it all. The squad is now already on level 36 of the Great Southern Maze. Today the boys will have to complete levels 36 to 50. Upon reaching level 51, the squad will return back with the help of the transition crystal. Orin understood. As before, the difficult magic for beginners and the boss battle is the responsibility of the leaders. Therefore, it wouldn't take long. But something was still bothering Orin. The guy felt that the atmosphere in the labyrinth today was very oppressive. With a glance at Logan, Orin even sang to speculate that this atmosphere could be explained by Logan's gaze. In the end, Orin decided to just not think about it, because he had more important things to do right now. He turned to Caroline and asked her to step back with him for a moment. Smiling, Caroline asked Orin what was wrong. Orin, on the other hand, said he wanted to give the girl some advice for the future. This interested Caroline, so she began to listen intently to Orin. Orin, on the other hand, reminded Caroline of yesterday's battle. In that battle, he noticed that Caroline tried to kill the enemy herself. Therefore, Orin tried to explain to the girl that that was not the role of a protector. The young man argued that Caroline only needed to get the enemy's attention and she should leave the rest to her allies. But Caroline believed that if she did as Orin told her, her other allies would have a hard time. That's why the girl always goes to fight on the front line. The girl wasn't going to listen to Orin. She only asked him if there were any techniques to make it easier to fight solo. Then Orin again tried to explain to the restless girl that one should not always rely on oneself. So the young man asked Caroline to try to work together with the team from now on. And to make sure that the girl listened to him, Orin gave the example of Albert, whom he had heard about from Selma. Albert, being a former Silver Rabbit ace, relied on his allies. So, Albert's sensible. He is the strongest of the Silver Rabbits. Albert died last year in a battle with a level 92 boss Black Dragon. According to Selma, Albert's absence weakened the Silver Rabbit clan considerably. Because of that, they had to cede their leadership position to the hero group. Even Orin knew that the Black Dragon was very dangerous even for heroes. In the worst case scenario, someone could die fighting it, like Albert. But Caroline also knew that Albert died while covering for his partner who was supposed to protect him. After his death, the partners only became less cheerful. Nothing else had changed. Caroline argued that this was why she saw no need to keep anyone close to her. After all, if only she fights on the front lines, the others will be safe. Taking a good look at the expression on Caroline's face, Orin realized that he, an outsider, should not have interfered. He understood everything and had nothing more to say. The young man only asked the girl to do her best today. Caroline looked at Orin and then smiled and agreed to do her best today. Caroline then went to the group with the idea that she would have to do her best. At that moment, Sophia approached Orin. Orin immediately asked if anything was wrong. Sophia, as it turned out, just wanted to ask something. The girl was curious to know what skills she lacked and what she should do to become stronger. At this point, Orin wondered, what is Sophia lacking? Sometimes the girl Pepabarsva with the brains of the magic used. So he decided to answer in a way that would not hurt her feelings. He said that first he wanted to know how Sophia understood magic. The young man asked the girl to try to explain it to him. Sophia then began to tell him that the power to control the air and cause different reactions when interacting with the world around us is called magic. Originally, only demonic beasts possessed magic, so magic techniques were developed against them. With the help of magic techniques, people who cannot wield magic cause reactions that are close to it. After listening to Sophia, Orin realized that she had basically answered correctly. To be more precise, technique is the process of turning magic power into a phenomenon. In other words, magic technique and magic are one and the same. But Orin realized that this fact might confuse some people, so he decided not to tell Sophia this. Nash only asked what the girl knew about activating magic. Sophia argued that magic activation has two stages. The first is the construction of technique, and the second is the inflow of magical power. Technique construction is a derivation of a magic spell by changing the power and range of action from the basic formula of magic techniques. The inflow of magical power involves releasing the constructed technique outward. Listening to Sophia again, Orin was surprised, for her answers were too good for a beginner. The young man praised the girl and realized that she was really good at magic. For these words, Sophia thanked her mentor. Orin then stated that he would teach the girl higher level techniques. These words of Orin clearly inspired Sophia. Her eyes glistened. A short while later, the Silver Rabbit squad was already at the 40th level of the Great Southern Labyrinth. And Orin and Sophia continued to talk. It was about the parallel connection, which Sophia didn't know anything about yet. But Orin explained to the girl that parallel conjunction is like making sentences out of words. That is, the caster combines several techniques at the same time. Orin felt that it was not even an exaggeration to say that it was necessary for advanced mages. Sophia thought about the words about combining several techniques at the same time. The girl thought it all sounded complicated, so she began to doubt that she could do it all. Orin, on the other hand, claimed that everything depended on effort. Thus, if you tried hard enough, anyone could do it again. Orin also added that Logan had also used a similar technique before and some people could combine up to 10 techniques at the same time. This number made Sophia even horrified. The girl then asked why was the knowledge of parallel unification so important. Orin explained that there are 4 kinds of magic: beginning, intermediate, advanced, and special. Special level magic is used at high levels. But even at low levels, there are many demons that cannot be killed using just one technique. Orin argued that even if one repeats a technique, it takes time for it to activate. At that moment, the mage is most vulnerable. This is why parallel unification is convenient. Orin said that when the construction of one magical technique is half completed, the construction of another technique begins at the same time. In this way, the mage is more efficient in disposing of magic. Finally, Sophia realized that having time to spare was always a good thing. But the girl wondered if the demons of low levels are so strong? Orin replied that these demons would be harder to defeat using only one technique. Orin also added that it is possible to fight with a team using medium-level magic with a small attack scale. Thus, the effectiveness of magic depends on how Sophia will use it. Sophia really liked everything that Orin told her. It was very educational for her. She decided to do her best to learn parallel unification. Orin, on the other hand, praised the girl and only asked her to try her best. The young man was confident that Sophia would soon be able to fight at the intermediate level, and it would be a good idea to ask the elders of the clan to help her with her training. Sophia immediately thought of Selma and felt that she would be happy to take on the task. But Sophia still thought that Orin would be more suited for the role of teacher. She said this out loud so that Orin heard. These words puzzled him a little, and the girl, looking at the puzzled Orin, even began to stammer. But pulling herself together, Sophia still asked if Orin was against him being her teacher. Orin was both surprised and puzzled. He had said he could teach Sophia, but at the same time he was also thinking of Selma, who clearly would not be thrilled to have her little sister taught by a guy other than her. Orin only hoped that Selma would allow him to tutor Sophia, since he was an outsider. Hearing those words, Sophia was over the moon. Sophia, on the other hand, thought that Selma was bound to let Orin teach her, for her little sister was always kind to her. Orin realized at this moment that Sophia really had a very good opinion of her sister. Apchi. A while later, the squad reached the boss's territory. Sophia wished Orin good luck, for it was his turn to fight. Orin said goodbye to Sophia and promised to return soon. The level 40 boss turned out to be a big guy with a club and several arms. The last of the leaders finally came and reported that all the newcomers were safe. In that case, Selma suggested that they start destroying the boss. This battle was the first time the boys had fought together. So Selma asked them to act according to their roles. Bernard and Ansem asked Orin to take care of them first. And Orin only asked the boys to rely on him. This time Orin was a support, and he was going to do his best. The young man expected to massacre the monsters in a matter of seconds. Bernard and Asen laughed and thought that Orin was just joking, because dealing with a monster in a matter of seconds was impossible. Caroline and Sophia were watching the leaders nearby at this time. Orin saw the girls and asked them not to leave that place. Sophia looked at the leaders and realized that it was the first time she had seen them fighting shoulder to shoulder. Finally, the leaders began the battle. Sophia looked at the amazing strength of each of them. She realized that the newcomers' fights with their enemies were completely different from what she was seeing now. So the two defenders distract the boss. Orin does his part in the rear. The three attack the lower limbs while the upper body is attacked by Selma and Katie with magic. It seemed to Sophia that it was perfect for the first battle. After all, everyone had performed their duties to the best of their ability. And after a couple of minutes, the monster was defeated. Here it was a power of a special level. The girls were surprised at how quickly the leaders finished. Sophia looked at the leaders and thought that she too wanted to fight strong monsters. The girl really wanted to be like the leaders as well. When Orin returned to the group, the guys praised him for his excellent work. At this time, Bernard approached Ansem. Ansem, on the other hand, couldn't believe that they had finished with the boss in a matter of seconds, just as Orin had said. But one thing the boys didn't understand. How? Ansem positioned that this time they had just encountered an unsturdy boss, so that was why they had defeated him so quickly. After all, Orin's sword skills were barely a rank. Bernard agreed with Ansem. After all, Orin himself said that he hadn't picked up a sword in a long time. Suddenly, Ansem had a moment's hesitation. He noticed that the monster was behaving strangely, as if it was being controlled by someone. At this point, Bernard began to guess. He would ask Ansem if he thought it was Orin's doing? Ansem didn't deny it, but he didn't know for sure either. The lad decided to reflect on what had happened during the battle. So, before the monster wanted to strike, since any animal first thinks of attack tactics, Orin, anticipating this, hit vulnerable points, thus preventing the attack. Thus, despite taking up the sword for several years, Orin's intuition is very well developed. Bernard didn't even realize whether it was possible to maintain such a state of mind and then holding a sword in his hand. Ansem also had a hard time believing it. But he reminded Bernard that Orin had said yesterday that he was aiming to single-handedly capture the deepest part of the labyrinth. Ansem thought that was why Orin was so serious. Ansem admitted that he was encouraged after listening to Orin. The lad thought that Orin would make every effort for the coveted. Bernard, on the other hand, felt that in that case Orin would have to work long and hard. Bernard knew that Orin was a very clever, strong lad, so he believed that he would succeed. Ansem, meanwhile, assumed that the leaders would have the same story in the battle with the level 50 boss. After a while, the leaders were already standing in front of the level 50 boss, a huge crab. The guys were determined to finish this kid off and complete their mission. Selma cheerfully suggested that the leaders should rather defeat the boss and go home. And the leaders only gave a friendly cheer. Orin's first thought was to cut off the boss's left claw, and the rest of the guy asked the others to cover for him. But Bernard doubted that Orin would be up to the task. Orin at this time had already swung his sword to cut off the crab's claw. For such an occasion, Orin even used an instant hyper enhancement ability. So, it was time for Orin to use his original magic. The leaders were dumbfounded as they watched Orin cut off the boss's claw with a single blow. So, instant hyper enhancement ability. It takes less than a second to activate. It's a technique that increases equipment and magic power by 100 times. Instant hyper enhancement is a unique magic developed personally by Orin. It's a kind of cheat that Orin discovered by accident. This technique often saved the guy at high levels. So, the monster's claws were ripped off. All the boys had to do was break the shell. Selma praised Orin for his excellent work. Then the leaders rushed to the attack in friendship. Then things got underway. In less than 5 minutes, the boss was killed. This was how the level 50 capture was completed. The leaders returned to their groups after the final boss battle. And Orin's mission was completed at this point. The guy realized that he had fun with this group. Orin was very glad that everything had gone without incident. He was now looking at a joyful Sophia, who was waving goodbye to him. But suddenly, behind the girl's back, Orin discerned a silhouette. A black dragon. It appeared out of nowhere and was heading straight for Sophia, who had not yet suspected anything and had just seen Orin's frightened look. When the girl turned around, however, she was terrified and couldn't even jump aside. Orin was confused. Black dragon? The boy couldn't believe his eyes. Thus, Orin's worries turned out in the worst possible way. Having conquered the level 50 boss, all the explorers were satisfied, but suddenly space distorted and he appeared. Because of the hero group's mistake, this creature moved here. For there was no way it could be on this floor. A tyrant that would take the lives of the explorers of the deep in the blink of an eye. His name is the Black Dragon. Selma at this time was as terrified as the others. The girl recognized that aura. She realized that the black dragon in front of them. But Selma didn't know yet, where did this monster come from here? Terrified, everyone was terrified. The leaders realized how serious it was, unlike the newcomers. When the dragon opened its jaws and let out flames, Selma decided to give orders quickly. But the girl was stopped by something. She realized that she couldn't move at all. Her body was not listening to her at all. Turning her head, Selma realized that she was not the only one paralyzed with fear. Everyone was scared. In that case, the girl didn't understand what to do. At that moment, Orin shouted at the top of his voice, addressing the leaders. He shouted that they needed to quickly protect the newcomers. Selma at that moment realized that Orin was the only one left in his. The girl surmised that the guy was just not a first-timer. In the end, Selma felt that Orin was right and needed to be braver. The leaders came to their senses and started trying to protect the newcomers. Kathy's first order of business was to create a barrier. Bernard and Ansem were also at the ready at this time. They took a defensive stance and only waited. The boys had to fend off the dragon's attack. Selma had high hopes for the boys, for it was up to them to make sure that the newcomers survived. However, the two who had taken the defense with magical support were taking a big risk. Standing in front of the fire vortex directed towards them, they could feel death approaching. At that moment, Orin sprang into action. He used instant mega increasing abilities to barrier Bernard and Ansem. At that moment, the magic barrier glowed, causing everyone watching to be astonished. Thus, Orin's unique magic called instant mega ability enhancement strengthened the barrier tenfold in a split second. In the end, the dragon wave covered the squad. For a couple of minutes, only smoke was visible. But when the smoke cleared, the leaders showed up alive and unharmed. Everyone exhaled. Orin was just as glad as the others, for everything had turned out all right and everyone had survived. But the question remained unanswered. Why is a level 94 dragon on here? Besides, there wasn't much room for deep monsters to move around. Orin's next thought horrified him. He surmised that the residence area of the depth monsters had expanded. But even so, this was too low for the black dragon. Orin knew that there was no way this monster could be here. So what happened on level 94? That was something the squad didn't know yet. They didn't know about the hero group's fatal mistake. Orin's only concern at this time was how would the squad get out of here alive. He thought about the fact that the crab boss of this level had already been defeated, hence level 51 was open and there was not much left to the transition crystal. Thus, Orin thought that they could make it to the crystal if they hurried. But looking at the others, Orin realized that this option was not suitable for them. None of the squad could move. In other words, only Orin could now run away and save himself. Orin knew that the dragon probably liked it here, because there was a large concentration of magic in the crowd. The boy realized that he could very well escape. But there was no way he was going to do that. Then the hero realized. He would have to fight the black dragon. Although Orin's task was only to bring the newcomers who had become explorers to level 51, but he couldn't abandon them now. Therefore, the young man was going to save all the guys without exception. Orin realized that he would have to forget about the escape options since many couldn't move. Thus, to save everyone, the only thing left to do is to fight and win. Orin simply has no other choice. Tashta, without thinking long, Orin rushed towards the dragon. Selma saw this and called out to the boy, but it was too late. Orin was already rushing fearlessly towards the dragon with all his might. After seeing the dragon up close, Orin decided to run his sword into the dragon's eye. Bernard and Ansem were watching and did not understand what Orin was trying to achieve. But suddenly they understood. Orin wanted the dragon to close his eyes. He did this in order to attack the monster from the air using instant hyper-increasing abilities. When Orin struck the dragon, the entire area lit up with light. Orin, on the other hand, jumped to the ground after the blow. Selma was trying to see through the smoke whether Orin had succeeded in defeating the dragon. But suddenly, the monster's eyes glittered again. It reappeared before the troop and roared deafeningly. Orin was not surprised. He had expected that the dragon would not be so easy to defeat. At this time, Selma called out to Orin and asked if he was all right. To which the boy replied that he was fine. He only asked Selma and the other leaders to do their best to protect the newcomers. Orin stated that he planned to fight a dragon. The guy assured that he had a chance of winning, so there was no need to worry. Orin asked Selma and the rest of the leaders to stay put, because the newcomers were very scared. The guy promised the guys to be sure to protect them. And even though Orin was told to stop, the boy didn't listen to anyone. The guy only thought that first of all he had to attract the monster's attention. To do this, Orin did some clever manipulations. He succeeded. The dragon noticed the young man. The dragon didn't bother and opened its jaws and let out a huge lump of flame, which it directed directly at Orin. Orin noticed it, did not rush. He waited for the moment when the flame came as close to him as possible. Right now, the young man only hoped that he could repel the monster's attack with his mere technique. And with the flames already in front of his nose, Orin used a reflective barrier. And the guy succeeded. The dragon's attack reflected in Orin's barrier and headed back into the monster's mouth. The newcomers watching Orin reflect the monster's attack were delighted. They didn't understand what kind of magic the guy was using. So, the reflective barrier. This is another original technique of Orin that has the effect of reflecting the attack against the barrier. The peculiarity of the technique is that the attacks are always reflected perpendicular to the barrier. Now Orin was more interested in how the dragon tasted his own flames. The fact that Orin had repelled the attack clearly infuriated the dragon. It roared deafeningly again. Selma, seeing that the dragon was still unharmed, was horrified. But Orin didn't seem to be much surprised. Now the lad was getting serious. He began to strengthen his skills in every possible way. So, strengthening all parameters. There are 6 basic types of support magic. Strengthening defense, strengthening techniques, strengthening flexibility, strengthening strength, strengthening survivability, strengthening mana. The essence of the technique called strengthening all parameters is to build and activate all types at the same time. This is a very complicated technique that only high-level mages like Fuyo can handle. She used such a technique on Oliver in the last battle. At this time, Selma was diligently observing Orin. She noticed that he was using the amplification of all parameters. But the girl knew that nevertheless, the power of Orin's support magi had increased by about 2, and that wasn't enough. In that case, Selma wondered if she should buff Orin. Orin, at this moment, in addition to boosting all the parameters, was also using overlay. Seeing this, Selma was astonished. At this time, Orin began to increase the size of the overlay. 3 times. 4-fold. And finally, the final one. 5-fold magnification of the entire Maznost. Selma looked at Orin and couldn't believe her eyes. This was the first time she had ever seen the superimposition effect on this technique. And even at 5 times the size. It was the aura emanating from Orin that frightened Selma. Looking at the all-powerful Orin, the girl couldn't imagine how powerful he was right now. Orin, meanwhile, began to approach the dragon. The dragon roared again and swung its tail at Orin. And when the dragon's tail seemed to have already struck Orin, the young man simply vanished. He moved to another place with lightning speed. The guys watching Orin just didn't realize what had happened. They looked for the guy with their eyes for a long time and finally found him. Orin held onto the stone wall with one hand so that he wouldn't fall. Thus, Orin had traveled a great distance in the blink of an eye. Selma couldn't stop looking at Orin with stunned amazement. It seemed to her that this was no longer like a normal increase in physical ability. In that case, what kind of technique was it? Support magic cannot be cast. Even if you use a support magic spell continuously, the effect of the previous one is reset. However, thanks to Orin's original technique, it is possible to cast them on top of each other. This technique is a magic bug. 5-fold superimposition means that the same spell increases the effect 5 times. Due to the fact that Orin can increase support magic by 2, in 5-fold superimposition it can increase up to 32 times. But this technique has 2 disadvantages. The first is that the technique does not buff anyone but Orin. The second disadvantage is that this technique can only be used in a short-term decisive battle. Right now, Orin was not feeling well, and his nose was bleeding. This is all because Orin is stacking 30 magic techniques at the same time. As a result, there is a heavy load on him. Finally, Orin pushed himself off the ground with a great desire to finish off the black dragon as soon as possible. It's worth saying that Orin and Oliver, in their distant childhood, caught a terrible tragedy. While the boys were doing sadhana, bandits robbed and killed every last one of them. The boys had nothing else to do but cry. They were left all alone and constantly visited the graves of their relatives and acquaintances. That day Oliver declared that he would grow stronger, and they could no longer be deprived of anything. Orin choked back tears and said that he too would become strong and henceforth no one would die in vain, regardless of the situation. And now, at the 51st level of the Great Southern Labyrinth, Orin is strong enough to protect the people he holds dear. Lest he lose again, Orin has become an explorer that seeks power and knowledge. And to protect everyone, all he needs to do is destroy the barrier in front of his eyes. Orin believed that there was nothing difficult here, and he just needed to defeat the enemy. But Selma, watching Orin, did not believe that the boy had decided to defeat the dragon alone. She believed that it must be incredibly difficult to construct an overlapping effect called increasing all power, which initially seemed beyond reality. But Selma realized that all she could do now was to protect the newcomers so that Orin could focus. Even so, the girl realized that the strain on Orin was still enormous. At this time, the dragon decided to take to the air. Orin also jumped up and hovered in the air, and the dragon had already swung its tail to attack the guy. Selma realized this is not good. After all, Orin is more vulnerable in the air. It would be easy to attack him there. Orin himself thought this move of the dragon was a great move. But there was no way the guy was going to retreat. Using magic again, Orin made a foothold for himself. Selma, seeing the support appear under Orin's feet out of nowhere, was shocked. Orin, on the other hand, already firmly on his feet, was able to exhale. Bernard was also surprised to see the air support. Selma, however, did not realize whether this support was Orin's handiwork or not. The girl had never seen anything like it. It really is also Orin's magic called magical concentration. It can only be used by Orin and Oliver. It's all about collecting and materializing magic. Oliver, on the other hand, uses this magic as an attacking magic, but it has a very wide range of uses. If you unleash this magic, it can be used to move through the air. Thus, Orin was already swiftly flying straight towards the dragon. Before hitting the monster with his sword, Orin used the sensitivity enhancement and stamina enhancement. And in the end, an instant mega ability boost. And then Orin still reached the dragon and struck its long neck with his sword. The dragon roared loudly from such a blow. It had indeed received a serious injury. Even the newcomers understood this. But it was obvious from Orin's face. It was too early to rejoice. And Selma realized this as she looked at the boy's tense face. At that moment, the dragon became angry again. Orin realized things were bad. But before the guy could react, there was an explosion. The leaders and newcomers stood back and didn't realize what was happening. Finally, through the smoke, Orin appeared, who still managed to dodge the dragon's attack. As it turned out, the dragon had changed the shape of the smoke coming from the explosion and was using it as a weapon. Sophia, watching this, didn't even know that the black dragon was capable of such a thing. Orin, on the other hand, surmised that this explosion was similar to magical concentration. The black dragon's main attacks are the fireball and the high-speed tail strike. But besides that, on the wall, the terrifying attack of this monster is the purple haze. This smoke can transform into a whip and sometimes into a spear, allowing you to attack the enemy from all sides. Previously, battles with the dragon did not have this many attacks. In other words, the real battle was just beginning. Orin decided to make the dragon attack at full power, so he used a fire flash. And while the dragon was distracted by this flash, Orin began to move closer to the monster. Then the guy again used the instant ability boost to hit the dragon again. But after hitting the dragon, Orin realized that this monster had an incredibly strong body. The guy had no choice but to retreat, since he couldn't do any damage on the dragon now. Orin's attempts to attack the dragon made the monster very angry. It roared again. The dragon then decided to attack the guy. Orin realized that the speed of the attack had increased dramatically, and he would no longer be able to dodge. In that case, the guy decided to prevent the attack. He instantly built a stone wall that could protect him from the dragon's attack. Orin then decided to distance himself from the monster. He realized that he had no choice. All he could do was to keep his distance from the dragon. The dragon at this time decided not to be ceremonious and destroyed Orin's stone wall. Seeing this, Orin was horrified. He clearly did not expect such a turn. At this time, the dragon also decided to attack Orin again. The situation was escalating. But this time too, Orin managed to repel the dragon's attack. The guy quickly used a reflective barrier. Orin was now safe. He was only glad that he had a namesake of reflective magic. At this time, the newcomers and leaders continued to only watch everything that was going on. Logan described this battle as terrifying. Sophia, on the other hand, was very worried about Orin at this time. Selma, looking at Orin, realized that now the guy could only dodge without being able to attack. The girl did not understand what to do and how to help the guy. Orin at this time remembered how he had fought the black dragon while still being part of the group of heroes. There Derek and Luna had ruled the blur, and Oliver and Eri had used the power of Pyro to destroy it. There was only one question now. Could Orin alone handle all these roles? Then, to motivate himself, Orin vowed that he would not lose. Not even relying on those guys in the hero group who kicked him out. Orin was determined to defeat this dragon himself, so he rushed to attack again. The dragon at this time was also about to attack the guy. Orin, seeing this, remembered that the dragon was very vulnerable during the attack, so he decided that this was his chance. Caroline at this time was looking at Orin carefully, and thought about the young man becoming a decoy and yet managing to dodge all the attacks to keep the newcomers safe. The girl also noticed that these dodges that Orin was doing were akin to the movements of the defenders. Orin was simply incredible. Even without Derek, he was able to dodge attacks on his own, and since the attacks were passing by, there was no point in the hit that Luna was responsible for. Oliver's physical attack was also not a problem for Orin. However, Anri's role, the essence of which is magic attack, caused the guy difficulty. At this moment, Orin pushed off from the last support and headed straight for the dragon. But when the lad struck the monster again, it was again unharmed. However, Orin was not upset about it. He realized that the main goal now was to attract the dragon's attention, not to kill it. So Orin acted differently. First, he decided to surround the dragon with magic spells. There were so many of them that the monster was even confused. Orin himself was surprised, for until then he had never used so many spells at once. Before the dragon realized what was happening, he was being squeezed from all sides. The dragon roared, but even so, Orin realized that this magic was doing almost no damage to the monster. That was why the guy had prepared something special. In an instant, an unknown force began to rain down on the monster from the magic circles. That's it, consistent reinforcement. Orin was already liking this arrangement better. Selma, meanwhile, was watching everything that was going on and was amazed to see that the magical attacks had intensified. So, sequential amplification is a special magical formula that is created before a spell. It absorbs magical energy from the air and fuels the spells with it, thus strengthening them. This formula is also the original magic created by Orin. Right now, the guy's magic was not inferior to Anri's magic power. But that wasn't the end of it. Consecutive amplification was followed by magical convergence. Thus, an incredible magical power covered Orin's blade. This was radically different from Oliver's golden blade. Orin's sword turned black, as if it had been soaked in darkness itself. And now, it was time to attack the dragon again. Heavenly Flash. From such an attack, the whole neighborhood lit up. Those watching could hardly see anything, but they were surprised, for they saw a great power. Orin decided not just to defeat the Black Dragon, but to fulfill the role of every member of the group. Such is his idea of the perfect swordsman. Orin was so loaded that blood was already flowing from his eyes. When the Heavenly Flash reached the dragon, the guy used an instant mega ability boost. At the very least, he should have stripped the monster of its wings, because the attack took a lot of energy. But what was the guy's surprise when the dragon appeared through the smoke with wings, and unharmed? Orin was puzzled. He thought about the fact that the dragon simply could not have dodged the flash. Then the guy looked at the dragon's severed tail, and realized that the monster had blocked his attack with its tail. Orin was sure that this was the first time the dragon had seen this spell and didn't understand how the dragon knew what it was. In any case, Orin needed to think about what to do next. It's worth saying that Orin didn't know that before appearing in front of him, the dragon had seen a similar attack from Oliver. The dragon realized what this attack was capable of, so it covered itself with its tail. The situation was getting worse. The dragon was about to take off. As the monster hung in the air, a terrible aura began to emanate from it. That's when Orin put all jokes aside. Things were about to get much more serious. Rushing towards the dragon again, Orin once again used magical convergence. The dragon at this time tried to attack Orin, but it failed. Orin at this time continued to rapidly approach the dragon with a loud shout. Suddenly, Orin felt that his time was running out. The boy quickly realized that he was running out of support magic. Suddenly, the young man was called out. It was Selma, who wanted to help Orin with his ability enhancement. But Orin realized that if Selma started using another support magic now, he wouldn't be able to activate convergence. Selma at this moment felt her magic dissipate. Orin, on the other hand, shouted out that he didn't need any help. The guy claimed that he was fine, and he asked Selma to protect the students first. At this moment, Selma realized that her magic had dissipated because of Orin's ability. The girl didn't realize if this meant that he didn't need her help at all. In that case, Selma decided to stay out of Orin's way to finish with the dragon as soon as possible. The girl only shouted to the guy to try his best. Orin at this time continued to rapidly approach the dragon, increasing all the characteristics. The guy created supports one by one and pushed off from them to get as close to the monster as possible. When the distance remained minimal, Orin swung his sword at the dragon. But the dragon was able to dodge Orin's attack, which surprised the boy very much. The young man realized that he had no chance in the air, so he must force the dragon to land. Orin believed that this was the only way to defeat this monster. Orin decided to first attack the dragon with his magic with consistent reinforcement. But no matter how hard Orin tried, he couldn't hit the monster. The young man knew that this skill had clear attack directions, so it was difficult for them to hit the dragon in the air. But the lad didn't give up. Therefore, Orin had something in mind. To begin with, he used the reflective barrier again when the dragon wanted to attack again. Then Orin changed the direction of the attack. In this way the guy managed to hit the dragon. Now the guy was sure that the monster would definitely not escape. So Orin used a lightning strike to weaken the dragon even more. The attack worked. The dragon roared in pain. Orin was in pain too. He had used too much magic, but the guy realized that it was no longer possible to retreat. He decided to use successive reinforcement to strengthen the spell. That's what Orin did. The dragon instantly lit up with light from paws to head. At this time Sophia gazed at the spectacle and marveled. Her eyes sparkled. The dragon continued to squirm in pain, and it seemed to Orin that the monster had already been caught. The guy used magic convergence again and had already swung his sword to attack the dragon again. Heavenly Flash. Instant Mega Ability Enhancement. Immediately after that, there was a large explosion. One could only see the dragon rapidly falling to the ground. When the monster reached the bottom, there was an entire earthquake. The newcomers thought that Orin had won and already wanted to rush towards him. But suddenly, the smoke cleared and the black dragon revealed itself again. Bernard and the others could see nothing, but the leaders realized that this was not the end. Selma, on the other hand, only failed to understand how Orin still hadn't given up even after such a. Sophia looked at her sister and saw Selma's admiration for Orin. It even surprised her, because before Selma's attitude towards Orin was quite different. But one thing the boys now knew for sure. Orin was their hero. At this time the dragon woke up and began to rise to his feet. But Orin was glad, for he had succeeded in pinning the monster to the ground. The dragon continued to exert a great deal of pressure, and Orin was quite weak. Selma realized this and was worried about the boy. The girl also felt the dragon's pressure and didn't understand how the monster still had so much strength. Orin, on the other hand, threw his sword on the ground at this time and decided to use something special in such a case. A magic blade. With these words, a black incomprehensible substance appeared in front of Orin. Selma looked at it and didn't understand what was happening. Orin at this time continued what he had started. From this pressure from Orin, the troop began to cover their faces. They could barely stay on their feet. No one realized what Orin was doing until a certain point. Finally, Orin ended the invocation, and Selma realized what the guy had done. A huge black blade appeared in Orin's hands. It was so big that it made all the squad members marveled. But those watching didn't realize where this blade had come from. They could only sense that there was a simply terrifying aura emanating from Orin. It seemed as if this sword was created from pure concentrated magic. So, a magic blade. It's such a spell created by fusing magic convergence and weapon creation. It condenses magic and forms a weapon. Even without using instant mega ability enhancement, the blade surpasses special class magic. Right now, Orin was clearly intent on attacking the dragon with this blade. The dragon also did not give up. It also attacked Orin with its mighty power. Out of excitement, Sophia even shouted for Orin to watch out. Orin himself saw how monstrous the dragon's attack was. The guy thought that this monster was also used to giving its best. In that case, the guy decided to use the already proven method. Reflective barrier. And when the dragon's attack was repelled again, Orin rushed forward again. The dragon kept attacking the approaching guy, but Orin also kept using the reflective barrier on the fly. Selma looked at this and couldn't understand why Orin was using so many reflective barriers. But in a moment the girl would realize. Now Orin was on top of the dragon, ready to attack the monster. At this time Selma realized that Orin was using the barriers as platforms to attack the dragon from above. Orin, on the other hand, was at this time using his weight gain. He continued to rapidly approach the dragon with a loud shout and fearlessness. And lastly, of course, the instant mega ability enhancement. And then a blow and only a bright light. The light was followed by an explosion. All those watching were forced to close their annuals to avoid being hurt. Nothing could be seen. The guys didn't know if Orin was okay or what had happened to the dragon. Finally, the smoke cleared and the troops saw the dragon's head lying on the ground. It was the severed head of the dragon. Victory. After another moment, the silhouette of Orin appeared behind the dragon. The lad was exhausted and standing on his feet only because he was leaning on his black blade. For a couple more moments the squad stood still, realizing that it was all over. Sophia came to her senses first. A smile appeared on the girl's face as she realized that her mentor had won the fight against the powerful Black Demon. Within moments, a crowd of newcomers and, of course, the leaders were rushing towards Orin. They ran to help Orin and congratulate him on his victory. The young man had prevailed and deserved to wear the title of hero again. Shortly before Orin defeated the Black Dragon, a group of heroes rushed to the Adventurer Guild with an urgent message. Luna nervously asked at least someone in the guild to call the head. The girl argued that there was no time to waste. At first, Luna wanted to say that they were from the Heroes Association, but the girl didn't finish and still said that they were from Golden Dawn. It should be said that now very often began to pop up Nyan Mem Heroes Association, but the official name of Oliver's group is the Golden Dawn. 9 years ago Orin, Luna and Oliver chose this name. Finally, a guild employee ran out to Luna. The girl's name was Eleanor. She was in charge of the Golden Dawn group and asked the guys to go to the meeting room. Eleanor also added that the guild head would be summoned right now. For that, Luna thanked Eleanor and the group went to the meeting hall. The first thing the group did in the meeting room was apologize for gathering everyone so suddenly. Luna turned to the guild leader named Leon Conti and the rest of the leaders and said that the group had a request for them. Leon then asked what the guy's request was. After this question, Luna asked Leon to bring back all the adventurers from the dungeon. The girl argued that even if force had to be used, it was necessary to get everyone outside. The guild leaders were perplexed upon hearing such a thing. Leon, on the other hand, simply remained silent. Admittedly, Oliver was the one who was originally supposed to lead these negotiations, but now he couldn't even squeeze out a word. Until now, Orin had been handling such matters. But Luna realized that she had to do something now, so she volunteered to talk to the head and the leaders. Leon at this time said that Force Return was a spell that needed a lot of people to prepare, so a very good reason was needed to start the preparation. Leon decided to take his time and asked Luna to tell what had happened. Luna only tried her best to be brief. And the girl promised to give details later. Luna said that the reason why she was asking for such serious measures was because there was a high possibility that the boss of the 92nd floor Black Dragon might move to other floors. This statement horrified Leon. Luna, on the other hand, continued to say that perhaps someone had already met the Black Dragon, and the adventurers would not be able to resist such a monster. The girl claimed that after the Force Return, the group would start hunting this dragon, but before that, Luna asked the head to use this spell and save people's lives. After these words, silence hung in the hall. Finally, Leon understood everything. He decided to listen to the details later, because right now, as Luna said, the situation was indeed critical. Leon wanted to solve everything by voting. He asked those who agreed to approve Luna's request to raise their hands. Luna, meanwhile, was only worried that the council members might not believe the information she said. The girl decided to prepare herself for any decision they might make. But as it turned out, no one objected to Luna's request. Thus, Leon agreed to honor the request. Luna was very happy to hear such an answer, so she thanked the council members. The girl was sure that she should thank Orin and the group owed him a debt of gratitude. Then Luna decided to ask Leon for something else. The girl asked the head to teleport all the adventurers from the 45th floor to the plane near the entrance of the labyrinth. Luna explained that a former member of the Golden Dawn, Orin, was just exploring those floors and she would like to join him. Leon didn't mind and decided to do so. He then decided not to hesitate and start soon. To begin, Leon asked all the leaders to use their magic power. At this time, Luna mentally only asked Orin to lend them his power. The girl wondered if they could get their old team back if everyone apologized and explained themselves to Orin. At this time, inside the dungeon, everyone was minding their own business. But suddenly, a magic circle appeared and everyone was transported outside. When the transference was successfully completed, Leon asked the group to defeat the Black Dragon. And the head himself promised to support all the adventurers who were still confused after the teleportation. After the group left the hall, Luna suggested that everyone should look for Orin. Derek, on the other hand, called Orin a loser. He doubted that they needed Orin. Guy claimed that it was unknown if those rumors about his power were true, so Orin was not needed by their group. Luna was simply taken aback by those words. Eri, on the other hand, picked up on Derek's words and added that the group had failed to deal with the dragon the first time they met, only because the monster had taken them by surprise. The girl claimed that they would have been done with the dragon by now if they had known in advance that it would show up. Luna was shocked. Even in such a situation, Derek and Eri continued to complain. Luna didn't understand how they could be so stupid. The girl thought that the guys just didn't understand everything yet and decided to clarify. Luna stated that they were currently the weakest S-rank group and there was no way they could defeat the Black Dragon. These words frowned at Derek and Eri, but Oliver only continued to remain silent. Derek indignantly began to prove to Luna that they were the strongest and would not lose to anyone. Luna was tired of repeating the same things. The girl claimed that they had achieved such success only because of Orin. Luna could especially single out Eri. The girl argued that without Orin's support, the group was no stronger than the A-rank adventurers and it was time for them to realize that. Derek was enraged. He clearly didn't want to accept this truth. The guy argued that they knew their place perfectly well. He also resented Luna insinuating that she was stronger than him. Luna, however, did not hide it. The girl was sure that she would certainly win if they fought. Derek drew his sword and swooped down on Luna, asking her not to get cocky, because it would be too late to beg for mercy. This only caused Luna to take a deep breath. She thought this action of Derek's was very foolish. And when the boy was about to attack Luna, he stood still. He didn't understand why he couldn't move. As it turned out, it was Luna who stopped Derek. All because she had the victory. As they say, which was to prove. Then the girl reiterated that it was worth finding Orin first, and then decide what to do. Luna simply did not accept objections. Looking at Oliver, who had not uttered a single word since the labyrinth, Luna wondered if Oliver was going to talk at all. A few minutes later, the group was already on the plain near the entrance to the dungeon. The adventurers crowded onto the plain, and the dragon hide could be seen behind them. It was then that Oliver spoke. He only shrieked loudly. The Black Dragon. Luna, on the other hand, asked Oliver to first take a closer look. The girl offered to come over and sort things out, because there are so many people. At that moment, one of the adventurers noticed that the heroes had arrived and asked everyone to disperse. The adventurers quickly parted and at the same time began to ask what had happened and what kind of dragon was it. As they approached the decapitated dragon, the heroes were horrified. They didn't understand how this could have even happened. Suddenly, Derek spotted someone in the crowd and pointed his finger. It was Orin, barely on his feet, leaning on his blade. Luna saw Orin and called out. Orin, however, heard it and turned round. The boy's gaze was lost and tired. He recognized Luna and said that she had come just in time. Orin then let go of the blade he was leaning on, and it just dissolved in an instant. As she approached Orin, Luna began to guess about everything. If Orin is here, it means that the silver rabbit in the night sky has defeated the dragon. But in that case, the girl didn't understand why, out of the entire group of rabbits, only Orin was injured. Orin, however, put his hand on Luna's shoulder and said that he was entrusting the rest to her. Luna remained silent. She understood little now. At that moment, the newcomers ran up to Orin. Logan started asking if they could keep the dragon. Sophia, on the other hand, was worried about the guy's condition and asked him not to overexert himself. Caroline et al. Was just happy that she was finally going to go home and rest. At that moment, Luna realized everything. The dragon that the group of heroes could not overcome, Orin had defeated alone. After that, Orin himself started to go home. He walked past the heroes and looked Oliver in the eye. Oliver was angry, but could say nothing to Orin. Orin, on the other hand, just walked past Oliver in silence without saying a word. Now the characters were angry. But why? That night Sophia sat down at the table to pee and at the same time to talk about today's busy day. The girl wanted to write a report that would only mention Orin. How a guy trained a squad and taught Sophia magic. Also how Orin single-handedly defeated a black dragon and saved everyone's life again. While the squad couldn't even step a foot, Orin protected everyone. It seemed to Sophia that the guy had an insanely cool expression on his face during the battle. After all, Orin usually has a kind face, but back then it was very serious. However, and in any case, Sophia thought that Orin was very cool. In the end, Sophia was once again convinced that Orin was very strong. At this point, Selma came home. Selma was very tired and could barely stand on her feet. Sophia noticed this but was not surprised, for Selma had done a good job today. The girl had not seen her little sister so tired for a long time. Selma, on the other hand, just walked over to the bed and collapsed on it. Sophia felt sorry for Selma, so she suggested that she take a bath before going to bed. Selma was ready to just go to sleep, but Sophia insisted. So the sisters went to the bathtub to relax. Sophia argued that a bath would definitely help Selma if she was very tired. Selma herself felt as if her fatigue had been lifted, so she thanked her sister. Sophia, on the other hand, was just glad that her sister was feeling better. Sophia then turned to Selma. She was worried that Selma had some kind of problem, for she looked very tired. Selma realized that Sophia was just worried and decided to ask her what she had been thinking during Orin's battle with the Black Dragon. To which Sophia replied that she was only thinking that Orin was incredibly strong. Selma admitted that she thought exactly the same thing. She would even say that Orin was too strong. The girl was more concerned about how Orin would be received by the newcomers. Sophia smiled and told Selma not to worry, because they had all made friends with Orin. Upon hearing these words, Selma was dumbfounded. She asked Sophie to tell her more immediately. Selma was so insistent that Sophia tell her what she had learnt while she was watching Orin's battle that she even frightened her little sister. Sophia asked Selma to calm down a bit, and Selma moved away from Sophia's face and apologized for her behavior. Sophia, on the other hand, said she recognized how Open fought. The girl thought that the guy's movements were incredible, and also he used magic that she had never seen before. Other than that, Sophia thought that it was just an ordinary battle. Selma then asked what about the role? Sophia, on the other hand, remembered that Orin also used both attacking and defensive pharmacy abilities. The girl said that she had learned about the basics of each role in the beginner's class, and Open had used everything he had explained in training. Selma said she felt as if Orin was fighting for everyone in the group. Sophia didn't notice it, but she learned a lot from the boys' fight anyway. Sophia claimed that she would try even harder to become as strong an adventurer as Orin. In the battle, Orin showed incredible strength. It seemed as if he was on a completely different level. Sophia, on the other hand, was completely different. Based on her own knowledge, she tried to understand what she saw. Because of that, Selma decided to praise Sophia, and in the report to thank Orin well for saving her. Remembering the moment when Orin asked her not to use support magic, Selma realized that they had completely different views of the world. Because of that, Selma wasn't going to give up and wanted to become stronger to stand shoulder to shoulder with Orin. But when would that day come? Selma had escaped from the manor, so she had no choice but to become an adventurer. The girl realized that her goal was too far away. Suddenly, Sophia decided to hug her baby sister. The girl confessed that she had always admired Selma. After all, Selma single-handedly added everything and many people give in to her. In addition, Selma showed Sophia that you don't have to always obey your parents' will and that everyone has their own mooth. Sophia thanked Selma for always taking care of her. Therefore, Sophia asked to be sure to tell her if there was anything she could do to help Selma. Selma liked these widows of Sophia's. She was once again convinced that her little sister was very sweet. The girl hugged Sophia and thanked her for her kindness. Sophia then decided to get out of the bathtub, and Selma said she would be out soon. Suddenly, Selma called out to Sophia and said that she had a favor to ask. The girl spoke of the fact that she and her little sister had not slept together for a long time, clearly implying that. Sophia liked such a proposal, so the girl happily agreed. Orin's next morning was clearly not going well. The guy was lying in bed and squirming in pain. He could safely call this morning the worst morning of his life. Orin used pain reduction magic, but he still felt just as bad. After yesterday's fight, the guy's whole body ached. Fortunately, even after using such magic, there would be no serious consequences. One could say that Orin was unspeakably lucky. Yesterday, he was able to return home alone. He was sorry to leave the guild guys behind, but at that moment, Orin was completely exhausted. Standing at the window, the guy thought about what happened afterwards. Orin thought that it would be rude if he went back now. Because of that, the guy decided to contact the guys from the Silver Rabbit in the night sky later. For now, it was time for Orin to head to the guild. Orin hoped that they would explain to him where the black dragon had come from and what they had done with its remains. When Orin arrived at the guild, everyone was already there. There was also a group of heroes present. The first thing guild leader Leon did was to thank Orin for his visit. Sitting across from the head, Orin thought about the fact that he probably should have come a little later. Leon at this time apologized to Orin for asking him to come so suddenly. He had only asked the boy to tell him what had happened yesterday. To Orin, however, it seemed more like an interrogation. The guy understood that the fact that the group had been on an expedition yesterday meant that they had reached the 92nd floor where the dragon was. In that case, Orin said that he didn't mind telling everything, but he wanted something explained to him first. Orin wanted to know what had happened to the dragon, for all he could tell was information about the battle itself. In that case, Leon asked Luna to tell the whole story again. So, what Luna said at the time was just awful. At that moment, Orin was just furious. And as for the dragon body, thanks to the help from the guild, the group was able to deal with it. Leon thanked Luna for all the narration and said that the dragon had moved through the passage to the 50th floor boss area. Selma, a guild member of the Silver Rabbit Guild in the night sky, told the guild about the situation. In that case, Leon was wondering if it was true that Orin had tackled the dragon alone. Orin, meanwhile, was only thinking about how pathetic the hero group was after all. Then Orin began to speak. He explained that he had indeed fought alone and had decided to report the details of the battle with the dragon in the form of a dungeon exploration report. The final grade is 2 points. Orin claimed that new battle tactics had been developed compared to previous experiences. At this point, angered by Orin's words, Derek decided to cut in. He stated that luckily for Orin the dragon was quite exhausted and wounded. Derek argued that Orin should be grateful that a group of heroes had saved his pathetic life. Orin, on the other hand, responded rudely to the man with the words that he was interfering with his report, so Derek should shut up and sit still. Derek didn't like being shut up and started to spout something about a group of heroes. But Orin wouldn't listen to the guy and just asked him if he understood what he was saying. So the guy decided to repeat himself. He again ordered Derek to shut up and not interfere with his report. Derek became even more angry. He called Orin a bastard and ordered him not to talk like that. Eri decided to intervene as well, and while supporting Derek, she asked Orin not to look down on him. The girl claimed that Orin has no idea what it cost them to fight that dragon. Orin realized that it was pointless to argue with these idiots, and turned to the guild head. Orin's patience had run out. He decided to say everything he had accumulated over the years. Orin started with Oliver. Orin claimed that he realized that this was an unusual situation, and the group was surprised that the boss had left his room. But Orin also didn't understand how the group could have traveled so deep when they only had a new wizard on their team. The boy knew that Luna objected to such a decision. Then there was a new question. Why had Oliver and the others ignored Luna? Did the group seriously think they could handle it since they had been on this floor many times before? Oliver remained silent. In that case, Orin felt that he had hit it right on the mark with his assumptions. Orin recalled what he'd said before, that they'd been very lucky to make it to floors 92 and 93. The boy had warned that with their present strength they would not be able to go any further. Orin claimed that even then the group was always in the situation that one wrong step and that was the end. Oliver woke up. He jumped up from his seat and shouted that this was why the group had decided to expel Orin. Oliver said that he thought that if he could find someone who could use support magic better than Orin, the group would be able to go deeper. Orin understood everything. Oliver just made a decision and most supported it. Orc understood that many wizards are capable of it, and why Oliver kicked the guy out. After all, Oliver is the leader of a group of heroes and they must conquer the Great Labyrinth, and for that Oliver needs only the best. Pounding his fist on the table, Orin said that he was angry at Oliver because he was dismissive of the support mages. But Oliver argued that this was not true, and he had replaced Orin only because it was necessary. In that case, Orin asked if Oliver had any idea how hard it was for wizards to go through the dungeon. What was it like for a newcomer? Oliver clearly did not understand this. Orin, on the other hand, argued that Oliver was the problem. He expected anyone to be on the same level as him right from the start. Orin tried to convey to Oliver that without his instructions the group would fail and would immediately fall apart. Guy argued that Oliver's group now deserved no higher than AB rank. These words angered Oliver even more. He claimed that the support mages were just putting reinforcements on the team, and the rest of the time they were holed up in a safe place. Oliver was sure that there was no point in support mages, because support magic could be learned by anyone. These words crested Orin's throat even more. Oliver didn't make any sense at all. Orin asked if he was being serious. Oliver argued that whether he was serious or not didn't matter. The guy was sure he was telling the truth. In that case, Orin decided to do things differently. He started telling the time that kept the group reinforced. Oliver, 61 seconds. Eri, 134 seconds. Derek, 186 seconds. Luna, 140 seconds. The heroes, however, did not understand what these numbers were and asked what it meant. To which Orin replied that it was the time how long the reinforcements of those would last. But the guy decided to explain further. On average, support mages use 3 reinforcements per ally. Each spell has a different activation time. Therefore, you need to constantly monitor the activation time. In addition, the support mages observe the overall situation and give out instructions. Now Orin asked Oliver a question. Would Oliver be able to cope with this task? Oliver, on the other hand, argued that it could all be learnt, and he could easily get used to it. Orin did not deny this, for Oliver was already an experienced adventurer. But what about a newcomer in the form of Philia? Orin didn't need to ask. He knew that as soon as the group entered the dungeon, they immediately started fighting, saying that it was a cohesion training. Orin argued that the length of the reinforcement depended on the target and was difficult to calculate. And if the heroes ran out of these reinforcements, they might just die. Orin constantly had to make a lot of information in his head, because the lives of his comrades depended on it. Now Orin asked Oliver the question again. Was it easy to do in his opinion? Orin argued that the group of heroes were just unspeakably lucky that they were able to return alive. And it was all thanks to their sorceress. Guy argued that the group should be grateful to Philia. These words of Orin made the group of heroes angry. They just didn't want to believe this truth. Then, when the heroes finally shut up and Orin had nothing else in the way of his report, the guy apologized to the chapter for the scene and decided to continue his report. When Orin had reported everything, Leon remarked that this lad's report was rather short. Orin thought that Leon was not satisfied with it and asked the fellow about it. But Leon argued that Orin's report on the contrary is perfect. The head argued that from other explorers' reports they understand how the explorers fought. In Orin's case, on the other hand, the information is well hidden. Orin thought that the report should tell the information about the dungeon, but tactics or unique spells didn't need to be reported. That's why the guy reported in this form rather than another. In that case, Leon decided to end it there, because Orin probably hadn't even had breakfast yet. At last Leon only wanted to hear Orin's plans for the future. Orin didn't mind, but he wanted to know the reason. The king explained that many groups would definitely want to invite Orin to their homes because of the recent events. That was why he wanted to know about Orin's future plans. At this moment, the newcomers from the Silver Rabbits immediately came to Orin's mind. The guy said that he wasn't planning anything yet and would just continue working as an adventurer. In that case, Leon asked if Orin had heard that the Great Labyrinth in the Sauber Empire had been conquered. To which Orin replied that he had heard that, but didn't understand why the head was asking about it. So now we are in the kingdom of Noctin. To the north of the kingdom is the Sauber Empire, which occupies the western part of the continent. There was also a great labyrinth there. About 3 months ago, the labyrinth was conquered. Orin heard that even the monsters had stopped appearing there. Leon, on the other hand, claimed that the explorers that were in the Empire had gone to dungeons in other cities. Therefore, taking this opportunity, the guild decided to keep an eye on the creation and dissolution of groups. The head realized that Orin was doing fine on his own, But if he still wanted to join somewhere, Leon only asked him to inform the guild. Orin understood and promised to report everything to Leon. Leon then thanked Orin for the visit and let him go home. As he left, Orin took one last look at the group of heroes and guild leaders. The atmosphere was gloomy. The guy knew that they were probably going to talk about the punishment for using forced teleportation right now. Somehow the whole situation made Orin smile. He only wished the boys to hang in there, and decided it was best to leave. The next day Selma showed up at Orin's house unannounced, so she apologized at once. The first thing the girl asked was how was the boy's health. Open replied that he was fine. The lad argued that it would have been better if he had come to Selma himself, for the girl must have had a lot to do. Selma, on the other hand, asked Orin not to worry about it. Orin didn't even expect Selma to come to him directly to the hotel. But he was glad that the girl had returned from the guild so quickly. Open had already guessed that Selma had come to talk about the reward and asked about it. To which Selma replied that she had indeed come about it. But before that the girl wanted to say something else to the guy. She decided to thank Orin for yesterday. After all, it was thanks to him that the squad finished the search without missing anything. Orin was surprised at this turn of events. He asked Selma to raise her head, because he thought that a powerful man like Selma should not lower his head in front of him. Selma, on the other hand, understood her position, but felt it was simply necessary. Selma continued to express her sincere gratitude to Orin. After all, the guy had saved the lives of many newcomers from her clan. Therefore, the girl didn't care about her position. She felt it was proper to express her sincere gratitude. After listening to Selma, Orin picked up on how honest the girl was. He thanked Selma in return and added that he was glad if the girl spoke like that. Selma then suggested that Orin get to the point and asked if Orin had time now. As it turned out, Orin had time just the same. Selma, on the other hand, invited Orin to go to the guild headquarters. The girl claimed that the head of the Silver Rabbits wanted to meet Orin. In that case, Orin decided not to hesitate and go with Selma to the guild right now. After a short while, the guys were already at the headquarters. The head of the Silver Rabbits in the night sky named Vince Briart was also the first thing he wanted to express his gratitude to Orin for saving his subordinates. Orin, however, did not accept the thanks in any way. The boy claimed that anyone would have done that in his place. Orin also noticed that people often bowed to him today. But Selma claimed that she thought not everyone would do that. Vince also thought that Orin could have just run away, and he would not have been accused of anything. But Orin did not run away and prevailed. Therefore, Vince allowed Orin to walk with his head held high. Then he placed his award on the table in front of Orin. Looking at the table, Orin saw platinum coins. It should be said that one platinum coin contains 10 gold coins. Vince, on the other hand, gave Orin 10 platinum coins, which means 100 gold pieces. Orin first thought that Vince had made a mistake and said that he had given him 10 platinum coins. Vince, however, thought that it was even too little since Orin had saved his subordinates from the Black Dragon. So Vince asked Orin not to refuse and take those coins. In that case, Orin still decided to take the coins. After tossing the bag of coins, Orin decided to go back to the inn. But Vince stopped the boy and said that he had something else he wanted to talk to Orin about right now. Vince decided not to be ceremonious and say it straight out. Adjusting his glasses, Vince asked Orin if he would like to join their guild. Orin hesitated. He realized that this was a direct invitation from the head of the guild. Vince was serious. He also added that he would like to see Orin in his guild as a creator, so he wanted to put the guy to the first squad. Vince claimed that he wanted Orin to be in the vanguard. After all, Selma's group is the strongest group in the guild. Orin was surprised that they wanted him in the vanguard just because of his performance in the battle with the Black Dragon. Vince at that time added that he could even give Orin a place as one of the leaders if Orin wanted to. These words shook Orin even more. The young man thought that it was not a good idea to put a young and inexperienced guy like him in the leadership. Selma, on the other hand, argued that there was no need to worry. After all, every leader is chosen for the department in question. And to become the head of the research department you only need experience in labyrinth research and the right skills. The girl thought that in this case, Orin had shown enough to become a supervisor. Vince, on the other hand, thought that in addition, Orin was educated, hardworking and reliable. Therefore, Vince thought Orin could be the leader of the clan. Orin just sat there and listened to the praise. It even made the guy feel uncomfortable. Selma, on the other hand, added that she would be very happy if Orin joined the clan and helped her, for she was the only leader in the research group at the moment. Orin thought again. To join the first squad in the vanguard and immediately take on the role of a leader. In other words, Orin would thus replace Albert, who had passed away last year. To be honest, the situation in the Silver Rabbit clan didn't concern Orin. He understood that they were considering him as a swordsman. That explained why they wanted to immediately throw the guy into the vanguard. But that pleased Orin and he couldn't say otherwise. But it also knew that Orin would have comrades again. Orin thought for so long that finally Vince said that Orin might not give an answer right now. He apologized to Orin for rushing the lad and asking him to think it over carefully and give an answer. Orin took that time to think about it and thanked Vince. A short time later, Orin found himself in the shop of his grandfather, who was obviously pleased to hear such news about Orin. Orin asked his grandfather not to laugh like that, for which his grandfather apologized to the lad. Orin thought a lot about the offer, and before he realized it, he somehow ended up in Grandpa's shop. Grandpa, on the other hand, claimed that he always thought Orin acted too mature. He was glad that the lad could think in an age-appropriate way. Orin then asked Gramps if he thought the lad was thinking too immaturely now. Orin explained that he was seriously worried about that. Grandpa understood all of this. He knew that Orin was afraid of being taken advantage of and dumped again. Grandpa even surmised that Orin had some trauma left behind. Orin did not even deny it. When he was kicked out of the hero group, even though he realizes it was his fault, the guy was useless. But he was still very hurt, for he had tried his best. Therefore, Open thought that it was better for him to be alone from now on. After all, what would happen if things happened again in this clan as well? But the 3 days that Orin spent with the newcomers were filled with joy. Grandpa listened to the boy and asked to listen to him. He believed that the whole society was built on mutually beneficial relationships. Thus a person would not live alone. Grandpa believed that everyone needs a person. Sometimes we help others without even realizing it. Grandpa then asked Orin to look at them. After all, Orin uses Gramps to get what he wants, and Gramps makes money at Orin's expense. Maybe, of course, using sounds too harsh, maybe it would be better to say, taking what we need. Gramps argued that Orin felt that Orin joined the clan. Only then can you offer them something. But Gramps was not convinced that the clan had nothing to offer Orin. Suddenly, Orin realized. After all, if he joined the Silver Rabbit clan, he would be able to rely on his mates. The boy decided that they would all make efforts together to conquer the maze. And the clan would give Orin the support he needed. Thus, the clan will not kick Orin out for nothing, even though he is trying his best. At that moment, Grandfather looked into Orin's eyes and realized that Orin had realized something. Orin confirmed these words and thanked Grandpa. Grandpa added that he just didn't want Orin to regret whatever he decided. So Grandpa said that if Orin was going to join the clan, he should do it. After all, it is better to try than to regret the missed opportunity for the rest of his life. Grandpa also confessed that he regrets many things in his life and believes that there are many things he could have done much differently. These words made Orin think. In the end, he thanked his grandfather for his advice and promised to buy something from him next time. Grandpa just waited for Orin's next visit. When Orin returned to the hotel, it was already dark outside. The boy was walking and thinking that Grandpa always supports him, but Orin still can't make up his mind. The boy is afraid that he will regret it in the future. He was not sure that he would make the right choice. Walking under the night sky, Orange suddenly looked at the full moon and thought about it. At that moment, he was called out. It was Sophia. Orin, when he saw the girl, asked her why she was walking at such a late hour. Sophia, however, asserted that she had warned Selma and they were not that far from headquarters. Looking at Orin, Sophia asked why he was here. He replied that he just needed to think for a while, so he was looking for a good place. Orin then asked Sophia what she was doing in this place. Sophia smiled and replied that it was her favorite pesto. The girl looked up at the starry sky and said that she came to this place and looked up at the sky, no matter what happened to her. Suddenly, Sophia came to her senses and, apologizing to Orin, added that she wanted to tell him something. As it turned out, Sophia also wanted to thank Orin for saving her and the others yesterday. At that moment, Orin realized that this was the third time he had been thanked today. He decided to say the same thing to the girl that he had said to Vince. He realized that anyone would have done the same thing. Sophia argued that it was only Orin who thought so, but that the fact remained. DeVoe reminded her that Orin had saved her not only yesterday, but also when she had been attacked by orcs. So Sophia thought that Orin had already done a lot for her, so the usual gratitude was not enough. The girl said that she did not know if she was as strong as Orin, but she wanted the boy to ask her for help if he needed it. Orin thanked Sophia and added that when the time came he would rely on the girl. Then Sophia looked at the moon again. Orin also looked away from Sophia, and now the two of them were admiring the view. Suddenly, Orin asked Sophia if she liked the moon, to which the girl replied that she did, rather yes than no. She said that she had often looked at the moon when she was a little girl. No matter how dark it was to Sophia, the moon always shines brightly and does not lose to the darkness. When the girl looked at it, she felt a surge of strength. Suddenly, Sophia asked Orin if he knew the meaning of the silver rabbit in the night sky, to which Orin replied that he only knew the meaning of the moon floating in the night sky. Then Soya explained that the moon is also called lighthouse in the night. In this way, the Rabbit Guild aims to be a beacon for all explorers. This is the Rabbit Guild's vision. Orin found these words very enlightening, so the boy will surely remember their conversation with Sophia for a long time. Suddenly, Orin realized that he had heard something like this a long time ago. Sophia, meanwhile, said that when she joined the guild, the whole world was transformed for her. The girl did not know what the future held, but she was sure that the Rabbit Guild would achieve a lot no matter what stood in their way. Of course, Sophia realized that it sounded too exaggerated, but she still said it. Orin, on the other hand, did not think it was an exaggeration at all. After all, one's environment has a great influence on one's views and values. And in the Rabbit Guild, there are a huge number of people and everyone has their own opinions, their own views. So one's own ideas come in contact with the ideas of a bunch of different people. Orin realized that it is as a result of this that the whole world seems to have changed. Sophia was surprised that Orin got the words right, for she had not been able to do this before. And Orin accurately described all of Sophia's feelings. Then Sophia said that her world had changed because she had met the boys. Suddenly, Orin wondered what the guild meant to Sophia. Sophia thought a little and answered that the guild in her mind was a place that opened many roads before her. A place where a girl could smile. And also a place where Sophia could return to. That was exactly what she believed. Orin was hurt by these words. And Sophia at that moment asked the boy if he was satisfied with this answer? To which Orin replied that he was satisfied with everything and thanked the girl. Orin then said that he was glad that he had met Sophia today. The girl, on the other hand, was just happy to hear this from Orin. But she didn't understand why Orin asked her such a question about the guild. Then Orin said that it was possible that he would become part of the Silver Rabbit Guild. Guy for some reason thought that Sophia knew about it. But the girl's face said it all. She clearly didn't know about anything. She was so happy that she demanded an explanation, and Orin suggested that Sophia take her to the headquarters, because it was getting late. Also, Orin had just the one case there. In that case, a joyful Sophia followed Orin to the headquarters without a second thought. A short time later, the boys were there. After Orin had seen Sophia off, he also went in to see Vince, who was obviously waiting for him. When Orin entered, he stated that he was ready to respond. Orin then said that he agreed to join the Silver Rabbit clan, referring to Vince as a commander already, not just a gentleman. Immediately after these words, Orin bowed his head to Vince. The boy claimed that he relied on Vince and asked to be accepted. Without raising his head, Orin claimed that he wanted to join the guild. Silver Rabbit in the night sky. Orin then raised his head to hear the answer to his request. His gaze was determined and serious. Vince, after briefly thinking, accepted Orin. Orin thought that whatever choice he made, he might regret it one day. The guy thought that the most important thing was that he should feel good right now. After all, whatever future awaited him ahead, he himself had chosen it. At that moment, a joyful Selma burst into the room with her congratulations to Orin. The girl said she had brought a uniform and ordered Orin to measure it in a flash. Orin put the uniform on, but something was obviously wrong. Selma saw it on the boy's face and asked what was the matter? To which Orin replied that everything was fine, just the size was a little small. In that case, Selma could solve the problem with just a snap of her fingers. After the snap, the clothes on Orin began to get bigger. Orin was puzzled and didn't understand how Selma had done it. Vince explained that these were secret techniques of the Rabbit Guild that few people knew about. But Vince asserted that Orin still had a lot to learn about the clan. Selma, on the other hand, added that Orin would also learn useless information. In the end, the boy thanked both Vince and Selma and said that he was very happy to work with all of them. 2 days after Orin visited the guild, Leon visited an interesting person. The Grand Master. The master was ready to listen to Leon. Then the guild leader began by saying that it happened 3 days ago. Namely, a researcher appeared in the guild's vicinity and single-handedly defeated a deep floor boss. These words shocked the master. He then smiled and said that he never thought that there would be a hero who would challenge the boss alone. The Magister thought this act was quite audacious and foolish. Then Leon revealed that the boss of floor 92, the Black Dragon, was active outside the boss area. And it seemed to be a reaction to an out-of-the-ordinary situation. In that case, the Magister was curious as to what was involved. In any case, it would become clear to him as he analyzed it. In general, the Magister understood that Oliver from the hero squad who happened to be there had defeated the Black Dragon. But Leon explained to the Magister that Oliver would not have been able to deal with the dragon on his own. In that case, the Magister wondered who else could have defeated such a powerful monster on his own. Finally, he surmised that it was Orin. Leon confirmed the Magister's assumption and asked if he knew him. The Magister only bowed his head and didn't realize whether it was a joke or not. The guy was puzzled at how Orin could defeat a black dragon. Master, I don't understand. Is Orin so strong that he single-handedly killed such a strong dungeon boss? Then the guy decided to ask Leon whether Orin had definitely killed the dragon. To which Leon replied that according to outside information, Orin did. Then the Magister asked if Orin had joined some guild? To which Leon replied that at the time of defeating the Black Dragon, Orin was not a member of a guild. In other words, the Magister realized that Orin hadn't changed a bit. But the guy still didn't understand. Where did Orin then get the strength to defeat the boss by himself? This whole situation seemed curious to the Magister. He thanked Leon for the information, and also asked him to report anything related to Orin from now on. In that case, Leon finished his report and decided to depart, leaving the Marister to himself. As Leon slammed the door behind him, the Magister continued to think about what he had said. He thought this was all a very interesting development. After all, if things continued like this, Orin would become his savior. The Magister believed that the day would come and he and Orin would leave what was between them in the past. These words of the Master were followed by his mad laughter. Throwing his feet up on the table, he mentally asked Orin to continue his dance. After all, thanks to Orin, the Magister's goals could come true. At the same time, in the Great Forest on the 95th floor of the Great Eastern Labyrinth, a group of adventurers wandered. But strangely enough, they had just massacred a group of humans, not monsters. A girl named Agnes Achelal, whose role in this group is avant-garde, talked about the collusion of the 5 strongest groups did not take long. A guy named Gibeah Rachel, whose role in this group is defender, agreed with Agnes' words and added that however, there is no result. Another guy named Zuriel Houghton, that serves as a support to the group, was glad that at least there was no damage. He was now wondering what they would do next. Another mysterious hooded individual was in this group. This girl's name was Cheyenne. Cheyenne didn't think that the powerful explorers would leave the city for a while. In that case, the guys just decided to keep their heads down and take a holiday. They were also wondering when the next order would come. At this time, a certain guy was clearly eavesdropping on the guys. He suddenly ran out of his hiding place and ordered the adventurers to stand still. Zuriel, upon seeing the strange guy, realized that there were still survivors in this place. The stranger, however, only sent Zuriel away. He claimed that all his comrades had been slaughtered without a drop of pity. Cheyenne, on the other hand, claimed that these adventurers did the same thing to the monsters and all of this stranger's comrades died only because they were too weak. Therefore, Cheyenne felt that those like this guy's comrades had better stop climbing into the Great Labyrinth. These words made the stranger angry. He ordered Cheyenne to shut up and took out a certain vial of liquid himself. The guy threatened the group to finish everyone off here as well. The stranger then drank the contents of the vial and Gibeah got a bad feeling from the strange odor. And all for good reason. The stranger turned into a huge monster in an instant. He declared that his anger and rage would long be remembered by those. Cheyenne noticed and said about the fact that this man's entire body was covered with some sort of magical barrier. Thus, the drug is rather oddly designed. Cheyenne felt that it was too high quality, because the cult must have had a hand in it. Zuriel didn't feel better by the hour at all. At that moment, the stranger roared. Cheyenne warned her companions that they didn't have much time to waste. Therefore, the girl decided to take matters into her own hands. She apologized to the stranger in advance and explained that conversation, with those who do not happen, she has a short one. In peace, Shiona's magic dawned on the stranger. He fell to his knees and understood nothing but felt only pain. The monster didn't realize what was happening to him. But after a couple of seconds, he simply turned into an ice floe. That was the end of Cheyenne. Zuriel thanked Cheyenne and remarked that this kill was perfect. Gibeah, on the other hand, was amazed that Cheyenne used such strong magic with such speed. The guy also remarked that the magic barrier and the sudden increase in strength of this stranger was of no use. Agnes, on the other hand, thought that the group was very lucky that Cheyenne was with them. But Cheyenne felt that the group would have been able to deal with this idiot without her. The girl was only glad that now they could talk in peace. Then Cheyenne stood back up and, facing someone in the air, asked him to come out. At that moment, another hooded person appeared in front of the group. It was a messenger. Agnes was clearly unhappy that the messengers liked to hide more. Cheyenne explained that she had heard the messengers rustling and therefore realized that he was here. The messenger said he came from the headquarters. The headquarters told him that there was a researcher who had eaten a black dragon alone in the south. His nickname was the Dragon Slayer. And if the group came in contact with him and thought he was dangerous, the killer would have to be eliminated. Cheyenne was surprised to hear about a certain Dragon Slayer in the Yuga. She asked the messenger to tell her what else he knew. The messenger told her that according to the headquarters, there was a high probability that the Dragon Slayer was related to the cult. In the end, Cheyenne realized that there was not much information to go on. The messenger said that the guild would like the group to investigate, and if the Dragon Slayer was related to the cult, he should be eliminated immediately. Cheyenne thanked the messenger for his message, and he bowed out and disappeared instantly. Gibeah, watching the messenger appear out of nowhere and then disappear, was surprised. Zuriel realized that the group had a follow-up mission. Cheyenne was happy about it. The girl suggested that the group move out as soon as they were ready. Cheyenne realized that the influence of the Nuge cult was growing, so they would have to act alone. As it turned out, Cheyenne could not show her face in the south for a number of reasons, so she would leave the gathering of information to her companions. The girl realized that, as always, the labyrinth would be their base of operations and they would have to go deeper down. Agnes suggested to the comrades to strategize this time. It is impossible to enter the labyrinth without the nameplate. In that case, the guys should think of something. Gibeah, meanwhile, couldn't stop thinking about the explorer who had defeated the dragon alone. He wondered how strong that guy was. Cheyenne, on the other hand, thought that they wouldn't know that until they fought him. But Cheyenne was sure that this explorer was not so simple since he was able to defeat the black dragon alone. The girl speculated that the dragon slayer might be as strong as her. Cheyenne didn't believe that such a person could be in the south. She wouldn't want to mess with that place. The girl also realized that she definitely couldn't do well there alone. And if things were really that bad in the south, then it like the west could fall quickly. Therefore, Cheyenne was determined to stop it all. As it turned out, the girl thought that Orin was dead. She had not yet suspected at all that the Dragon Slayer was him. Cheyenne only thought that when Orin died, she had taken over his will and vowed to have finished what she had started. Orin and Cheyenne swore on each other's little fingers. It was Orin who was Cheyenne's favorite person, and her feelings would never change for him, no matter what. And that day when Cheyenne was given a certain note that said that Orin was dead, the girl too will never forget. Cheyenne recalled all these moments with sadness on her face. The girl mentally apologized to Orin that they would no longer be able to fight together. But Cheyenne also promised not to give up and continue even alone. The girl was determined to crush anyone who dared to stand in her way, even the master. Because of that, Orin could be sure that Cheyenne would avenge him. In the meantime, the girl's plan was to find this certain dragon slayer whose name Cheyenne did not yet know. The girl was also determined to destroy this dragon slayer if he turned out to be somehow related to the cult, for in that case he is an enemy. At this time, Orin with Sophia and Selma were at the headquarters of the Silver Rabbit in the night sky. The boy thanked his sisters first thing in the morning for showing him the dormitory this morning. The guild seemed very large to Orin. It had everything he needed to live comfortably. Selma was pleased that Orin liked everything. The girl claimed that they had a lot more to offer that they hadn't shown the boy yet. Sophia, on the other hand, was worried about the fact that Orin had just arrived and was probably very tired. That's why the girl suggested the guy to rest and show everything later. Orin thanked his sisters and also remarked that the food in the guild was very good. Selma was only glad that Orin liked it. Sophia, on the other hand, argued that the menu was very carefully thought out and had everything they needed for a proper and balanced meal. Hearing this, Orin remembered the old guild, for in that guild they always ate the same thing. Suddenly, it also seemed to Orin that the place was very lively, so he felt out of place. Also, everyone was looking at him. Selma laughed and said that it was not surprising at all because Orin was now the most famous person in the neighborhood. Orin, on the other hand, also thought that this was all much better than the looks that were thrown at him when he was kicked out of the hero group. But the guy also thought that all this commotion with the black dragon would quickly subside. At that moment, a certain kid came up to open and said hello. Orin recognized this guy. He was from the first squad. It had been a month since the guys had last met, so they were happy to see each other. Back then, Orin was still in the hero group and this guy didn't even think that Orin would join them. Eventually, the guys decided to see each other at the meeting. Orin was already familiar with all the members of the group he had joined, but he still hadn't socialized with many of them, so the guy was a little nervous. He only asked himself to breathe evenly and assured himself that he would manage to cope at all. At this point, the guy from the first squad also added that Orin was now their star and a very cool guy. Orin at this moment realized that absolutely everyone had found out about it. But the guy didn't realize what the big deal was. The guy from the first squad on the other hand claimed that Orin had single-handedly defeated the Black Dragon, and then he was immediately invited to the Rabbit clan, so he had become only known. Orin lowered his head and pondered. He thought that he still remained as a member of the Silver Rabbit Guild in the night sky. After a short time in the meeting room, everyone was assembled to begin the meeting. It was a regular meeting attended by all the leaders and leaders of the Silver Rabbit Guild in the night sky. Orin, who was also present at this event, was delighted at such perfect timing, for as soon as he joined the guild a meeting was set up where all the leaders were present. Vince's first order of business was to introduce the newcomer Orin, who had joined the guild yesterday. Orin validated and bowed his head when Vince called his name. Vince explained, for those who didn't know, that Orin used to be a member of the Heroes group. And after he left the group, it just so happened that he took part in the Silver Rabbit expedition. During the expedition, however, Orin defeated a black dragon that had suddenly appeared, thus saving many lives. Therefore, Vince asked the leaders not to doubt Orin's strength. Furthermore, Vince added that Orin's knowledge would be beneficial to the Silver Rabbit Guild. Moreover, it was worth noting that the entire group was actually managed by Orin himself. Orin was listening to Vince's words at this time and thought that the leader was clearly overthinking. Vince went on to say that this was why he had decided to put Orin in the position of leader. Because Orin has proven his willingness to fight for his mates. So the boy will take Albert's place. But in order to officially put Orin in that position, 2/3 of the leaders' votes are needed. And the final decision will be made today. Orin looked at the people present and saw many evaluating looks. But the guy knew that they could be understood. At this point, Vince was about to ask those in favor of Orin becoming leader to raise their hands. But Vince was interrupted. It was a bloke with glasses and a mustache who wanted to ask Orin a couple of questions before the vote. No one objected, so the leader turned to Orin. First of all, he told the guy to welcome him. Then the leader added that they would expect great things from Orin, without Orin being recommended by the leader himself. Then the leader asked Orin if he wanted to be in the Guild of Silver Rabbits in the night sky. The man claimed that the lives of the people in his group would depend on Orin's actions if he took the leadership position. The leader was just wondering if Orin realized this. Orin understood everything perfectly well, but his and the leader's opinions differed. Orin understood that the leader wanted to hear something like, "I will try and die for your guild." But Orin just couldn't say it. Because one sad day, as a child, Orin swore that he would always say what he really thought. Therefore, Orin declared that he was not going to devote himself to the Silver Rabbit Guild. At that moment, the leaders whispered. They didn't realize if they had misheard or not. In that case, the man who had asked Orin this question asked why Orin was here if he wasn't willing to do everything for their guild. Orin said that he wasn't going to dedicate himself to the Silver Rabbit Guild, but he was determined to join the guild. Orin claimed that he would do his best to protect his comrades as a member of the Guild of Silver Rabbits in the night sky. The leader remained silent. Then Orin decided to tell them the oath he had made when he became an explorer. It is very bad when you have nothing to lose, no matter how difficult the situation is. I have to be stronger so that I don't lose what I care about anymore. In that case, the leader asked if that meant that what Orin was going to defend was not the guild, but the comrades of his squad? To which Orin replied that it was. With his hand on his heart, Orin declared that he would protect his squad members no matter how hard it was for him. There being no further questions for the leader, Vince decided to proceed to a vote. Everyone in the meeting then raised their hand. That's how Orin took the position of leader in the Silver Rabbit in the Night Sky. Next, the guide began to be told everything. Research trends, individual branch activities and funding streams, the development status of new magic equipment, and a bunch of other things. Orin was just glad that he had been to that meeting. After all, thanks to that, he was able to understand the approximate situation of the guild. By the evening, the meeting was over. Orin left that room thinking that this meeting had been useful. Selma, on the other hand, suggested that Orin take him to the first squad. The girl claimed that the lad was already being looked forward to by everyone. At that moment, Selma was called up by a girl named Estella from the Explorer Management Department. She asked the girl to take Orin away from her for a moment. Estella claimed that she would like to talk to the Orin leader. Orin even tensed up a little. And Selma didn't mind and put Orin in Estella's hands. When Orin and Estella stepped back, the girl first apologized to the boy for pulling him away. Estella asked if Orin could train others since he was the new leader? To which Orin replied that he could do it, within reason of course. Estella was delighted with Orin and stated that he was a versatile dawn genius. Hearing such words in his direction, Orin even hesitated whether Estella was definitely saying that about him now. It is worth saying that Dawn is from the full name of the group of heroes, Golden Dawn. By the way, the hero group is also something of a name. TCH is so named because this is the group that was able to reach the deepest floor of the Southern Great Labyrinth. Orin, on the other hand, asked Estella what was the purpose of the girl asking about training? To which Estella replied that she wanted to ask Orin to train a group of beginners. Orin was a little surprised to hear such a request, although it is kind of his duty. At that moment, Selma also appeared. She apparently overheard the conversation and also asked Orin for the same thing Estella had asked. Orin then asked if there would be any problems with the activities of the first squad. Selma, on the other hand, asked Orin not to worry about that. The girl argued that compared to when the guy was in the hero group, he would have a lot of free time. Selma said that the first squad was far from going down to the Great Labyrinth every day. Estella, on the other hand, added that exploring the labyrinth for more than 4 days in a row was forbidden in the Silver Rabbit Guild. This approach seemed good to Orin. After all, exploring the labyrinth for several days in a row was dangerous and reckless, as fatigue would quickly accumulate. In that case, Orin realized that he would be able to train newcomers in his spare time. Then he replied to the girls that he didn't mind teaching the newcomers at all. This answer made Estella over the moon. The girl claimed that these kids were very talented and the guild had high hopes for them. Therefore, Estella was glad that it was Orin who had decided to take on their training. At this point, Orin suspected something wrong. Estella at this time hurriedly left and promised Orin to chat with him some other time. The girl also added that she would give Orin all the material he needed by the end of the day. After these words, Estella rushed away. Orin, on the other hand, looked at Estella running away and called her Hurricane Man. Selma at this time suggested that Orin should finally go to the first squad, because everyone was waiting for him. Orin agreed, but he wondered why everyone already knew about everything. Selma only promised to tell Orin about everything. When the boys passed the library, Orin was impressed, for there were not only books about the labyrinth, but also a lot of other useful books. Selma explained that this library had all the information that the Rabbit Guild had managed to gather. Therefore, any member of the guild has access to this library. Orin, however, was still impressed. After all, even for such a large guild, this was amazing. An astonishing collection. At this moment, Selma said that they had already reached the first squad room, so Orin should read the books afterwards. Hatem Selma opened the door to the room, and joyful shouts were immediately heard behind these. The members of the first squad were sitting around the table, clearly waiting for Orin's arrival. Orin looked up at the first squad of Silver Rabbit in the night sky and sat down at the table. Selma noticed how nervous Orin was and asked him to calm down. The squad girls supported Selma, After all, it wasn't the first time they had met Orin, and they had already been on a raid together last month. But the squad boy thought it was still best for everyone to introduce themselves. Selma supported the lad and explained that that was why they were all gathered today. It should be said that last month, Orin had met up with the first squad on the day he fought the Black Dragonborn. It was a joint raid by 3 groups of rank 5. Even then, Orin had sensed how friendly the first group was after all. At this time, the guys had already started introducing themselves, and they decided to start with the oldest. The oldest was a girl of 24 named Rain Hagwell, who served in the group as a mage. Orin looked at the young-looking girl and wondered. He thought that this girl was at most about 14 years old. By the way, the guy noticed that Rain's robe didn't even fit her size. But about that, Orin decided not to spread about it. At this time, Rain extended her hand to Orin and said that she was glad to meet him. Orin shook the girl's hand and reciprocated. While shaking hands, the guy also noticed that they were as small on the girl as she was. To be honest, at first glance, Orin wouldn't even say that Rain was one of the best mages. But in the raid, this girl used a lot of high-level magic. She's the kind of person who prefers quality over quantity. At this moment, the next member of the first squad wanted to introduce herself. A girl named Lucretia Otis, whose specialty is a healer. Orin, on the other hand, was allowed by the girl to call her simply Luker. It seemed to Lucretia that she and Orin were almost the same age. Because of this, the girl said she would be happy to get along with the boy. Orin reciprocated Lucretia's feelings. He regarded the girl as the cheerful ray of light of the first squad. Lucretia was also a mage on the raid. Back then, she used mostly advanced magic. Orin had no idea that this girl's specialty was a healer. Lucretia at this moment asked the next Chatterbox Will to introduce himself. Chatterbox Will obviously didn't like Lucretia calling him that, so the guy jumped up from his seat and asked the girl not to call her that. The lad then coughed and introduced himself. Wilkie Severely, 20 years old. Serves as a defenseman in the band. Wilkie's added that he was often an attacker in the vanguard lately. Orin, on the other hand, asked the lad to just call him Will. Orin was also pleased to meet Will. The lad had met him before in the mess hall. Will seemed caring and trustworthy to Orin. In this squad, it was Will who took the role of the dead Albert. Now Orin was to take on the role of the attacker. Therefore, the lad was determined to give his best. After himself, Will asked Selma to introduce herself. He called the girl his sister, which puzzled Orin. Selma, however, explained to Orin that only Will called her sister. The girl realized that it was probably unnecessary, but she decided to introduce herself nonetheless. Selma Claudel, enchanter and leader of the first squad. She usually gave out orders during a sortie, but the girl was sure that she and Orin would work well together. Selma is the best charmer on the continent. A master of expert magic with the highest magic activation speed and power. One of the best labyrinth explorers, without a doubt one of the strongest. It's all about Selma. So now this 4 will be Orin's new comrades. After everyone had introduced themselves, Selma asked Orin to introduce himself. Orin stepped up and gave his name, and then his age and role. The boy also promised to do his best not to let the boys down. Lucretia, when she heard that Orin was 18 years old, jumped up from her seat with joy. After all, as it turned out, she and the boy were the same age. Selma, meanwhile, asked a tense Orin to relax. The girl claimed that everyone here was her own. Lucretia, on the other hand, at this time claimed that she had never spoken politely to Orin politely, and had never had any problems. Will, on the other hand, thought that the girl could be respectful to those who were older. Then an indignant Lucretia asked Will if he was not satisfied with something. At this time, Selma turned to Orin and asked him not to stress too much about politeness, for it was easier and much easier to establish rapport without it. Suddenly, Will said he had a question for Orin. The guy asked Orin to tell him how he was able to defeat the Black Dragon single-handedly. Orin didn't mind, for he thought the group should know about his abilities. Orin began by saying that he believed the main reason for his victory was his 2 unique spells. The first is the instant ability boost. Orin explained that this is a spell that allows you to enhance effects, equipment, magic, and abilities 100 times instantly. Upon hearing such a figure, Will was dumbfounded. Orin, however, explained that it only happens for a moment. At that time Rain asked Selma if she could do it. To which Selma replied that she could not, for she had no idea how such an effect could be achieved. Orin, meanwhile, started talking about his threesome spell, the name of which the guy hadn't thought of yet. But Orin explained that it is a magic that allows you to enhance abilities better than normal support magic, but the enhancement grows gradually. Although after thinking about it for a bit, Orin realized that it wasn't really magic, but rather a technique. In that case, Lucretia asked how much this technique increases Orin's abilities. Orin explained that when he fought the Black Dragon, this technique was able to increase his abilities by 32 times. Hearing such a number, Lucretia and Rain were dumbfounded. They even felt that it was unfair. Orin himself thought that it wasn't really fair and it was a cheating ability at all, not just a technique. In that case, Lucretia asked if this ability was so strong that it had no disadvantages? To which Orin replied that there are drawbacks nonetheless, to be precise, of 2. The guy explained that in the first place, this ability only works on him. That's why the members of the hero group were telling Orin to use normal support magic. Although Orin's support magic was many times stronger than normal support magic, it was successful for the heroes and they felt that they just didn't need the guy. And secondly, to use this spell you need a huge supply of mana. Orin argued that although it seems extremely strong, it still has a limit. The guy thought that the fight with the Black Dragon then dragged on and the guy was clearly feeling the strain of the spell. Will, on the other hand, was surprised that even in this way Orin had won. And the instant ability enhancement had clearly given Orin a huge advantage. Because of that, Will felt that Selma had praised him for a reason. Selma, meanwhile, admitted that she had never imagined that Orin could amplify the effects of spells 100 times, even though she knew that the guy had powerful magic. Because of that, Selma thought that Orin was an amazing mage. Ren, on the other hand, added that the amplification effect of instant ability amplification was fickle and one couldn't amplify oneself 100 times. After that, Orin asked if the guys had any more questions. The guy did his best to answer all of them. At that moment, Rain said that she had a question. As it turned out, the girl was wondering if Orin could occupy other berths. To which Orin replied that he could occupy other roles, but roughly only at the B or a rank level. It seemed to Rain that Orin would be better off occupying the role of an attacker in the vanguard. The girl was sure that Orin's level there was even higher. In that case, Rain wondered why Orin had chosen the vanguard in the first place. After all, he could use powerful spells. Then Orin explained that it was because he couldn't use advanced magic and above. No matter how hard Orin tried, he couldn't use either advanced magic or magic above advanced magic. Selma, on the other hand, did not believe this. She didn't understand how Orin could use his unique magic but couldn't use advanced magic. Orin, on the other hand, explained that he had just never been able to do it, and he didn't know the reason either. The guy claimed that all he has is his unique magic and that any other magic would be of no use. But Rain believed that sooner or later Orin would still be able to learn other magic. The girl argued that Orin just needed a partner to train any time at his service. Orin himself recognized something that he would like to learn, so he thanked Rain for offering to help. At this point, Lucretia had a question ripe in her mind. The girl was Earth's Reno, does not Orin have the skill? To which the lad replied that he had the skill. It's called magical convergence. The guy claimed that he could compress magic around into a single point with this skill. Will then wondered what Orin could do with it. Orin gave the example of platforms in the air that he made out of magic. And when dispersed sharply, Orin could create an explosion, so he could attack. Orin also added that he could use this skill for other magic. Will liked this skill of Orin's. It seemed pretty versatile to the guy. Now, it turns out that the first squad has 3 people with special abilities. Orin at first thought that Will was one of those 3 people. But Will scratched his head and admitted that he had no such abilities. As it turns out, Selma and Lucretia also have special abilities, unless you count Orin. Lucretia immediately decided to tell Orin all about it. She explained that her ability was called tracking magic power. In this way, the girl can see traces of magic. She understands where the magic was used and where the mage went afterwards. Orin found this ability very useful. Lucretia thanked Orin for saying so and admitted that she thought Selma's ability was much more amazing. Selma, however, asked Lucretia not to praise her so much. But the girl did decide to talk about her special ability. As it turns out, Selma's special ability is called emotional resonance. Using it, the girl sees lines that connect group members who trust each other. With their help they can communicate with each other by the power of thought. Orin was indeed even more surprised to hear such a thing. After all, At one time when he was in a group of heroes, he had dreamed of this ability. Then Orin thought for a moment, and then asked Selma if this meant that all of the group members' thoughts were being transmitted. Selma, on the other hand, asked Orin not to worry about it. The girl claimed that this ability only transmitted the thoughts they wanted to transmit within a range of a few kilometers of Selma herself. Such a large radius surprised Orin even more. Now the guy understood how the girl had learnt the status of everyone in the group back then. In the end, Orin called Selma's ability beautiful, for which the girl thanked him. After that, Selma suggested that the guys end their sit-down at this point and work on coherence in the maze tomorrow and head to the lower floor. The gathering would be as usual at 9 a.m. in this room. Will, on the other hand, clearly wanted to host a welcome dinner for Orin, so he suggested that everyone around them eat together. Selma approved of this idea, and then the boys asked Orin if he would mind. Orin, on the other hand, replied that he didn't mind. It was just a matter of the guy needing to go shopping. In that case, Orin asked if he could join the guys later. Selma, on the other hand, thought that Orin wanted to buy slots or magic tools, so she said that it wasn't necessary. Orin, on the other hand, explained that he would like to find himself a new sword, because in the battle with the Black Dragon the guy had lost 2 swords at once. The thing was that Orin had planned to buy a new sword as early as yesterday, but he had forgotten. Creating a magic sword was detrimental to the condition of an ordinary sword. Will, on the other hand, upon hearing that Orin didn't have a weapon, was dumbfounded. Orin, on the other hand, explained that fortunately he still had 1 sword left. But the guy wanted to buy a few more just in case. Rain, on the other hand, was confused since it usually took several weeks to produce swords. Orin argued that there was no need for that, and he would be able to get a sword today. Hearing such words, the boys were dumbfounded. They thought that Orin was using customized weapons rather than just buying them. Orin, however, explained that he is a B-rank swordsman, so he doesn't get customized swords. And the sharpness and durability Orin himself can increase with support mania, so the guys should not worry. Lucretia asked Orin if the center of gravity was unusual for him if he used a regular sword. To which Orin replied that there was nothing wrong with it. The guy believed that it was something he could get used to or fix himself. Orin also added that he never buys something that he can't fix or somehow change. At this point, Rain couldn't stand it, and said that she understood everything, but Orin was still a member of one of the best guilds from today. Because of that, the girl felt that the guy shouldn't use second-rate equipment and disgrace himself. Then Rain stood up from the table and grabbed Orin's hand and started dragging him somewhere. Orin could barely keep up with Rain and did not realize where they were dragging him to. After a while, the guys who were puzzled about where Raina was dragging Orin came to some place. Raina opened the door and asked one Alan to make a sword for Orin. Alan turned out to be a blacksmith who was also puzzled to see the group. He did not understand what had happened, because he had just seen the whole first squad in full assembly, and fell guys in Alan's forge, which was located in the territory of the Silver Rabbit in the night sky. After a while, everything was explained to Alan, and he realized that the very dragon's slayer was standing in front of him. Alan then asked again if the boys wanted him to make Orin a sword, to which Rain replied firmly that they really wanted him to. Orin, on the other hand, at this time stood beside him with his head down and remained silent. Alan, on the other hand, was a bit puzzled. Orin didn't realize if he would be suitable for Orin and asked if Orin didn't have his own blacksmith. Raina realized that Alan was thinking the same way she was thinking. The girl hurriedly explained to the blacksmith that Orin never used customized weapons. This statement dumbfounded Alan. He turned to Orin and asked if Rain was telling the truth, to which Orin guiltily replied that it was true. Alan clutched his head and squeezed his eyes shut at these words. The blacksmith then tried to explain to Orin that by thus buying an ordinary sword, Orin was risking his life. Alan didn't mean to say that ordinary blacksmiths were inept at all. It was just that the blacksmith didn't understand how Orin was going to effectively wield a weapon that didn't fit his hand correctly. Orin, on the other hand, explained that normally he never treated weapons any differently, but he had been yelled at and his opinion had now changed. Rain at this time decided to apologize to the guy. She only now realized that she had yelled at Orin a lot. Orin, on the other hand, said that up until now, he somehow didn't think about it at all. Marin had only thought that ordinary swords would be fine too. But now Orin understood that he joined the guild and became a member of the first squad, so he must use good weapons, otherwise he risked letting his comrades down. These words pleased Rain. She looked at Orin with a smile on her face. Orin, meanwhile, asked Alan if he could forge a sword for him. Alan smiled and replied that he would certainly be more than happy to make a sword for Orin. Will at this time walked over to Orin and hugged the guy from the back. He was glad, for Orin was very lucky as Alan is the best blacksmith in the guild. Will's weapon was also made by Alan's hands. Alan was even embarrassed to hear Will say that, so he asked the young man not to praise him like that. Then Alan added that there was a problem. The blacksmith claimed that if Orin was to make a good sword, it should be made with high-quality materials from the deepest floors of the labyrinth. But right now, Alan had a problem with materials. They were almost non-existent. Therefore, the blacksmith claimed that the guys would have to go down to the deepest floors of the labyrinth and get the materials, and there was no other way. Alan had to apologize for not saying so earlier. Orin, on the other hand, argued that it wasn't a problem at all. Using the vault, Orin demonstrated his vast amount of materials from the deep floors. Seeing such a large amount of valuable materials, the guys were raspy, including Alan. Orin then placed all these materials on the blacksmith's table. The surprised Selma was also puzzled. The girl did not understand why Orin was carrying around so many materials. Orin replied that he had collected these materials while he was still in the hero group, but he had never used them. Rain was also fascinated looking at the materials. She wondered if the other guys in the hero group had the same amount of materials. To which Orin replied that the hero group did have valuable materials, but the guy thought that they had already used everything. Except for Luna, of course. Orin knew that the girl usually spent a lot of money. Well, basically, Orin could safely say that all the members of the hero group were spenders, because they made magic tools out of the materials and sold that. When the materials were already lying in front of the blacksmith, Orin asked Alan again if he could forge a sword, to which Alan replied that there was no problem now. But just in case, the blacksmith asked if Orin was sure he could use such valuable materials. Orin asked Alan not to worry. He was sure that in Alan's hands all the materials would become excellent weapons. At this moment, Lucretia began to look at Orin's materials. She liked the griffin claws and manticore fangs the most. Suddenly, Lucretia discerned something black among the materials. Orin explained that it was the scales of the black dragon he had defeated. At these words, the group tensed. Orin noticed this and realized that it was clearly an unpleasant memory for the boys, for they had lost their comrade in the battle with the black dragon. Selma, on the other hand, apologized for this behavior. She explained that she apologized so much that all the words slipped out of her head. Orin thought about the fact that he probably shouldn't reach up and show the scales. Rain, on the other hand, decided to cheer Orin up and said that if he could use the scales of a black dragon, it would probably make a very good sword. To prove it, the girl asked Alan about it. Alan confirmed Rain's words and added that he would forge the best sword from these materials. Orin, on the other hand, doubted that Rain could calmly remember about the black dragon, but looking at the guy, the girl realized how he was feeling right now. At this moment, Selma thought about the fact that such a large amount of materials could fit well in Orin's magic storage. Because of that, Selma surmised that the guy probably had something in there besides the materials from the deep floors. In that case, the girl wondered if Orin had exceeded the limit. To which Orin replied that he hadn't exceeded the limit, because his vault was special. The guy explained that when he was in the heroes group, he kept all the collected materials in his. Orin's ordinary magic storage wasn't enough to store so many things. Therefore, he asked a craftsman he knew to create a magical vault for him with a capacity many times higher. Hearing those words, Selma was shocked. She didn't know that such a thing could be created and believed that only the legendary artisan Coverdale Evans was capable of such a thing. The girl realized that Orin was obviously familiar with this artisan and asked if the guy could introduce them. Orin apologized and said that he could not introduce. The lad explained that this was a condition, and without this condition the artisan would not have created a magical storage for him. Orin claimed that he must keep the identity of the artisan secret and must not let other people know the magic formula of the tool. Therefore, all Orin can tell the guys is that the volume of the vault there is noticeably larger than usual. Orin asked the boys not to ask any more questions. Selma understood and decided not to bother Orin. She only said that she was sorry, but nothing could be done here. Alan at this time asked Orin if he would mind if the main material for the sword was black dragon scales, to which Orin replied that he wouldn't mind at all. In that case, the blacksmith asked Orin to give some suggestions about the sword, if the guy had any. Will, meanwhile, realized that the welcoming party was clearly being postponed and said so. Orin turned to Will and apologized to his mate. But Will asked Orin not to apologize. Lucretia added that they themselves were anxious to see the sword that Alan would forge for Orin from such precious materials. Will therefore asked Orin to be sure to tell Alan all his wishes for the sword. In the end, Orin thanked his comrades for their understanding. This is how the hero first met Alan. Orin told the blacksmith all about his perfect furnace. Alan occasionally let out an irritated exclamation. Orin even reckoned that it would take Alan about a month to complete it. Alan, however, listened to all the guy's wishes, so Orin mentally thanked the blacksmith. Alan only asked Orin to prepare everything necessary to seal the spell in the sword, and the rest was up to the blacksmith. Orin provided Alan with all the necessary materials and, lo and behold, the boy is already holding the beautiful sword forged by Alan. Although in the Silver Rabbit clan, the materials obtained by the researchers are first given to the research management department, and then the materials are bulk obtained by the artisans, that is, the artisans who do not receive the researchers' materials directly. Standing with his new sword in his hands, Orin still couldn't believe that he had become a researcher of the Silver Rabbit Night Sky Guild. Orin then hid his sword and realized that he definitely didn't have to worry about it now. Now he wanted to prepare for tomorrow and go to bed. As he approached his room, Orin noticed that there was something in his mailbox. It was a letter. At that moment, Orin immediately remembered that Estella wanted to send him information on newcomers to his room. Orin picked up the letter and read the following words on the outside. Silver Rabbit in the Night Sky, profiles of the rookies of the 10th squad. Confidential. That's when Orin realized that he had Logan, Sophia and Caroline to work with. At this point, the guy also remembered that Estella was glad that Orin was the one to take the job. After all, this was what the children wanted. He thought about the fact that as he watched the newcomers of the 10th group from the outside, he realized that all three of them had something heavy on their minds, but Orin couldn't do anything about it. Now, however, the hero realized that things would be different. This time Orin wanted to do the right thing. When Orin entered his room, he sat down at the desk and began to print out the letter. Inside, the boy also found a letter from Estella. In the letter, the girl talked about a bunch of depressing stuff in the letter, but the girl thought it would be important to send all the information she knew. Also in the letter, Estella asked Orin to give feedback to her once he had read the letter. Orin, on the other hand, began to look at the second part. In it was written a brief history of each member of the group. And the third part was a profile. The first thing Orin decided to do was to read a brief biography of the guys, because they were new and gathering information about them was important. So the first one was Logan. Logan Hayward. He was born in November 614 in the village of Iril in the southern part of the Nohitanto kingdom. From childhood, the lad's talent for magic was outstanding. At the age of 12, with the support of the villagers, Logan traveled alone to Zutrail to become an explorer. When the Silver Rabbit clan recruited newcomers, Logan decided to join. And immediately after joining, Logan showed his talent and was entrusted with the position of leader of the 10th group. Orin was surprised that Logan decided to become an explorer, and he succeeded. Orin continued to like Logan more and more. Oliver's village with Orin was destroyed by bandits. Logan, on the other hand, has a home whose residents support him. Of course, this puts a lot of pressure on him. Although the letter spoke of innate talent, Orin believed that without titanic labor there was no use for talent. The boy was more than confident that Logan would become a strong researcher in the future. It also seemed to Orin that there was nothing depressing about Logan's papers, which meant that there was still more to come. Next up was Sophia. Sophia Claudel. Born in December 614 in the kingdom of Majutanto, in the city of Dalwan. Because of the death of her maid mother in childbirth, the girl was taken into the Claudel family. She is the illegitimate daughter of the Claudel family. But there she was often abused by Mrs. Claudel. When Sophia turned 10, she entered a school for aristocrats and continued to live with the Claudel family. Sophia's half-sister Selma, with whom they had a good relationship, had by then graduated. And ever since Selma had to leave home, Sophia was subjected to constant humiliation at the hands of Mrs. Claudel. When Selma found out about this, she decided to take Sophia into the clan to leave the Claudel family behind. After that, Sophia herself expressed her desire to become an explorer. Therefore, it was decided to take the girl to the 10th troop. After reading Sophia's story, Orin realized that depression was already beginning. Also, the guy realized that Selma and Sophia are half-sisters, but they get along as if they were siblings. Because of this, Orin had no idea that they could be free. The boy was glad that the problem was gone and Selma protected Sophia. He too only wanted the best for Sophia, so he felt he had to support this girl. So, last in line was Caroline. Caroline Ingroth. Born March 615. Place of birth unknown, possesses the ability of self-healing. Imprisoned for several years by the Order of Tsukuramen. The Order of Tsukurami is a terrible demonic cult from legend. They worshipped an evil god and their goal was to resurrect this most evil god. No one knows if this evil god exists or if he can be resurrected, but in any case the organization was dark. They were doing cruel experiments on humans, and that's not all. Their hands were literally up to their elbows in blood and they did a lot of evil. There were also times when they attacked small towns and villages and burned them down. The prison of the Tsukuramen Order is one of the largest evil orders. This is when Orin realized that Caroline had been through a lot despite her young age. In September 627, the Silver Rabbit clan was tasked with mopping up one of the Order of Tsukuramen's bases. That's when they found Caroline in the Order's dungeon. Albert from the first squad was the one who got Caroline out of there. Judging from Caroline's condition at the time of her rescue, she had been treated inhumanely all this time. Next, Orin read what Estella had written with horror in his eyes and his mouth covered. After the rescue, Caroline's mental state was unstable. She still hasn't fully recovered and the clan continues to treat the girl. Afterwards, Caroline joined the clan as a refresher. It was decided to designate her to the 10th group. Clutching the paper in his hand, Orin realized what a depressing story Estella had written about at the very beginning. The inhumane treatment of self-healing human beings. Caroline, no one could imagine the horrors she had been through. But Orin knew that the wound on the girl's heart wasn't going anywhere. Orin understood how Caroline was willing to take any dangerous step. How she said she would fight alone so as not to endanger her comrades. Orin realized that it was not only the harsh days in the cult that had affected the girl. The death of Albert, who had saved her life, must have hit Caroline too. Thus, it was only now that Orin realized that Caroline's carefree smile hid such a dark past. Finally, Orin had figured out the past of the three. From now on, he decided to train these boys and keep an eye on their condition. With all the paperwork in a pile, Orin decided he could handle everything. Both with training the newcomers to explore the labyrinth, and with leading the group. The boy felt that if he failed, he would be useless again, but if he was believed in and relied upon, Orin felt he should give his best. In any case, the guy became that right now there was nothing he could do for now. Tomorrow, Orin decided to wake up early and study the materials in the library in the morning, for there must be something useful there. The next morning Lucretia came into the room happy with the thought that today she was again the very first. Then the girl saw Orin, who wished her good morning, and was startled. She was shocked that the guy was already awake. Lucretia approached Orin who was reading and asked if he had been reading since morning. To which Orin replied that he just wanted to read while he had free time. Lucretia's gaze at this time fell on the stack of books that lay next to Orin. The girl was perplexed and asked if the guy was really going to read it all. To which Orin replied that he had already read all these books and only 2 more to go. That way, he would just make it before 9 in the morning when everyone arrived. Upon hearing these words, Lucretia was shocked. She thought that Orin had stayed up all night to read all those books and would be going to the labyrinth today. Orin, on the other hand, claimed that everything was fine and he had had a great night's sleep, and he had been sitting here reading since about 7 a.m. In that case, Lucretia just didn't understand when Orin had time to read so much. Orin, however, explained that he just can read fast, so he asked Lucretia to be sure that it was true that he had read this entire stack. Just for the sake of being helpful, Orin decided to study the knowledge that the clan had early in the morning. Lucretia, on the other hand, continued to marvel at how much Orin had read in an hour and a half. At this time, the guy started moving books on the fly using magic. Seeing this, Lucretia was dumbfounded. She guessed that it was Orin who was now using magic, but still decided to ask about it. Orin, however, explained that he had really just used his magic to transfer the book on the fly. Except that Orin hadn't come up with a name for that magic yet. The guy explained that only light objects could float with this magic, but it was still convenient. Looking at how Orin could be said to be juggling books, Lucretia was fascinated. She had never seen such a thing before. At this moment, Orin realized that the Silver Rabbit clan seemed to have people with secret techniques, but there weren't many people with special magic. At this moment, Rain entered the room. The first thing the girl started to resent, because Lucretia's scream was heard even in the corridor. But when Rain saw the flying book, she screamed harder than Lucretia. The girl thought it was a ghost moving the books. At this time Lucretia whispered to Orin that Rain was very afraid of ghosts, but inside the labyrinths, for some reason, she was not afraid. Suddenly, the girl had an idea. Lucretia quickly turned on her acting skills and ran up to Rain and began to act scared, claiming that the room was really haunted. Orin, meanwhile, decided to play along with Lucretia and thought only of how easy it was for Rain to fall for the lie. The guy decided to just watch to see what Rain would do. Rain in the meantime had her back to Lucretia and decided not to hesitate. She used a magic circle attack spell. That's when Orin realized. It was time to end this spectacle. A flustered Orin quickly asked Rain to stop using magic. The guy explained that it wasn't a ghost at all, but just his magic. At this moment, Orin realized that Rain was indeed a powerful magician. The guy explained to Rain when it was over that he uses his magic to remove books, causing them to fly. Rain calmed down when Orin explained everything to her. Lucretia apologized to Orin for the whole spectacle, because someone could have really been hurt. At this point, Orin and Lucretia realized that they had better stop scaring Rain with ghosts. A few minutes later Selma came in. The first thing she did was to say good morning to the boys. Rain noticed that Selma had arrived at exactly the right time. Selma, on the other hand, explained that she had to stop by the explorers department about their hike. Selma was excited that they would be training in the room with Orin today, and so, the girl decided to type up requests to collect materials from monsters. Selma felt that there should be a briefing since they would be working as a team. Will, on the other hand, thought that one briefing would hardly be enough for them. Lucretia, on the other hand, was more concerned about what they would be after. Selma, on the other hand, said that they would be hunting for the wool of poisonous sheep, so today the group would go down to the 86th floor to get it. So, a poisoned sheep is a monster covered with thick wool that protects it from being hit. Also, this monster is able to exhale black smoke that paralyzes the body of the person who inhales. The wool of the poisonous sheep is very strong and has a pretty good elasticity, so it is quite a popular material. By the way, it is used to make the uniforms of the explorers of the Silver Rabbit in the night sky. When the purpose of the trek became clear, Selma suggested the guys to discuss their roles. And the girl decided to start with support magic. That was mainly what Selma wanted to do. She knew that Orin had strong buffs as well as other special support magic, but the girl wanted the guy to concentrate not only on support, but also on combat. Orin understood this and didn't object. Orin was glad that now, with another buffer, it was safe to say that Selma's burden had become much lighter. At this time, Selma had already voiced Orin and Reina's main role. Attack. Will, on the other hand, would be careful to lure the monsters on himself. And healing magic, of course, on Lucretia. And if healing isn't needed, the girl will assist the attackers. Selma, on the other hand, will mostly use buffs to protect the group. In the end, the guys decided to stick to this tactic. Selma had been to the 86th floor a few times before, but the girl realized that there was still no need to relax. After all, this was Orin's first trip with a group of silver rabbits, so the guys should put their best foot forward. Orin was of the same opinion. Now it would be his first time in the role of an archer, so the guy would have to get used to the way the monsters moved, so the group shouldn't relax. This was Orin's first exploration of the maze on the role he wanted to be on. The guy felt that he shouldn't let down the people who accepted him, so he wanted to give his best. After a while, the group was already near the entrance of the southern Great Labyrinth. The guys were not alone there. Orin, however, suddenly heard people talking about him in the crowd of explorers. They were talking as they had heard of Orin single-handedly slaying a dragon. The explorers were also surprised to find Orin among the rabbits. They thought the guy would have been better off joining a group of heroes. Someone speculated that Orin joined the rabbits to be closer to the front lines. Lucretia had also heard all this gossip and had picked up on how famous Orin was. Orin, on the other hand, clearly did not like all these rumors. The guy didn't like the fact that information about him was spreading too fast. But it seems that no one even realizes about that recent failure of the hero group. The aristocrats who sponsored it didn't let the information leak out. Orin wasn't upset about it. The guy believed that with the Silver Rabbits, he would quickly catch up with the hero group. Right now, his goal was to go down with his group to the 94th floor. Orin was determined to step right on the heels of the hero group. After some more time, The group was already on the 86th floor of the Great Southern Labyrinth. Lucretia spoke of still marveling at this beautiful view even though they were deep underground. It is worth saying that on the middle floors of the labyrinth the environments often look like ordinary caves, but on the deep floors such wide spaces are commonplace. More than 70% of the 86 floors are covered by forests and plains. Rain, on the other hand, was also very excited when she went down to the 86th floor for the first time. Lucretia supported Rain and added that the next times are already beginning to bring realization. Suddenly, the guys noticed they were being attacked by magic stealthily. Without thinking long, Will decided to deal with it. Will had a paired blade in his hands, which caught Orin's attention. A paired blade is a very rare weapon because it is extremely hard to use. Will, on the other hand, was easily able to deflect the magic shot with his blade. Orin was dumbfounded when he saw this. At that time, Selma ordered Lucretia to act. Lucretia, on the other hand, said that she had already found the rogue that attacked them. The girl then used a flash to show the guys where the enemy was. Selma at this time was only enhancing the magic of her comrades. Rain, on the other hand, decided to set off a big fireworks display in honor of Orin joining them right now. Raising her staff, the girl only uttered a single word: explosion. After which, Reina's power flashed straight towards the monster that was attacking the guys. And then, an explosion. Orin was only shocked, because it was quite a sudden attack, and the group had reacted so clearly. Lucretia laughed, and reminded Orin that he was the strongest group of silver rabbits for a reason. Selma at this time said that they were most likely to be attacked by an earth dragon, and it might still be alive. Therefore, the girl asked the guys to keep their guard up. Orin at this time once again made sure that all his comrades were experienced explorers. Selma and Rain are fast at reading spells. Especially Rain. She used a special level magic called expulsion in just a second and with such ease. Normally, a mage would take 2 or even 3 times as long to read a spell. Orin knew that less from an experienced researcher could not be expected. Next up was Will. He wields a pair of blades perfectly and easily deflected a flying projectile. His technique allows him to dodge and simultaneously contact and deflect the enemy's attacks. A fine vanguard, to say the least. Finally, Lucretia. A good supply of magical powers. Orin didn't expect anything less from this girl. Lucretia is able to both support and use ranged attacks. She is excellent at long-range magic. An indispensable skill. That was why Orin considered his group as trustworthy comrades. At this time, an earth dragon had already appeared in front of the guys. Then Lucretia asked Selma what they would do about the attacking dragon. Selma, on the other hand, began to reason. Realizing that the monster was alone, Selma asked Orin if he could hold back the dragon's movements. To which Orin replied that he would have no problem doing so. The guy knew that the earth dragon was a relatively weak dragon species. Because of that, as long as the initiative in the battle against it was for a human, the dragon would not be a problem. In that case, Selma decided to consolidate the group's success. Orin and will be the main strike force in the dragon hunt. And Rain should refrain from using magic. And if her help is needed, the girl will have to intervene at once. In that case, Selma had already decided to use the Vanguard ability enhancement on Will. Vanguard ability enhancement is a combination of 6 enhancement spells: survival enhancement, magic power enhancement, resistance enhancement, technique enhancement, dexterity enhancement, and strength enhancement. It is also possible to activate not 6 but 5 buffs when magic power enhancement is not needed. Orin, on the other hand, thought about the fact that he would only need triple dexterity enhancement to defeat the dragon. After a while, the guys were ready to fight. And without thinking long, Orin and Will began the hunt. As they ran, Will told Orin he would go ahead and draw the monster to himself, and Orin would have to stand behind him. Orin understood and the boys went ahead with the plan. Will managed to get the monster's attention. Then the lad attacked the dragon and struck it with his blade. Orin looked at how Will easily dealt with the monster and was surprised. Will at the same time asked the monster to hold still. At this moment, Orin was already approaching the monster to slay it. But suddenly, the guy noticed that something was approaching them. So Orin decided to dodge. Only after that did the guy realize that something flew past him. It was a camouflage turtle. So, the camouflage turtle is a magical beast that inhabits many of the lower floors of the labyrinth. It changes its body color to match its environment to camouflage itself. This beast is good at surprise attacks. but Orin wouldn't say they are very strong. But the guy knew for sure that these turtles could be dangerous when attacking together with other monsters. In that case, Orin decided to leave the turtle to the vanguard. Then Orin shouted to Selma to take the turtle on. The guy then used stone arrows. When Selsa saw this, however, they asked the girls to see where Orin had attacked. Selma claimed there was a camouflage turtle. Orin, on the other hand, was at this time using strength increases, technique increases, and blade increases. The guy then found the dragon's weak spot and, using the instantaneous power release, struck the monster. With his strike, Orin cut that dragon in half. Seeing this, Will was shocked. He knew that the instantaneous release of power was no joke. Orin, however, claimed that it was all due to Will being able to draw the dragon onto himself. So Maman thanked his mate. The girls, meanwhile, were diligently dealing with the turtle. To begin with, Rain made the turtle an ice cube, and then used a fire spear to finish it off. Eventually there was an explosion, and nothing was left of the turtle. Will then thought he could relax now, but Orin didn't think so. The guy argued that it wasn't over yet. At this moment, another magic projectile was heading straight for the guys. The guys managed to dodge, and Orin realized that another monster had hidden and was now attacking them. It was another Earth Deacon. In that case, the guys got ready to fight again. Orin, on the other hand, was thinking about the dragon that saw him split another Earth Dragon in half. Because of that, after assessing the situation, the dragon considered the guys to be more dangerous opponents, so it decided to attack them instead of the vanguard. Orin was glad that Will also noticed the attack. Selma, on the other hand, just thought Orin and Will were doing well. The girl thought that they worked very well together with Orin. These words the girl said to the group using telepathy. Selma decided that from now on she would give orders telepathically and asked Orin if he could do it. Orin also telepathically replied to the girl that he would be up to the task. After all, he was a former member of the heroes group and telepathic communication was not a problem for him. Selma, on the other hand, did not even expect anything less from Orin. The girl then asked Orin and Will to go ahead. And Lucretia and Rain will attack with magic when the guys immobilize the dragon. Everyone immediately accepted the order and set to work. Selma gave Will a reinforcement first and afterwards told him to act. Selma then used a spatial jump to move Will closer to the dragon. So, spatial jump is a support magic that requires high concentration and skillful investment of Maria. It is said that this spell has a very complex form and is put on par with special magic. Therefore, Orin was surprised at how easily and quickly Selma used this spell. Selma at the same time once again used spatial jump to move Orin as well. When the guys were in place, they began to hold back the dragon. Selma, on the other hand, began counting down the attack. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And at the end of the timer, the dragon froze in one position. Lucretia and Rain were already ready to finish the dragon, because now it will definitely not twitch. Rain used a magic called Thunderhammer, and Lucretia used an ice spear. The flash from the girl's attack was so bright that the dragon was almost invisible. Then there was an explosion, and Selma told Selma by telepathy that the fight was over. After that, the boys came together again. Selma first asked Orin how he liked his first fight in the rabbit group and what he thought about it. Orin answered that he enjoyed the great teamwork. The guy claimed that the guys were on a completely different level, and he didn't expect anything less from the silver rabbits. Selma then decided to ask the next question. She wondered if the first group of silver rabbits could conquer the 92nd floor. After all, Orin had watched their skills and could say approximately. To which Orin replied that he thought the group would have been able to do it. Selma, on the other hand, clarified whether Orin himself was part of the group in such a case. To which Orin replied that he did not count. The guy claimed that the rabbits would have been able to defeat the black dragon without him, and he would be rather surprised if the group didn't win it with that lineup. Orin suddenly thought about the fact that after Albert's death, the group was desperate, and that was why they were typecast. At this time, Rain said that they had worked very hard as a group and did not know if it was bearing any fruit. The girl said that this was why the praise from Orin gave the group confidence, for which Rain thanked the guy. Orin, on the other hand, added that he would also help the guys to become the strongest group. They just need to try their best together. The boys spent about 2 hours on the 86th floor before they found their target. Finally, Lucretia discovered a poisonous sheep right on the course. The girl cheerfully announced that Orin and Will would be shearing this poisonous sheep. It is worth saying that after defeating the poisonous sheep, the only thing left is the magic stone and its horns. There is a very small chance that a whole body remains, it happens very rarely. That the black dragon's body didn't completely disappear is an exception to the rule. This time, however, the guys have no desire to rely on luck alone. Orin, on the other hand, knew a way that would allow the group to get what they needed guaranteed. So the pox monster is alive, they need to cut off some of the material the band needs. Selma at this time gave orders to Rain to bind the sheep's legs. This the girl did, using a stone trap. Lucretia, on the other hand, used a lightning strike to immobilize the monster. Now it was down to Orin and Will. Will wanted to distract the sheep completely on his own, and Orin was asked by the guy to do what he had to. In just a few moments, Orin had already shaved the sheep expertly. It was just a matter of. Orin liked that everything was going well, for the whole team was working well together. And, as the shearing was finished, Selma asked Rain to retrieve the sheep with her magic. Also, the girl asked Orin and Will to move away from the monster, for Rain might hurt them. Selma then asked Rain to act. Rain set up and used the thunder spear. Then it was up to Orin. He used a momentary release of power so that there was nothing more left of the sheep. Seeing only vapor in the monster's place, Rain was delighted. The girl jumped at how awesome Orin was. Rain claimed that a sheep's wool was stronger than steel armor and advanced magic wouldn't always penetrate this monster, but the guy had succeeded. From that point on, everything else went smoothly for the group. They gathered the wool from the 4 sheep and decided to call it a day. Once on the surface, Lucretia couldn't stop enjoying the air, because it was so delicious. Eventually, the girl realized that she just wanted to eat. Will was not surprised by this news, because it was time to have dinner already. The guy reminded her that yesterday the guys had failed to have a welcome dinner in Orin's honor with a hint to have one tonight. Selma asked Orin if he would like to have dinner together. Orin, however, happily agreed. This made the boys very happy and they decided to hurry to the Silver Rabbit restaurant. Orin, however, taking advantage of the moment, asked Selma if the first squad was free tomorrow. The guy explained that he had business to attend to in the research department about the newcomers and asked if his girlfriend would let him go. Selma, on the other hand, suggested that Orin go there together tomorrow. The girl claimed that she had business there too and if it was okay with Orin, she would like to go with him. Orin did not mind and agreed to go with Selma together. He realized that the leaders had quite a lot of work to do after all. And Orin is one of them, so he should lessen the load on Selma's shoulders. The rest of the guys meanwhile were only talking about how tonight's welcome party was going to be theirs for the taking. A short while later, the group was already at the Silver Rabbit restaurant in the night sky. The table was filled with food and the mugs with beer. Selma raised the first mug and suggested that the boys welcome Orin. The boys clinked their mugs together and began to drink to the bottom. Orin then decided to thank the boys for accepting him. Selma, on the other hand, thought there was nothing to thank them for. The girl claimed that everyone paid attention to Orin after he defeated the black dragon with his own hands. Selma believed that it was a matter of time before Orin was taken somewhere. She was glad it was them who got him. Rain was in agreement with Selma. She also thought that they as a group should put their best foot forward so that Orin wouldn't regret getting to them. Orin, on the other hand, didn't think he would ever regret it at all, because the Silver Rabbit clan had always seemed like a beautiful clan to him. The boy claimed that when he joined the Silver Rabbits and spent time with the first group, he became even more convinced of his words in just one day. Because of this, Orin was very happy that he would be able to explore the maze with this particular group. Lucretia was deeply moved by these words. A river of tears flowed from her eyes. She thought that Orin was saying very sweet things. The girl was also very glad that Orin turned out to be a man with whom she was at ease. Lucretia claimed that she and Orin were complete opposites, so she was worried that they might not get along. Will agreed with Lucretia, for the girl is easygoing and perpetually carefree, therefore with Orin they are complete opposites. These words of Will did not please Lucretia, so she asked the guy to be quiet. The girl argued that Will for once could pretend for once that he was not. Frankly, Orin wasn't good at maintaining the same optimism as Lucretia. But Lucretia even liked Orin and didn't annoy him at all. The guy hoped that he and this girl could continue to get along and be friends. Afterwards, the guys drank jokes and had carefree fun. Orin, however, suddenly remembered his grandfather telling him that a guy should live his life in such a way that he would have no regrets. So Open made his choice to join the Silver Rabbit clan and was sure that he would not regret it. The boy was determined to try to open up to these guys. The guys sat around for a long time celebrating Orin's joining the first group. Everyone was pretty drunk by now. Lucretia and Will especially. They were singing songs and having more fun than the others. Selma, on the other hand, was sighing at the same time, which caught the attention of Orin sitting next to her. The boy asked the girl what was the matter and why she was sighing. Selma, however, raised her head and looked at Orin. She stated that Orin was still a very nice guy. Orin, hearing such words with such intonation and face, was even embarrassed. Selma's eyes were even glistening. The guy didn't even understand what was the matter. Selma, on the other hand, was just very drunk and her sympathy for Orin was clearly starting to come out. A confused Orin asked Selma what was wrong with her. Selma, however, claimed that she wasn't joking at all and was actually completely serious when she told him. Orin, on the other hand, didn't understand anything, as Selma blushed and said such a thing. The guy realized that if the girl continued to approach him like that, he would just faint. As Selma continued to approach Orin, the guy looked at Selma's soft lips and her beautiful body. Selma, on the other hand, took Orin's hand and held it against her chest. Then she started on about some plans after dinner. This confused the boy even more. Selma, on the other hand, suggested that Orin have a bottle of wine after dinner. The girl wondered how many seconds it would take the two of them to drink it. That's when Orin realized. Selma's in a mess at all. The guy guessed that Kelma was just drunk and he had already made up his mind. Orin suggested that the girl drink that bottle of wine later, but for now he put it in the middle of the table. But Selma was unwilling to step on it. She pressed herself harder against Orin, feeling him open up. Orin, on the other hand, was simply dumbfounded by this turn of events, and could not calm down in any way. Looking at the girl's breasts, Orin realized that he had to keep calm. He suggested that Selma not drink so much alcohol anymore. Selma argued that she was not drunk at all and was resistant to alcohol. At this point, the other boys heard these words from Selma and, laughing, said that this is what all drunks say. Selma, on the other hand, claimed that she would consider this day as a significant day when Orin starts working with the first group. That was why the girl wanted to drink more and party until morning. Orin, of course, was grateful to Selma that this was a momentous day for her, but he certainly wasn't going to walk around until morning. He suggested that Selma just take it easy for starters. Selma, on the other hand, moved closer to Orin's face and asked the guy why he was trying to run away. The girl didn't understand. Was she unattractive? Orin was already on edge. He argued that it wasn't about that at all. In this case, Selma didn't understand why Orin didn't want to go out in the morning. Orin explained that they had plans to go to the research department together tomorrow. Selma thought that they could drink until morning and then go straight out until morning. The girl insisted that it was even more comfortable that way. Then Orin felt that he was talking to a wall. He couldn't stand it any longer and asked Rain to stop Selma. Rain saw Selma hugging Orin, laughed, and decided to join in. Open was shocked. He thought Rain was going to help him get Selma off his back, but no such luck. Now Orin had two girls glued to him, and he couldn't get them off. Now the situation was even worse. In his mind, Orin asked himself to calm down. At the same time, Rain kept hugging his arm and saying how nice he was. Orin thought that if he thought of Rain as a small child, it wasn't so bad. But then the girl brought her breast closer to his arm. Feeling the softness, Orin realized that Rain was just an eater. At this point, Will and Lucretia noticed that Selma and Rain were glued to Orin. They called Orin macho because he had taken both beauties. Orin indignantly asked them to help him, not just watch. Will asserted that today Orin was the main character and should not be against the tasting. These words strained Orin even more. He did not understand but guessed what kind of tasting Will was talking about. Perrin argued that it was certainly impossible, but Will just kept laughing at Orin, claiming that he had been thinking for a minute. Selma, meanwhile, asked if a tasting was possible, if she would like it. In that case, Lucretia decided everything for the boys. Orin was the only one against the whole thing. Selma had already asked the guy if she could taste it. Rain, on the other hand, just kept up. She kissed the guy's ear. Orin was already just passing out and going crazy. He knew it was wrong, but he didn't know what to do. He couldn't just push Selma and Rain away, because the girls might hit each other in that case. Right now, Orin had no idea at all how he could take out the two girls. Rain waited at this time to approach Orin to kiss his neck. And Selma was already ready to kiss the guy on the lips. Orin was on edge. He decided it was time to put an end to this. After all, these girls were his mates, and he couldn't do this to them. Finally figuring out what to do, Orin used soporific magic. Thanks to it, Selma and Rain fell asleep right on Orin's shoulders. Will and Lucretia were even upset that Rain and Selma had fallen asleep, because it meant that there would be no continuation. Will then asked Lucretia to pay the bill, and Orin offered to carry the two girls on his back. Orin, on the other hand, deprived, was pleased that Lucretia and Will did not notice that he had put Selma and Rain to sleep with magic. And while Rain and Kelma slept sweetly, Will and Orin set about dragging them around the rooms on their backs. Will poges Rain, and Selma was taken by Orin. Despite this unforeseen situation, Orin realized that he was having so much fun for the first time in a long time. At this time, Sophia was lying in her bed reading a book with the thought that Selma was late getting home. As it turned out, the girl wanted to hear quickly if there was any progress, for yesterday Selma had consulted with Orin about training. At that moment there was a knock at the door. Sophia didn't realize who it was at this late hour, for Selma would certainly not have knocked. Sophia realized that it was something urgent and decided to go to the door and ask who had come. In response, the girl heard Orin's voice. The guy said that it was him and apologized for coming at such a late hour. Hearing Orin's voice, Sophia was surprised. No, the girl was not just surprised, but dumbfounded. The girl did not understand what was the matter and why Orin had come to her room at such a late hour. Orin, however, explained that she and the group were having a celebratory dinner and something had happened. The guy explained that it was easier to show her, or he was already having a hard time. So Orin asked Sophia to open the door to the room. Sophia thought about Orin's words. The girl thought that Orin was having a hard time keeping to himself and that he wanted to tell her something, so she hurried to open the door. When the girl opened the door, Orin with a sleeping Selma on his back entered the room and wished Sophia a good evening. The boy then apologized for coming unannounced. This turn of events was clearly not expected by Sophia. Seeing her little sister on Orin's back, she was stunned. The first thing she asked the boy was what was his relationship with Selma? Orin, on the other hand, didn't understand what Sophia was even talking about. Sophia, on the other hand, was just confused. She didn't understand what was even going on here. When Orin explained everything to Sophia, the girl apologized to Orin. Sophia realized that her sister was just having a lot of fun and had had too much to drink. Either way, it was a rarity. Orin at this time, still holding Selma on her back, explained that the girl had just been drinking too much, so he had brought her home. Orin realized that Sophia might have misunderstood something, so he explained that he and Selma had nothing. At this point Selma began to wake up. Sophia realized that her sister was having a lot of fun. She went over to her and started to wake her up, touching her with her hand. It didn't take Sophia long to realize that Selma was still awake, and she opened her eyes. The girl was puzzled and asked where she was. Orin greeted Selma and explained that he had brought her to the room. But it seems that Selma had not yet recovered from their banquet. She asked if he had brought her to his room. Sophia, on the other hand, ordered the girl to get off the guy if she woke up. Simultaneously polite and menacing, Sophia asked Selma not to give Orin a problem. Selma looked at Sophia and seeing the face with which her little sister said those words, the girl was horrified. Now Selma was finally awake, and Sophia asked her if she had slept well. Selma tried to explain something to Sophia, but she could do nothing. Then Sophia said she would talk to her sister later. Now Sophia's voice frightened even Orin. He stood there and just kept silent. Selma, on the other hand, guiltily agreed with Sophia. Orin in that case decided to go back to his room. Selma thanked the guy for bringing her and apologized for the way things had turned out. Orin, on the other hand, claimed that nothing serious had happened and today had even been fun. The guy then turned to Sophia. The guy said that officially the girl would be informed by Estella, but he would like to take over the training of the 10th group. This statement stunned Sophia. And Orin added only that he would be happy to work with the 10th group. An overjoyed Sophia stated that she too would be very happy to work with Orin, so the girl asked the guy to take care of the 10th group. In that case, Orin wished his sisters good night. Selma and Sophia reciprocated. Then the guy left. Selma, left alone with her sister, asked her if she was happy about the news. To which Sophia replied that she was certainly glad. Sophia then remembered how Selma had behaved 5 minutes ago and asked indignantly, "What was that now?" Selma began only to mumble. The next morning when Orin went to the guild dining room for breakfast, he noticed that everyone was looking at him again. However, despite this, no one approaches Orin for a trivial chat. Orin still thought that it would be good to make more acquaintances so that he would have someone to talk to. At this point, the guy was called out. It turned out to be Lucretia, who was not alone, but with a girl with glasses, whom Orin had never seen before. Lucretia wished Orin a good morning and asked if they could eat together. Of course, he could not refuse Lucretia when she and a certain girl sat down together at Orin's table. Orin asked the stranger if they knew each other. The girl replied that they didn't know each other, but she knew about Orin. The girl then decided to introduce herself. As it turned out, the girl's name was Nina. She is from the Magic Development Department. Looking at the way Orin was chatting with Nina, Lucretia thought their conversation was too serious. Because of that, the girl asked the guys to relax. Nina, on the other hand, argued that it was the other way round. Lucretia was too relaxed. At this time, Orin asked Nina if he could just call her Nina, to which the girl replied that it was fine for the guy to call her that. In that case, Nina decided to call Orin just Orin. Lucretia, on the other hand, was happy for the guys, for now they were clearly relaxed. Suddenly Lucretia called out to Nina and asked her to look at her. As it turned out, Lucretia wanted to show Nina a trick that Orin had taught her. In an instant, Lucretia made the instruments on the table move in the air. Nina looked at all this with great amazement. Lucretia, however, explained that it was Orin's original magic. Lucretia also added that it was the same magic that had scared everyone recently. Upon hearing what Orin was capable of, Nina jumped up from her seat and asked in surprise if Orin knew how to create original magic. To which Orin replied that he does know how to create original magic. The guy also added that he came up with this magic by accident, while trying to create a completely different magic. Orin also revealed that when he showed it to Lucretia, she liked it very much. So the guy felt it was okay to show this magic to the rest of the group as well. Also looking at Nina's glowing eyes, Orin offered to teach her this magic if she wanted to. Nina hesitated. She asked if she could do that since she wasn't a member of the first group. Orin, on the other hand, argued that of course it was okay to do so, since there was nothing special about it. Moreover, magic is very useful in everyday life and maybe one day Orin will publish the formula of this magic. Nina was surprised to hear that he really wanted to tell the secrets of his magic to everyone. The girl thought the guy was just a saint. Orin replied that he really wanted to do it, but he had a lot of things to do, so he couldn't find a minute to do it. Suddenly, Orin added that he had something to ask Nina in exchange for him teaching her some special magic. Orin explained that he wanted to publish this special magic on behalf of the Silver Rabbit clan in the night sky. The guy claimed that he didn't really care how it would happen. He just wanted the clan to profit from it if this magic spreads around the world. In that case, Nina clarified, could they initially sell a magic tool with this feature and only publish the formula sometime later? To which Orin replied that he was not at all against this. Nina eventually understood Orin's terms, but decided to still ask if the guy was sure about it. After all, it was magic that he had invented. Orin claimed that he was sure of his words, because the invention of this magic was just a happy accident. And his formula is not that complicated. Orin believed that this special magic could help the clan and society as a whole, so he asked Nina to publish it as soon as possible. Orin knew that Nina's department dealt with magic and they would quickly be able to find a way to integrate him into the Silver Rabbit clan in the night sky. The guy claimed that he wouldn't even mind if they kept this magic for clan members only. Orin believed that this special magic was useful and could generate income for the entire clan. That was why he wanted to enlist Nina's help. Nina understood everything and promised to help Orin in the end. Orin asked Nina for this because he joined the clan but hadn't done anything useful for the clan yet. The guy wanted to show that the clan was not wrong about him as soon as possible. Suddenly, Nina added, turning to Orin, that she also wanted to ask him for advice. The girl wondered if the guy would be able to drop by their department when he had no business with the first group and had a spare moment. The girl explained that she wanted to get the guy's opinion on something. Nina claimed that her department was now developing magic and magical tools that could help their researchers. They are also being helped by other better researchers such as Lucretia and Rain. So Nina asked Orin to share any ideas or knowledge with the department if he had any. The girl explained that she would like Orin to answer her now, and there would be nothing wrong with Orin saying no. Orin, on the other hand, replied that he had no reason to refuse. But the guy also added that he had too little free time right now, so he would like to show up at Rina's department when he had a free moment. Nina was very happy that Orin still agreed. While Nina was thanking Orin, Lucretia stated that Orin was a very good leader, just like Selma. Orin, on the other hand, said that he would still need to train the newcomers. And after the meal, he was just about to go to the research department about it. Nina was surprised to hear that Orin from the first group went straight into mentoring. The girl asked if the guy would really mentor the children of the 10th group. To which Orin replied that those were the children he would be mentoring. Nina was only glad that she had hit the bullseye. Lucretia added at this point that Orin was running around like a squirrel. Orin, on the other hand, was sure that all 3 kids in the 10th group had potential. Nina, meanwhile, asked Lucretia if she would like to take Orin's place in training, so that the boy could come into her department more often. This suggestion put Lucretia in a stupor. Nina Weaver, on the other hand, complained that Lucretia clearly had something she could teach the newcomers, so she pressed the girl to switch with Orin. Lucretia thought that Nina was too cruel, because she and Lucretia were friends, but when someone more useful than Lucretia appeared, Nina was ready to sell her friend. Lucretia thought that Nina was a fair and innocent girl. Nina, on the other hand, asked Lucretia not to say such strange things. Orin, on the other hand, looking at the outraged girls, thought that things had somehow got out of hand too quickly, although it was certainly fun. Orin then apologized to Nina and stated that he wasn't going to trade with anyone. The guy explained that he wanted to do his best to make the newcomers from Group 10 the best explorers in the maze. Such a statement made both Nina and Lucretia freeze. In that case, Nina asked Orin to train the rookies so that they would rise to a rank in 3 months. At this time, Lucretia was only happy because she had been blown away. Orin really wanted to appear more often in the magic development department. While he was chatting with Lucretia and Nina in the dining hall, the meeting time was almost over. Before Orin could finish his thought, Selma appeared in his path. Seeing the girl, Orin immediately wished her good morning. The girl only reciprocated. Looking at Selma, it seemed to Orin that he was not in the lucha. The guy thought that it might be because Selma remembered what happened when she was drunk. In that case, Orin wondered if he should bring it up. Or would it be better to just keep quiet? While Orin was thinking about it, Selma spoke first. The girl lowered her head and guiltily apologized to Orin for yesterday and added that she was really sorry. Orin was surprised to realize how much Selma was worried. Looking at the girl's face, Orin thought Selma's face was very cute when she was embarrassed. He decided only to tell the girl that it was okay. Orin said that there was nothing wrong with it. He realized that Selma had just been hit in the head by alcohol, so he suggested that she forget about last night. The guy also asked Selma not to worry about the little things. Selma, on the other hand, thanked Orin, for the guy's words had reassured her. But a correction is still worth making. Orin was unlikely to ever forget it. Now Selma suggested that the lad go to the research department as they had planned yesterday. Orin agreed and asked Selma to take him there. After Orin brought the older sister Claudel to her kamite, the 2 sisters had a conversation. Sophia just wanted to hear an explanation from Selma. Selma, on the other hand, was simply very scared. She just didn't feel comfortable under that kind of pressure. The girl realized that she had drunk like a beast. She wanted to beat herself up. But Selma still decided to just apologize and tell the whole truth. That's what she did. With her head down, Selma explained that they had a new addition to the first squad. That was why she and the group had decided to throw a welcome party for Orin. Selma said she was in an elevated mood and drank more than usual and then got drunk and passed out. That is why Orin acted like a gentleman and carried Selma to her room. Selma, however, added at the end that she was very sorry. Sophia thought for a moment and then just plopped down on the bed. Selma, on the other hand, immediately began to ask the girl what had happened and what she was thinking. The girl asked her little sister not to be silent. Sophia, on the other hand, began by saying that Selma had a lot on her mind lately. Now that Orin had joined the group, however, Selma's burden would finally become lighter. Sophia realized that was why Selma was able to relax today. The girl thought it was obvious to a fool. Selma understood it, but that was why she was ashamed. Sophia asked Selma to just take it easy if she wanted to express her gratitude to him. Sophia simply asked Selma to be more careful in the future, because inconveniencing other people was simply not acceptable. As she looked at Sophia, Selma saw her angelic smile. Now Selma realized that her little sister was a real angel who had come down to her from heaven. Wiping away her tears, Selma promised Sophia to be more careful. Sophia, however, was surprised to notice that her sister was crying. Selma at this time thought only of how lucky she was to have a little sister after all. Then she asked Sophia to just change the subject. Then Sophia told her that starting tomorrow, the pledge group would officially begin to exist, so she was told by the research department. But Sophia didn't know that Orin would become their mentor. Selma realized that Orin had said something like that. As it turned out, Sophia was just really excited about it. The girl still couldn't believe it had happened. Selma, on the other hand, claimed that she knew that Orin would agree to be the mentor of the 10th group. After all, ever since the guy knew about the boys, he had been very worried. Hearing those words, Sophia became even happier. Selma, on the other hand, looking at the joyful Sophia, realized that the girl was very interested in having Orin as her mentor. Now the girl decided to go for a shower and then go to bed. Sophia, meanwhile, was only thinking about the fact that Orin would be her mentor. The girl just couldn't get excited and thought that she wouldn't even be able to sleep because of it. So Selma decided to sing Sophia a lullaby. Then the girl went to take a shower. She thought about how Sophia couldn't smile like that before. But in the last few days, when it comes to Orin, a smile always pops up on the girl's face. Selma didn't even know if her little sister had realized what special feelings she had for Orin. After all, this was the first time Sophia was channeling her warm feelings to someone other than Selma. In a way, Selma was envious. But the girl still liked to see her little sister like this. Selma was determined to support Sophia, because it was the right thing to do. But still the girl was tense about embarrassing herself in front of her little sister. And in front of Orin, Selma was also embarrassed. After all, the girl usually never got so drunk, and this time she had behaved terribly. Remembering the events of that night, Selma was determined not to take another drop of alcohol in her mouth. The girl had never thought she would do such a thing while drunk. So she would like to think about it quietly. That Selma admires Orin as a man is true, and she especially admires the fellow as an explorer. But Selma realized that she had no other feelings for Orin. At least there shouldn't be. At this point, Selma's face turned very red. The girl thought that the alcohol had just hit her head again. Selma's face turned red and her heart was beating very hard. At that moment, Sophia entered the bathroom and brought a new towel for Selma. Upon hearing Sophia, Selma almost jumped up with fear. She began to talk and act strangely. The girl didn't know what she was thinking at all. Selma felt that she should think only of Sophia and no one else. She did not know how long they would live together, but Selma felt that in that time she should do as much as she could for her little sister. In the end, Selma thanked Sophia for the towels. Sophia, however, only asked Selma to wash up as soon as possible and go to bed. After all, the girl might catch a cold if she hung around long after her shower. Eventually, Sophia wished Selma good night and went to bed, leaving Selma to take a shower. Selma reciprocated and thought that Sophia was right and that she should take a quick shower and go to bed. Selma enjoyed the process of showering very much, especially after such a stormy night. Now the girl felt at least a little better. She felt that at this rate she would be able to wash away what had happened today. Selma also decided to apologize to Orin tomorrow for this night. The girl thought that their relationship with her boyfriend would not change in any way because of this stupid mistake. She recalled the moment when Orin had asked her why she was sighing and what was the matter. And when in reply Selma had told him he was a nice guy. At that moment the girl thought about the fact that when a man gets drunk, he says what's on his mind. At least that's what everybody says. Then Selma wondered if it was possible that these were her true feelings. In the end, the girl decided that it was simply impossible. But still remembering Orin, Selma's heart was troubled. Selma and Orin were met in the research management department by the cheerful Estella. She wished them a good morning and thanked them for coming. The boys reciprocated with strange faces. As it turned out, they were confused by Estella's big mess. Orin would even say huge. Estella, on the other hand, thought it was a creative mess. Orin, however, realized that when they had first met Estella, she had seemed like a different person to him. In that case, Orin now wondered if Estella always acted the way she did now. Selma, on the other hand, also thought that Estella was acting too unresponsive and asked Orin if he thought so. Estella, on the other hand, claimed that she was doing a great job no matter what. In the end, the girls still decided to switch on the work mode and stop talking. She thanked the guys again for coming and then asked Orin if he had studied the materials she had sent him, to which Orin replied that he had studied everything. In that case, Estella decided to ask again. Would Orin be okay with being the mentor and commander of the 10th group? To which Orin replied that of course he didn't mind. The guy didn't even have a thought of refusing the offer. Estella thanked Orin for that and asked him if he could start right from today. To which Orin replied that he was fine with that. The fact was that he had not yet received any educational program. Estella, on the other hand, explained that this educational program simply did not exist and everything lay solely on Orin. These words misled Orin. Looking at Orin's face, Estella first thought it was his reaction to her calling him Ornchik. But Orin explained that he wasn't surprised at all because of that. He just thought it was strange that the guild didn't have an educational program. Estella, on the other hand, thought that these kids from the 10th group would be perfect for Orin and he would be the perfect teacher for them. The girl wanted the guy to use his experience to nurture these newbies. Estella felt that this was exactly the kind of approach the new generation of Silver Rabbit explorers needed. Orin, on the other hand, believed that if they were talking about knowledge and techniques in exploring the maze, then he could really teach these guys something. Selma, on the other hand, thought that the educational program was arbitrary and suggested that the goal of learning should be set. Estella explained that this would most likely be set after the children's potential had been established, but that she would like the children to be able to clear the middle floors in 6 months. Orin, on the other hand, described such expectations as very fuzzy. Estella, on the other hand, explained that expectations for Orin were still inflated because he was new. In addition, Estella was confident that Orin could easily achieve such results, because it was not easy for the clan to decide to invite Orin. Then Orin realized that the clan wanted the guys from the 10th squad to be able to quietly conquer at least the 50th floor. He knew that under his guidance, the newcomers would be able to reach the boss without any problems, but it was difficult to achieve such a result in just half a year. Therefore, Orin doubted that he would be able to train the guys. Then the guy promised Estella to do his best. Estella herself was sure that it would be difficult, but the clan left the boys to Orin, their versatile genius, so everyone hoped for him. Then the girl thought about calling Open the Versatile Rabbit. Selma thought such a name was very cute, and Orin didn't care at all. After a while, Orin arrived at the office where he was to meet with the 10th group. He stood outside the door and couldn't dare to enter yet. With Sophia, Orin had already met recently, but with Logan and Caroline, the guy hadn't seen each other for a long time. After the battle with the Black Dragon, Orin didn't cross paths with the guys anymore, because the guy realized that they might have changed a lot during that time. Orin was worried about how the guys would treat him now. Finally, he cranked the doorknob and walked in. The first thing Orin said was that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, and asked if the guys were waiting for him. Upon seeing Orin, the boys were thrilled. They were obviously excited to see Orin and were really looking forward to it. That's when Orin realized that he was just worrying for nothing. The guy then sat down at the table across from the guys and asked if they knew why he was calling them. To which Logan replied that he knew it and Open would be their instructor, at least that's what he was told. Logan was very happy about this. The boy still couldn't believe that Orin would be his supervisor. At that moment it seemed to Orin that Logan had changed a lot. Because of that, the boy wondered what had happened to the boy during this time. Orin said that he would try not to disappoint the boys and make the three of them the best explorers. Caroline, on the other hand, had good words to say on such an occasion. A great man has great goals. The girl thought that was why Orin was able to defeat the Black Dragon. Sophia agreed with Caroline and also thought Orin was a great explorer because the guy had single-handedly defeated a table KT strong monster. Orin, on the other hand, thought that as a man who had fought a dragon, a little more, and he would have lost. Although from the outside, it might indeed seem like Orin had won. But the boys never stopped admiring him after such an act. Orin, however, thought that if every serious fight was to be fought like this, then nothing good would come of it, and in order for no one from the 10th group to get hurt, Orin would have to become even stronger. Orin eventually thanked his students for their praise. He also explained that the Black Dragon is an opponent that they too are going to defeat. After all, the boys are serious about conquering the labyrinth. Sophia, on the other hand, was a little hesitant to hear Orin say that. Orin had warned that it wouldn't be easy at first. But the guy thought that the boys would be strong enough to defeat the Black Dragon. Orin claimed that all three of them had a lot of potential, and they should just gain experience. After all, The guys are talented enough to become the best. These words greatly inspired Logan. He decided that the group would definitely give their best. Orin's words gave all three of them confidence. Orin praised the guys and added that this was why he would give them everything he had, his knowledge and skills. The guy also said that the boys needed to remember two things. In the first, it is very important to work with your head. After all, there are many ways to solve the same problem. And the guys should find a way that won't lead them into a dead end. Orin argued that an ordinary conversation or a random event can lead to an unexpected solution. Second, guys should not assume that everything Orin says is 100% true. The guys did not understand these words of the guy and started asking questions. Orin explained that he is far from being omniscient or omnipotent. He too makes mistakes all the time. The guy tried to convey to the guys that just because he's just going to be their mentor doesn't mean that all of his decisions are right. And instead of just taking Orin's word for it, guy wanted the guys to use his experience too. But also Orin was also okay with the guys asking him about anything if they had any doubts. Then the guy asked if everything was clear to the guys? To which they unanimously answered with one voice, yes. In that case, Orin before starting the training wanted to know why the boys wanted to be explorers. So he asked them to tell him about their dreams and goals for the future. To a certain extent, Orin had already guessed, but he wanted to hear it from the boys themselves. He realized that it was quite possible that the boys had a completely different outlook on life. Orin decided to start with Sophia and asked the girl to tell him about her dreams and plans. Without thinking long, Sophia said that she wanted to be like her older sister Selma. The girl claimed that instead of just going with the flow, she wanted to build her own destiny with her own hands. Sophia explained that this is why she decided to become an explorer. Because in Silver Rabbit she met many different people and realized how different they all are and how big the world is. The girl said that in this huge world she wanted to do as she pleased and follow her dreams and become an explorer. These words pleased Orin. He remembered the girl saying that as soon as she joined the guild, her world changed. But Orin only realized the full meaning of those words when he read her past. Now the guy's ideas about this girl had changed. In the end, Orin praised Sophia's thinking and said that he would help her fulfill her dream. The embarrassed girl thanked the guy. Orin, on the other hand, at this point wondered if he was overplaying his hand. The guy then asked Logan to tell his dream next. Then Logan began to tell that he decided to become a researcher to make money and help his homeland live a trouble-free life. The boy said that his home village is a barren land and it happens that the people of this village do not know what they will eat tomorrow. So all the villagers of Loga collected the last of their money to send him to the city. They told the kid that he has a talent for magic and he shouldn't rot in their village. That's why Logan wants to become a successful explorer and buy the people of his village so much food to fill their bellies every day. Logan stated that his goal is to make happy those who sent him to this clan. Orin, after listening to Logan's story, realized that the boy wanted to thank the villagers. Logan, on the other hand, confirmed Orin's words and added that he was lucky because he grew up with these people. But also Logan considered himself too weak. Lowering his head, the boy admitted that he was ashamed to say it, but not long ago he thought he was equal in strength to an experienced explorer. But when the boy learned Orin's true strength, and when he knew the terror of facing the Black Dragon, Logan realized that he still had a long way to go. Logan recognized the fact that he was not strong enough, and he would not yet have the strength to achieve his goal. That is why Logan asked Orin to make him a worthy explorer. The boy asked Orin for this very much. Looking into Logan's eyes, Orin saw the confidence and desire to strive to become strong. This look was also similar to Oliver's look when he was just a child and protected Orin from danger. Then Orin looked at his friend and admired. Who would have thought things would turn out this way? These memories made Orin's face change. To Logan, on the other hand, Orin promised to teach him everything he knew himself. But the boy also explained that whether he could achieve his goal would depend mostly on Logan himself. Orin simply asked the boy to keep that in mind. Logan thanked Orin for his parting words and sat back down in his seat. Orin, however, realized that Logan now understood that his goal would not be achieved so easily. The boy looked at Logan and realized that he had matured noticeably. After all, now the boy's eyes looked straight into the future. That's why Orin liked Logan's look. And lastly there was Caroline, who was already waiting for her turn. Then Orin asked the girl why she had become a researcher. Orin decided to ask Caroline a simple question. He didn't want to make her dig into her past. But the guy still wanted to hear everything from the girl's mouth. Which the path of explorer will Caroline choose, given her horrible past? So, Caroline Inglow. She was held captive by a criminal organization where she was treated inhumanely, and it took a long time before she was rescued. So why did this girl decide to become an explorer? This is the question she was asked by Orin. Caroline thought for a moment, and replied that she had no particular reason. But the girl added that if Orin still wanted to hear any reason, she just wanted to kill monsters so that others could smile. Caroline argued that this is why she wants to be an explorer. But these words Orin thought were utter nonsense. He realized that usually people who had experienced what Caroline had experienced wanted to forget about everything and live quietly away from everyone else. Orin still couldn't believe that Caroline had embarked on this dangerous path for no particular reason. In that case, Orin asked the girl if she was sure that there was no reason. To which the girl replied that that was all and there was nothing else. Looking into Caroline's eyes, Orin realized that she still kept the darkness deep in her soul. Then Orin said that even though Caroline's desire seemed more down to earth, but he wanted to praise her for wanting to do it for people. The guy claimed that the researchers mine magic stones from the monsters, and in turn these stones are used to create magic tools that make people's lives better. Orin then asked Caroline if she likes to see people smile, to which the girl replied without a drop of doubt that she really loves to look at smiles. The girl thought that people who smile would not beat her. Here Orin was horrified. Caroline claimed that monsters made a lot of people stop smiling, so she should kill all the monsters. These words of Caroline seemed frightening not only to Orin but also to the rest of the boys. Orin, however, though not much surprised that Caroline says such words, considering what this girl has been through. The guy realized that Caroline wouldn't be able to let go of that kind of past for a long time. But sooner or later she would have to fight the darkness within her. Orin, on the other hand, wondered, would he be able to help Caroline in time? Orin then thanked Caroline for telling him everything. He also added that he now knew why each of the boys wanted to be an explorer. Orin wanted to talk about himself sometime later, but right now the guy wanted the guys to never forget what they said here. Never forget why they became explorers. Even though Orin didn't like all this psychological stuff, he realized that a purpose and a reason to fight did give one the strength to move on and push their limits. At the very least, Orin realized this while fighting a black dragon. The guy just wanted these newcomers to have a reason to move forward as well. At this point, Sophia asked if Orin had any dreams or goals. To which Orin replied that of course he had them. The guy claimed that he didn't care how stupid and trivial it was, but he didn't want to lose anything else. No matter what he has to go through, Orin will grow stronger and protect what he holds dear. That's why he decided to become an explorer. Orin argued that a weak person can't protect anyone, and the guy considered himself weak, which is why he wanted to become even stronger. Now Orin wanted to introduce himself properly. From now on, the boys will be Pan's mates. Also, Orin is the person who will train them. The guy asked the group to be sure that he was going to take them seriously. Orin claimed that he might say sometimes too harsh things. It might seem that he will pick on the guys, but despite that he will always be on their side and will help them. And so Orin wanted the guys to give their best too. In response to Orin's words, the boys only promised him to try harder. Suddenly, the boy remembered that Estella had asked him to be closer to the 10th group. So he asked Caroline if she minded if he called her by a different name, to which Caroline replied that she didn't mind it. But the girl just didn't understand why it was necessary. Orin, on the other hand, explained that Caroline was a very long name and hard to pronounce in an emergency. In that case, Caroline asked Orin to come up with something cool since he wouldn't call her by her first name. This request put Orin in a stupor. He didn't even know what to come up with. Caroline, on the other hand, asked him to come up with something on his own after all. Orin thought about it. The first thing that came into the guy's head was to just shorten Caroline's name and leave just Kara. But then it seemed too easy to him. In that case, Orin settled on Carol and asked the girl what she thought about it. Caroline evidently liked this abbreviation. She decided that from now on she would be called Carol. Orin explained that it was not a name, but just a nickname. At that moment the boy was called by Logan. He asked Orin to come up with a nickname for him, too, for that matter. Orin, on the other hand, thought the guy already had a short name. But Logan begged Orin so much that he just couldn't say no. In that case, Orin suggested shortening the name to Log. Hearing this, Logan was delighted, for it was a name given to him by Mr. Orin himself. Orin tried to explain to the boys that it wasn't a name at all, but they obviously didn't care. In that case, the only one left was Sophia. Orin decided not to spoil the girl and make up a nickname for her as well. He asked her how she felt about him calling her Sophie. Orin was worried about the nickname not being much different from the girl's name, so he asked her if she would be okay with it being so simple. Sophia, on the other hand, argued that she quite liked the abbreviation. Thus, all the boys liked the nicknames that he came up with for Orin. They are now Carol, Logan, and Sophie. Logan then decided that it would be a good idea to come up with something for Orin himself, and call him something else. Orin thought it was unnecessary, because his name was already very short. The boy asked Logan if he suggested shortening his name to just Orin. Logan argued that he and the boys should call their mentor something else. After briefly thinking, Logan asked Orin to allow himself to be called Master. At this point, Carol began to resent him. As it turned out, she too wanted to call Orin Master. Looking at the boys' delighted faces, Orin realized that they were serious. In that case, there was nothing left for him to do but to allow the guys to call himself Master. The guy then turned to Sophie and asked her what she would call him. The girl was in a stupor. She decided to stick with Mr. Orin, after all. Orin, however, was fine with it. When the talking was over, Orin decided to start the lecture. Today was their first day, so the guy decided to start with Orin. Orin explained that there would probably be things that the guys already knew, but they would need to be patient and listen to everything. If the guys had any questions, however, Orin asked them to feel free to ask. So Orin began by saying that when they talk about the maze, most often they talk about monsters. The guy started with the obvious. Monsters attack people as soon as they are seen. The creatures are attracted to large crowds of people. As Orin and his companions studied the monsters, they realized that they were capable of thinking. But that's not all. The monsters are almost obsessed with one more thing. And it's magic stones, which Orin decided to demonstrate to the boys. The guy claimed that when monsters die, magic stones fall out of them. And when a monster defeats another monster and absorbs a magic stone, it becomes stronger. Perhaps that is why they are so drawn to magic stones. Logan, on the other hand, had noticed that Orin had said before that monsters attract large crowds of people. In that case, the boy wondered, would a person with a magic stone in his hand be a monster's priority target? To which Orin replied that Logan was absolutely right. Well, of course, the boys should not forget that monsters will primarily be defending themselves, not hunting for someone. And also many shield bearers and defenders chain magic stones on their gear to be a priority target, both in and out of combat. At this point, Sophie made a surprised expression on her face. Orin noticed this and asked what was the matter. Sophie, on the other hand, replied in confusion that there was nothing wrong. Orin explained to the girl that it is normal to make mistakes, and he will not bite. It's just that if someone makes a mistake, Orin will correct them. Therefore, the guy thought that Sophie should share her thoughts. In the end, the girl thought that Orin was right and decided to ask him. As it turned out, the girl just noticed that when Orin fought the black dragon, he wore a necklace with a magic stone. So she wondered if Orin wore it to attract the dragon's attention. Orin was surprised that Sophie noticed this, therefore he decided to praise the girl. He said that she was absolutely right in her assumptions. Sophie thanked Orin for his praise. Carol was also delighted with Sophie, for the girl had managed to see such things in battle. Orin was really surprised that Sophie was able to connect his lesson and that incident. It really amazed the guy. He realized that Sophie was capable of thinking much wider than he had thought. Thus, the guy decided that he would instill confidence in the girl if he praised her little by little. After that, Orin decided to continue the lecture. So, the guys already understood how monsters behave and realized that without researching the labyrinth, magic tools can't be created. Orin asked if the guys understood why. Logan suggested that it was because you need magic stones to create magic tools. And the boy was not wrong. He was quite right. There are battle magic tools that allow you to use offensive magic and are very useful in battle. But one should only use tools that are good and necessary for the situation. After all, only quality tools are useful, while others can only make things worse. Logan added that it is also important to use magic storage, because monsters cannot sense the magic tools that are there. Orin was in agreement with Logan, for it really was better than just carrying the tools in his hands. Although there were risks involved as well. Orin gave an example. So, suppose the magic stones emit a kind of odor that only monsters can smell. Yes, the guys can put the tool in the vault, and it will lessen the odor, but it still won't disappear completely. That's why if the guys carry around a whole arsenal, they will still come monsters. Logan was delighted at what he had just learned. He realized that Orin really did already know a lot of things, as the boy could learn so much in just one lesson. Orin thought that Logan was too energetic. The boy was even kind of exhausted by it. Orin then continued the lecture, and when he looked at his watch, he realized that it was already noon. In that case, he suggested that the boys should now pack up for the labyrinth. Sophie was surprised at this suggestion, for she thought it was wrong to do so. Orin, on the other hand, explained that he had been told that he could teach the 10th group as he wished. Yes, and sitting all day long, Orin considered it a boring occupation. The lad wanted the boys to show him all they could do in his educational program. He then set a place and time for the gathering. Outside the dormitory at 1:30 p.m. Guy also asked the boys to remember to have lunch in the canteen. Carol asked Orin if he would go to the canteen. Orin answered that he would not go there, because he was making field snacks for himself when he was going to the maze. So the guys shouldn't worry about him. Hearing the phrase field snacks, Carol was delighted. The girls started asking Orin what these field snacks were. She also wanted to try them. Logan and Sophie supported the girl, so Orin decided to treat the boys, for he still had plenty left. In advance, the guy also warned that these snacks were not that tasty. When the guys saw these snacks, her eyes shone. The guys then wished each other a pleasant appetite and started to taste the snacks. Orin just sat there thinking that the field snacks were really nothing at all. Yes, and their flavor is so. After tasting it, Carol started spitting out the snacks and wiping her tongue. She clearly didn't care for such a grandiose meal. Logan, on the other hand, tried to cover the outraged Carol's mouth and pretend they enjoyed it. The boy claimed he couldn't believe that Open could cook something so delicious. Carol, on the other hand, talked about how the appetizers tasted just awful. At this point she was gagged and asked not to say anything. Orin explained that he realized that the taste of the snacks was quite strange, so the guys might not choke on them. Despite this, Orin was surprised that the guys ate everything anyway, and thanked him for the treat, even though the guy told them not to choke on it. After a while, the boys, led by Orin, went to the Great Southern Maze on the 11th floor. Orin explained that the group would now be testing their individual abilities in combat. Guy wanted to see what the boys could do on their own. Orin also asked them not to be afraid if anything goes wrong. He claims to protect them, and those just need to give their best. Orin also asked the boys to wear a necklace to attract the attention of the monsters when they fight in battle. Orin decided to start with Sophie. The first danger was a slug. Carol noticed it and asked Sophie to soak it. In that case, Sophie, without thinking long, decided to attack. The girl used magic to hit the slugs with a fire arrow, but half of the slugs were able to dodge. They then began to attack the girl, but Sophie managed to bounce back. The girl realized that all she had to do was keep her distance and stay calm. She then used the fire arrow again to finish off the remaining slugs. Orin looked at Sophie's fight and rejoiced, for so far all was well. Slugs are very weak to fire attacks. And Sophie, for a beginner, was able to quickly exploit their weakness. Orin realized that if he continued to develop Sophie's skills, she would become a good mage. Therefore, the guy decided to give the girl a few more tips. At this point, Sophie had only one slug left to deal with, so Carol supported her friend in every possible way. After a couple of minutes, Sophie finished. Orin praised the girl and said she had done well. Sophie thanked Orin for his praise, and the boy asked Logan to go into battle next. Logan's opponents were goblins. Logan immediately spotted the monsters and prepared for battle. So, Logan is a spellcaster. He specializes in strengthening allies. But he must also be able to attack to support his allies. After all, buffs alone won't get you far, so the warlock must be a jack of all trades. In order to defeat the goblins, Logan decided to use 2 spells at once. This surprised Orin a little. Logan then used a magic barrier, and later earth spikes. At this moment, Orin realized that these guys could also pass higher floors. The newcomers of the Silver Rabbit clan seriously surprised Orin. After all, not everyone could use several spells at once. Because of that, the guy praised Log for a good job as the boy quickly dispersed the monsters. Log thanked Orin for his praise and added that his mentor's words meant a lot to him. Orin looked at Logan and realized that the boy still had a lot to learn, but he was already a worthy sorcerer. Orin decided to think about what he should teach Logan. Once again, Carol was left behind. Her opponents were two wolves, on whom the girl immediately pounced fearlessly. Carol pushed herself off the ground and attacked the wolf from the air with her daggers. Then the girl wounded the second wolf as well. Orin was now thinking that the vanguard is always the first to attack the enemy. And now Carol is in the role of defender. But if the boys went down further, Carol would take the attacking role. Until then, she's still in the formal defense role. Orin realized that Carol wanted to be a defender herself, but it was too dangerous a role for her. At that moment, another wolf appeared behind Carol's back. The girl didn't see it, but the monster kept rushing to attack. Sophie saw it and called out to Carol. Orin reacted and put a reflective barrier between the girl and the monster, causing the wolf to fly backwards. The boy then used a triple speed boost to slay the wolf on the fly. Orin then effortlessly chopped off the wolf's head, making the guy's mouths drop open at the speed. When the wolf was downed, Orin went down to the ground. The boy then approached Carol and gave her some advice. He asked the girl to keep a close eye on her surroundings as she fought. Carol, on the other hand, stated that she knew she would be attacked from behind and did not react on purpose. Orin looked at the girl and didn't know what it meant. Then the boy asked her why she didn't dodge, because she could have been hurt badly. Then the girl said she understood, for there was something she had not yet told Orin. Then with a smile on her face, Carol slashed her wrist with her blade. Looking at the blood dripping from Carol's hand, Orin was horrified. Now he certainly didn't understand what was happening. Looking at the girl's wrist, Orin was horrified, but Carol only stood there and smiled. The picture was horrifying. Orin asked the girl to calm down and said he would heal her wounds now. But when Carol lifted her wrist and showed Orin, the boy was even more surprised. In an instant, Carol's wound healed on its own. Orin was dumbfounded, for he had done nothing, but the wound was almost healed. The boy couldn't believe his eyes. Was Carol's regeneration really that strong? Carol, however, explained that this was her ability. Thus, no matter how severe her injuries were, they would heal quickly. Because of this, the girl believed that she had a body that didn't die. Carol argued that she was used to the pain of the wounds she receives, so Orin should not worry because everything will heal quickly. Hearing such words from a little girl, Orin was disappointed. He was embarrassed that Carol was taking it too easily. In that case, Orin wondered, was it because of this strength that the little girl constantly threw herself at monsters head-on? What would happen if the opponent was stronger? What was this girl even thinking? Orin realized that such a dangerous way of thinking needed to be urgently changed. First, the guy asked the girl to look at her comrades Logan and Sophie, who were standing nearby. This Carol did. The guys' faces were full of sympathy and surprise. Realizing this, Carol was horrified. Orin, on the other hand, asked if Carol had noticed the smile disappearing on the boys' faces. The lad then asked if the girl realized why. Orin himself replied that the boys' faces were saddened because Carol was in pain. But Carol thought that there was nothing wrong with it because she was not hurt. Orin understood that the girl's wounds heal instantly, but the pain did not go anywhere. The guy knew perfectly well that Carol was just used to the pain. Thus, if more Carol was hurt, her mates would be hurt as well. Orin argued that Carol's mates were perfectly aware of the pain the girl felt. Guy explained that Carol's mates would not smile, realizing that she just didn't care about herself. Because if the girl hurts herself, Logan and Sophie will be hurt too. In that case, Orin asked what Carol would do if Logan and Sophie never smiled again. Then Carol shouted out that she didn't want that. But the girl just didn't know what to do. Orin realized that his expectations had been confirmed. Just as he thought, Carol doesn't want the people around her to stop smiling at her. For her, that's the worst thing in life. Orin, on the other hand, argued that fixing this problem was simple. You just have to stop hurting yourself anymore. Carol, on the other hand, looked at her blade and then threw it to the ground. The girl began to say that she wouldn't hurt herself anymore, only for Orin and Logan and Sophie to keep smiling. Carol was hysterical. She only asked for one thing: not to hit her. Orin, meanwhile, remembered that Estella's letter had said that Carol's mental state was stable. But Orin did not believe that this trauma would go away so easily. Orin then stroked Carol's head and told her that everything was fine and no one would hit the girl here. The boy claimed that he would not leave a wet spot from hurting Carol. That's why the girl will be alright. These words hurt Carol. She stopped crying and only looked at Orin with eyes full of hope. Then the girl calmed down completely thanks to Orin repeating over and over again that everything was okay. For a few more minutes they stood silent. Then the boys headed back to the guild in a friendly manner. Orin had seen all three of them in action today, so the guys decided to call it a day and head back to the guild to summarize all the monsters on the way back. Orin decided to help destroy. For now, the guy didn't want to take any chances. He didn't know how Carol would react to meeting another monster. So, after arriving at the guild, the rejuvenators began to summarize the results. Orin started by saying that he would teach the guys every other day. The guy also explained that the guys were free to go to the labyrinth in threes when they didn't have classes with Orin. For that, the guys thanked the guy. Orin, on the other hand, added that there are also 4 conditions. In the first, the guys will just study the maze. In the second, they are not allowed to challenge the bosses. Third, until Orin gives permission, they can't go below the 11th floor. And fourth, the guys are not allowed to take on too much. Then, after stating the conditions, Orin asked the boys to promise not to break them. The boys made the pledge in friendship and with one voice. Orin also added that on days when the boys would not have classes for a few days, if they went to the maze, they should use the second day for a full rest. Guy asked the boys not to take on too much and to rest in their free time, for this is very important. Orin then thought for a while and added that if the boys had nothing to do, they could read something. The guy claimed that the Silver Rabbit Clan's library had a lot of useful books and the newcomers would definitely find something useful there. After which, Orin didn't bother to detain the guys and let them go since they didn't have any questions. Carol simply left in silence, and Sophie, leaving, nodded her head to Orin as a sign of farewell. As the guys left, Orin thought to himself that there were better teachers in this clan than him. At that moment, the boy was called out. It was Logan, who asked if Orin had a free minute. Orin then asked what was wrong? As it turned out, Logan was curious about Orin's assessment of his current abilities. The boy wanted to hear the opinion of an experienced researcher and his mentor. When Logan asked Orin about his abilities, Orin thought he could tell the boy the truth. The boy thought that Logan would realize that he still had room to grow. Orin then replied that Logan is now equal in strength to a rank A adventurer. Guy claimed that the boy would have no problem joining some group. Logan was surprised to hear those words. He thanked Orin and added that the fellow's words gave him confidence. Therefore, Logan wanted Orin to teach him how to wield a sword. Orin, on the other hand, didn't quite understand why a warlock would want to wield a sword. So he asked why a sword? Logan, on the other hand, explained that he had seen Carol's behavior today. The boy was greatly disturbed from the fact the girl would continue to have to be the sole vanguard. Therefore, Logan thought that if he could take on the vanguard as well, he would lighten Carol's burden. Besides, Logan, like Orin, wants to become an explorer who can do anything. At this moment, Orin realized that Logan only wanted to learn swordsmanship for the sake of the group. This surprised the guy. He decided to warn Logan that if he was also going to learn swordsmanship, Orin couldn't give any guarantees that the boy would be both good at magic and swordsmanship. Logan, on the other hand, argued that he was ready for it, and realized that there were risks involved. The boy believed he could handle anything. Orin, on the other hand, thought that Logan was right, for a balanced group needs a second vanguard. But being in the vanguard, giving out reinforcing spells and commanding is very hard. So Sophie will probably have to take command. In the end, Orin still decided to try. Then Orin told Logan that he understood his feelings, but it would be better to discuss it together with everyone. Logan unconditionally agreed. Orin also added something else. He stated that he had no intention of teaching Logan the sword. This statement horrified Logan. He felt that Orin did not want to teach him the sword just because he had no potential at all. Orin, however, apologized to Logan and explained that he had simply misspoken. The guy explained that he planned to teach Logan how to wield other weapons. This is a weapon that is often used by warlocks. After all, when an enemy is suddenly near, it's better that LRG's weapon is always at hand. So, Orin decided to train LRG not in swordsmanship, but in the spear. With these words, a spear magically appeared in Orin's hands, and Logan was delighted. At this time, the group of heroes reached the 76th floor of the Great Southern Labyrinth. Namely, the swordsman Oliver, the sorcerer Philly, the mage Henry, the healer Luna, and the protector Derek. While the boys were walking around the floor, Henry indignantly asked why they were collecting magic stones on the lower floors. Luna, on the other hand, asked Eri not to worry. The girl claimed that the group of heroes were forbidden to move on until they fulfilled the norm. Eri, however, still thought it was unfair. Oliver, on the other hand, thought that it was a doable task and there was nothing supernatural about it, so the group just had to try harder. Now the guys are fulfilling an order from the guild to collect a large number of magic stones, because the group of heroes made a mistake. Because of them, the boss of the 92nd floor Black Dragon ended up on the 50th floor, so the guild has taken matters into their own hands and wants to use force displacement. Force displacement is a large-scale magic that requires a huge amount of magic stones. As a penalty, a group of heroes need to collect the required magic stones. That's why they came to the 76th floor where many monsters can be found. Suddenly, Philly felt that a group of monsters were approaching the group, so she immediately told Oliver about it. Oliver understood everything and ordered his comrades to get ready to fight. Philly doesn't have the strength to keep track of everyone, so also put on reinforcements. Therefore, they refused to reinforcements. There were no problems with the command in the group on the other hand. And Oliver was beginning to think of Orin as a striking spellcaster after all. When the group of heroes banished Orin, Oliver had nothing against him. Oliver thought it was necessary, so he didn't hesitate. Oliver knew he had to become the strongest. And if he didn't Wedset, the lad risked losing what he cherished again, just as he had in his distant childhood. In order not to lose what Oliver longs for, he gives up his childhood friend. And if necessary, Oliver is ready to crush Orin. One day he visits a strange, powerful man. This man liked Oliver's intense gaze. It was a look filled with confidence. After the conversation, Oliver withdrew, and the man glanced out of the window and only escorted Aylar with a glance. Then the man turned round and turned to the void and asked if everything was all right now. At that instant, space began to shimmer, and then a black cloak glistened. A woman's voice replied to the man that there was no problem now. It was a certain girl that had appeared literally out of nowhere. She had a hood over her head, so her identity was classified. The man was clearly not surprised by this sudden appearance in his room. He started talking about an article that would damage his reputation and which he could destroy. The girl in the hood laughed and said that people only become stronger when they are backed into a corner. The stranger argued that Oliver needed a little more pressure to fulfill his potential. The man, on the other hand, called the girl an evil woman because she plays with both the man and the group of characters as she pleases. The girl thought that there was nothing strange about it. She was sure that the man with whom she was having a dialogue was just as human as she was. The man asked the girl not to treat him in the same way. He said he had no dreams or ideals. He just needs to win. Which means he has to be close to those who run the world. The master. The hooded girl, on the other hand, thought for a moment and decided that she just didn't understand the man's ideas. She believed that he wouldn't lose until he crossed the magister's path. After saying that, the girl decided to leave the man. When the girl disappeared, the man only escorted her with the corner of his eye and thought that she was rather strange. But he realized that he needed this girl to keep winning. After a while, the same girl stopped in some alley. She sighed heavily because she had used a spatial jump, which is very difficult to do. At this moment, there was someone else in the same alley. It was Eri, who was obviously looking for this girl. She also asked if she had to wear a hood at all times. The mysterious hooded girl was Philly. She took off her hood and looked at Eri. Philly didn't understand what Eri was doing here, so she asked the girl what she was doing in such a deserted place. Eri, on the other hand, asked Philly not to ask stupid questions. The girl explained that Philly had just abruptly disappeared, so a group of heroes rushed out to look for her. Eri claimed that Luna had also gone to look for Philly. Thus, everyone was wondering where the girl had gone. Philly, on the other hand, apologized to Eri, for she had made the girl worried. Eri at this time began to look around and tried to understand where they were now. At this time, a strange smile appeared on Philly's face. She was glad that she was constantly being looked after wherever she went. Also, Philly told Eri that Luna had come home. Eri was surprised to hear this. She thought that Luna had acted selfishly at a time when the group was having a hard time. Luna, on the other hand, had just returned home at that time. The girl immediately went to her father and told him about it. Luna then asked him if he was very busy and asked the man to give her some time, for Luna wanted to talk. The girl's father, Flockhart's CEO Pascal Flockhart, asked Luna if her conversation could wait. Luna fell silent and began to just stare at her father in silence. Then Pascal looked up and asked Luna what was the matter. Then Luna stated that she wanted to leave the hero group. In that case, Pascal wanted to know the reason for leaving. The girl, on the other hand, said that if Pascal read today's article, he knows that people have become disillusioned with the hero group. Luna, on the other hand, as a chone of the Flockhart family, did not want to continue to stay in it. Therefore, Luna planned to leave as soon as they finished fulfilling the order for the magic stones. Pascal at this time banged his fist on the table and raised his voice at Luna and asked her what she would do if the deal with a certain marquis was broken because of this. Luna's father wondered if she would be able to take responsibility. Pascal argued that the Flockhart family was very considerate only because they maintained a good relationship with the Marquis Foga's family. Father was not going to let Luna destroy what he had spent so long building. Luna, hearing those words, was astonished. She believed that her father was just following whatever orders Marquis gave him, and no good relationship they had. The girl was saddened by the fact that the Flockhart family used to aim higher but became just another errand boy for Marquis. At this time, Pascal said that Luna had a look on her face that she wanted to say something, because the girl had not uttered a word after her father raised his voice at her. But Luna half-whispered. Then Pascal took a deep breath and decided to explain everything to Luna in a calm tone. He argued that the girl was the daughter of the Flockhart family, so she should understand everything. Her father assured Luna that she simply had no choice but to continue to be a member of the hero group. At this point, the girl realized that nothing changes in her life, for once again she has no choice but to obey. Luna's entire life consisted of nothing but submitting to the will of others. Let's go back to when Luna was only 7 years old. The children's joss of the city of Zutrail. On this day, Luna was chosen by a rich family. The other kids in the orphanage envied Luna, and some were happy for her and wished her not to worry and live happily. Luna, standing with flowers in her hands, thanked all the children for their kind words. At that moment Nanny came to the girl and said that a man from the Flockhart family had come for her, so she should start packing. So, when Luna was an orphan, she was taken from the orphanage by the Flockhart family. They ran a large trading company. The girl rode very happy that day in that very carriage, for now she would have a mom and dad. Then Luna was just glad that this family had chosen her. Just like the girl had read in the picture book, a warm and big house was waiting for her. So Luna thought. But the girl was too naive. A couple of days later, Luna was slapped in the face for the first time. The tyrants did not understand the girl's tears and argued that she should be strong. Luna, on the other hand, simply promised to try to be strong. Pascal, on the other hand, told Luna that the future of this house depended on her, and she would have to be a good bride to a powerful man. Luna was not the favorite of the Flockhart daughters as she had dreamed. To them, she was merely a tool for a future political marriage. But Luna put up with it. Conditions were still much better than in the orphanage, and the girl received a good education. Luna thought that if she could become a good bride, she would not let her new family down, and so she could live a good life. Therefore, the girl did her best. But in the end, Luna was never used for an arranged marriage. All this happened because the girl was discovered to have a special ability. Marquis Fogas made an offer at this time. He was interested in Luna's ability, and said he would help the Flockhart family expand their business if they agreed to his terms. Pascal therefore decided to accept Marquis' offer. Luna then reassured herself, what kind of conditions did Marquis put forward? Pascal explained to the girl that she would have to meet the two young men in the city and become one group of explorers with them. This is how Luna met Orin and Oliver. The boys immediately became friends. But Luna still felt some guilt because she only met the boys because of Marquis' deal. But for her they became irreplaceable comrades. Every day Luna had fun. She never thought she would fall in love with the maze, which was a damn dangerous place. Then Luna grew stronger, but she wouldn't leave because she valued her friendship with Orin and Oliver. But why did Marquis Fogas bring the boys together? How did he know they would be in town? Did he see them as heroes with a promising future? But as time went on, Orin had to leave the group, much to Luna's dismay. And with Orin gone, the group of Grois was at a dead end. At this rate, Luna's own life would be in danger. The girl realized that she had to do something. She turned once again to her father, who was poking so diligently at the papers. But Pascal only said that their conversation was over. Luna, however, was not about to back down. She still asked what was the value of the hero group now that Orin had left it. With this question, she caught her father's attention. Luna, on the other hand, argued that without Orin, the group had lost its real talent. Now the girl asked her father a question. Was he sure that Marquis Fogas would like it? Luna just didn't see what the point of. Pascal, on the other hand, argued that in this case everything was very clear. He stated that Orindole simply did not matter to them. Pascal argued that Luna was in that group to support Oliver Cardiff. Pascal considered Orin to be just a fake who accidentally defeated the Black Dragon. In contrast, Pascal considered Oliver Cardiff to be the real hero. Luna stood looking at her father and did not understand one thing. Did Pascal mean it? Afterwards, the girl decided to speak out nonetheless. She stated that Oliver wouldn't be able to defeat the floor boss, much less alone. Luna is not Ariel, isn't what Orin did like the feat of a hero from Legends defeating an evil god. At this moment, Pascal pounded his fist on the table again and said that Luna didn't understand anything, and in that case, she shouldn't open her mouth. Pascal decided to remind the girl who had taken her from the orphanage as a baby. He argued that Luna should listen to what she was told and not open her mouth. After that, my father again said that Luna should not leave the group. After these words, Luna could not stand it and cried. After a while, the girl was already lying on her bed and thinking that there was some truth in her father's words. It was even worse for Luna at the orphanage. The girl did not deny the fact that she probably would have died by now from an accidental wound or illness. And this home had saved her life. Because of this, Luna felt that she owed it a debt of gratitude. But the girl also realized that at this rate, the hero group would fail. Even with Derek and Eri, the group wouldn't have much time left. Luna knew that collapse was simply inevitable. At worst, the group would die in another descent into the maze. But Luna did not want to die. The girl realized that she could no longer remain a mere observer. So she set herself to mediate among the members of the group and prevent its collapse. With little thought, Luna set out to carry out her plan. Wandering down the corridor, she thought about the hero from the Legends. The girl realized that she would not refuse his help now, if he really existed. But Luna realized that the hero didn't exist, and she would just be used until she died. That's all. Luna realized that she couldn't wish for that. But she still wants to break her chains and be free. It's been about 3 weeks since Orin joined the Rabbits. Today he is training the 10th group on the training ground. Carol was already a little worn out from the training, but she continued to work out anyway. Orin, on the other hand, asked the girl to be patient a little longer. He believed in Carol. So now Orin is training Carol's endurance. The guy lights the lights on the numbered poles created and the girl has to run to it and touch it. Carol was clearly very tired by now and no longer realized how much more she had to run. She used acceleration, deceleration, changed directions, and then did it all over again. Orin, on the other hand, explained to Carol that she was using daggers, which meant she would be fighting in close quarters. Therefore, in addition to high endurance, the girl would need agility and the ability to change direction quickly. The girl thought about Orin's words. Then she remembered that there was a magic to increase agility, and if you use it, you cannot navigate. Orin argued that support magic alone is of little use, and it is important to be strong and agile, otherwise support magic will not be realized properly either. Orin was trying to convey to the tired Carol that the stronger she becomes, the more useful strengthening magic will be for her. Therefore, it was important to have good basic skills. The guy asked the girl to hold on for another 3 minutes. Orin, however, was still satisfied with Carol, because she continued to train even though it was very difficult for her. He realized that in the future it would be better for Carol to not only be good at dodging, but also skilled at fighting on the front lines. Guy was sure that Carol herself wouldn't mind either. After all, her thinking after that day was sure to change. Next in line for training was Logan with his new spear. Lon has been practicing with the spear. In time, Orin plans to move him to hands-on training. Then he will be trained by Will. Orin felt that Will would do a much better job of training Lon than he could. After all, Will could handle a spear much better than Orin. Will agreed to come once a week, for which he is thankful. Sophie was sitting on a chair and calling out numbers. She was practicing parallel thinking. The girl started with 500 and subtracted by 7. After every third calculation she taps the armrest with her left hand and after the fourth she taps the right hand, otherwise she taps with both hands. This trains Irogo tasking. In this way, it will be easier for Sophie to learn to create spells in parallel in the future. For now, the girl is having a hard time, but progress is being made. Finally, Carol's time ran out and Orin allowed her to rest. Carol immediately fell off her feet exhausted. Orin, on the other hand, was wary, for still after a long run it was better not to stop abruptly. Logan and Sophie were as exhausted as Carol. Looking at the tired guys, Orin only thought about how good they were. At this moment, Log came up to the boy and asked him how he felt about his spear wielding. Log was very much like a puppy at this point. Orin, on the other hand, said that the boy's wielding was much better this time. And it was worth it for Log to practice some more, and he would be able to move on to the next stage. Hearing those words, Log was very happy. Orin at this moment thought about how Log seemed like a cheeky boy at first, but he turned out to be not a bad guy. Admiring the training, Log at this time stated that Orin was amazing after all. Orin didn't understand why Log said that all of a sudden. Log, on the other hand, claimed that Orin was watching them all and simultaneously managed to use flash at the same time. That's why it's just something unearthly and amazing for the boy, even though it's nothing for a master to use so many spells at the same time. Orin was surprised at his dialogue with Log, for as soon as he did something, the boy would praise him. Still, Orin was glad that Log admired him so much, but it also seemed to him that the boy had blind faith in him. Orin hoped that Log could keep a suitable balance, and that it depended to some extent on Orin himself. Looking at the exhausted resting boys, Orin thought about how fast 3 weeks had gone by since he joined the clan after all. It was still hard for the guy to believe that he had become the 10th group's teacher. Orin has also been helping Selma in the office and communicating with sponsors. And he was also busy collecting materials and training with the first troop. By the way, Orin has already ordered the sword and has 1 week left. Once the sword is ready, Orin can finally begin exploring the labyrinth. First of all, Orin wants them and the first group to defeat the Black Dragon on the 92nd floor. The guy thought that the first group should definitely succeed. After these thoughts, he decided that the guys had had enough rest and should practice some more and then finish. Log, on the other hand, asked if they would have more to do today. To which Orin cryptically replied that they would have some sort of business. After the training session, Orin went to Grandpa's shop. The first thing the guy did was to say good evening and apologize to Grandpa Da for being late. Grandpa Da, who was just looking at his shop windows, was glad that Orin had come after all. He said that he was just getting ready to close, so he asked Orin to wait a little while. Orin, on the other hand, offered Grandpa his help, and Grandpa didn't refuse. In the process, Open told Grandpa that he was now developing a new magic. That was why he had come to ask Granddaddy for advice. Grandpa didn't think he could help Orin in any way. Orin didn't think so, because it was his grandfather who taught him magic. And the magical data storage tool that Selma had asked him about had only been created thanks to his grandfather. Orin thought his grandfather was simply an amazing man. Eventually, the lad decided to stop calling his grandfather Grandpa and start calling him by his first name, Caverdale Evans. Orin felt it was better to call him that. Grandpa, on the other hand, claimed that he had already given up on that name. So, Caverdale Evans, the legendary wizard whose name is known the world over. Caverdale created so many magical tools that no one else could create. He had written his name into history. Orin, on the other hand, didn't understand why the girl was hiding her true name. After all, he hid it even from Orin himself. But one day he told the boy about it, and Orin was shocked. It was Caverdale who taught Orin magic, and also created this magical tool for storing things. But it's a secret that only Orin and Caverdale know. The guy is not going to reveal the secret of the girl's real identity, and the secret of creating his magic tool too. Besides, for this world, Caverdale Evans should be dead. After all, there were a lot of people who were jealous of his talent, and all because of mistreatment he committed. Why did Grandpa fake his death? Why did it take him so long to tell Orin? But Grandpa had helped the boy so many times that he was family to Orin. Grandpa gave Orin some kind of piece of paper. When Open looked at it, he couldn't believe it. He thought it was astounding and thought that he could do something with it. Gramps, on the other hand, thought he hadn't done anything special. Orin wasn't going to believe it. Grandpa had always helped him. Still, Caverdale found the magic that Orin was working out interesting. Grandpa claimed that he had no doubts about his apprentice. Orin thanked Grandpa for those words. When his grandfather praises him like that, the boy believes that everything will definitely work out. Orin, on the other hand, claimed that this spell was almost the same as instant ability increase. It's already getting 18. These words puzzled Grandpa. Orin noticed this and asked what was wrong. Then Caverdale asked the guy if he thought it was a magical glitch. Orin was in a stupor. He thought that this should completely change support magic, because it's a breakthrough and not some glitch. But Grandpa was still worried about something. He started to talk about Orin's ability, but he didn't finish. Then Orin asked what was wrong with his ability, to which Caverdale replied that everything was fine. But Orin saw something was clearly bothering Grandpa. But the lad knew that if Caverdale said so far, everything was all right. Suddenly, Caverdale said he wanted to tell Orin something. Grandpa claimed to have heard something interesting. Orin, on the other hand, did not like all these rumors. But he understood that if Caverdale wanted to tell him about it, it was such an important rumor that it was worth paying attention to. Grandfather, however, added that if this rumor was true, then it was a big deal. In that case, Orin asked what happened. In reply, Grandpa said one word: Amanzas. Hearing only him, Orin's hand trembled. Grandpa added, the murderers of the explorers are here. And they began to operate in the southern labyrinth. Orin was terrified and could not utter a word. The boy only realized that all his plans had gone down the drain. After all, now was the perfect time to explore the deeper floors. So why did the explorers' killers appear in the southern labyrinth now? At this time, Carol and Sophie were at the Silver Rabbit clan's public ban of the night sky. The hot water made a half-alive Carol feel alive again after her workout. Sophie also thought Orin's workouts were very hard. So, the girls decided to take a bath after today's exhausting workout. Sophie still thought that Carol had clearly had a harder time running. But Carol thought that Sophie's workout was also very hard. The girl recognized that she was very tired, but she had fun training her body. Orin looked like a demon during the training. But that doesn't mean that Carol is going to give up, because these are just difficulties on her way to becoming great. Sophie agreed with her friend and felt the same way. The girls realized that Orin coaches and takes care of them. Also, he always gives them sound advice. Sophie knew that these training sessions are so difficult because Orin wants to protect the boys. And the girl trusted her mentor. Carol was of the same opinion, because Orin also spends all his precious time on the group. Sophie, on the other hand, thought they should get stronger to thank Orin. Carol thought such an idea was just fine. The girls decided to work hard together to thank their mentor Orin. Suddenly, the door to the bathhouse creaked open, and then the girls appeared and called out to Sophie and Carol. They turned out to be 3 girls from the research management department. Sophie recognized them, and the girls started talking about how Sophie and Carol were trying very hard. As it turned out, they had heard that the girls had become much stronger. Sophie, meanwhile, just couldn't take her eyes off the adult girls. At this point, Carol noticed that Sophie was glitching and asked her friend what was wrong. Sophie, on the other hand, explained that she was just embarrassed that all the girls had such large breasts. Carol, on the other hand, thought that she and Sophie were still growing, therefore their breasts would still grow. Sophie realized that Carol was right and then looked at her breasts and realized. Seeing that size, Sophie called Carol a traitor. The girl did not understand why Carol had such large breasts. Carol, on the other hand, claimed that it was genetics and all people grow differently. The girl was sure that when Sophie grew up she would have the same big breasts. But Sophie didn't believe her friend. At that moment someone else entered the bathhouse, having heard the noise. Sophie and Carol turned around and saw another beautiful girl with huge breasts. It turned out to be Mrs. Kara, whom Sophie was delighted to see. Kara taught the boys a bunch of lessons, so she also had the biggest breasts. Sophie, on the other hand, apologized to Kara for the noise when she entered the water. Kara, on the other hand, explained that it was no big deal, and she wasn't mad. The girl was just wondering why the girls were here screaming. Carol, on the other hand, explained that there was no problem. There was just one question for Kara. Kara asked what that question was. Carol asked the girl without a drop of embarrassment how she had grown such large breasts. Sophie also wanted to know, but the girl did not say it aloud. Kara thought for a while and replied that breast growth depended on a sound and healthy sleep. Sophie, on the other hand, claimed that she also slept soundly, but the results were small. Kara then suggested that breast growth might depend on milk. As it turned out, she drank it in large quantities as a child. Sophie wondered, for she had hardly ever drunk milk. But someone had told her that if she drank milk, her breasts would grow. In that case, Sophie had made up her mind. From now on, she would drink milk every day and then her breasts would definitely grow. Sophie decided to thank Kara for the advice. Kara, on the other hand, asked Sophie to just not freak out, because Selma had rather large breasts. The girl was sure that Sophie's breasts would get bigger too. Carol was in agreement with these words as well. They thought that Selma had rather nice breasts, and in a couple of years Sophie would have the same. Sophie, on the other hand, just wished she could do it sooner. Kara laughed, and told Sophie not to worry because her breasts were beautiful in their own way. Sophie only thanked Kara for those words. But Sophie was not going to give up. After all, she had everyone's support, which meant she had to believe in herself. Eventually, Sophie came to the conclusion that men like bigger breasts better. In that case, the girl wondered if guys would start to like her if her breasts got bigger. In the end, Sophie decided to try harder. One evening, Orin went to a bar. When he entered and sat down at the bar, the bartender asked him what he wanted. Orin said he would like something refreshing. So the bartender decided to prepare a special drink for Orin. As the bartender began to prepare this drink, other customers began to look round. They were just puzzled looking at the bartender. Eventually, the drink was ready. It looked disgusting and the smell was even worse. The guests could smell it and looked at Orin and wondered if he could really drink it. Orin used the spell of taste loss. Now, taste loss is a paralyzing spell that works on the tongue. It helps you avoid aversion to strange foods and drinks. Using this spell, Orin drank the drink down. The guests were horrified as they watched Orin drink the abomination down and then thanked the bartender for the treat. The bartender then apologized to the guests for disturbing them and said that the bar was closing for the day. The guests, however, did not even mind leaving this eatery. They left with one question in their minds. How could Orin drink that filth? When all the outsiders had left the bar, the bartender turned to Orin and asked him what he wanted to know. So, the establishment that Orin looked into is no ordinary bar at all. In this establishment, ordering something refreshing is the secret password. Afterwards, the customer is given a special drink. After drinking it, you can get valuable information. In fact, the bartender of this establishment is an information merchant. And the reason Orin came here was to become an Amanzas. Hearing these words, the bartender was puzzled. Orin, on the other hand, added that he had heard that these guys had been seen south of the Great Labyrinth. So, the lad was curious to know if it was true. Previously, Orin had heard rumors of Amanzas from his grandfather. However, there wasn't much information, so the Paoyan came to this place. The Amanzas, or Cyclamen cult, is the second largest criminal organization. Their goals are unknown, but they claim that the Great Labyrinth cannot be explored. Because of this group continues to kill adventurers. In particular, the members target high-level adventurers who can descend to the lower levels of the labyrinth. There are many capable assassins in the organization, so even a high-level adventurer will find it difficult to defeat them. The bartender realized that Orin was aware. However, he added that several other adventurers had been killed. These words caused Orin to be horrified. Then he asked if the guild was aware of this. After all, there was no news of new deaths. The bartender, on the other hand, was sure that the guild was aware of it. They just don't want to publicize the information to avoid panic. The bartender claimed that he didn't know that for sure. Orin hesitated after saying that. He realized that avoiding panic was certainly important, but it was not possible to continue like this. The guy felt that this information should be spread to the guild. Orin had recently learned that Carol was associated with the Cyclamen cult, and now also Amanzas. The bartender, on the other hand, while Orin sat there dangling in his thoughts, added that the western part of the labyrinth had already been cleared. However, he hadn't heard anything concrete. The bartender thought that there was nothing wrong with conquering the labyrinth. He didn't understand why Amanzas were hindered by adventurers. Orin, on the other hand, thought that in any case, nothing good could be expected from these guys. However, the guy wasn't going to give up either. After all, to conquer the labyrinth is Orin's dream. Even though the group had changed, Orin's intentions remained the same. The boy still wants to go down to the lowest floors and challenge the unknown. He wondered what he would find there. A week later, Orin came to the blacksmith Alan for his order. The boy was very happy that his sword was finally ready, so he thanked Alan. Alan asked Orin to try the sword, as he had been waiting for it for a month. In that case, Orin started to take out the sword. When he exposed it, Orin was surprised. He could not believe that he was holding a blade forged from the scales of a black dragon. Orin then asked if it would be alright if he tried it. Alan, however, replied that he didn't mind and pointed out a place to Orin where he could do it. Taking a swing of his sword, Orin was delighted. The sword rested magnificently in his hand, and his balance was simply amazing. Then Orin realized that this blade was perfect for him. Alan at this point asked if Orin liked his new blade. To which Orin replied that the blade was excellent. The boy claimed that this was what he expected from a skilled blacksmith like Alan. Alan was glad to hear such words in his favor. As Orin had asked, he soaked the ore in the blood of a scaly turtle. Because of this, the durability dropped a bit, so Orin should be careful. But Alan thought that this sword was definitely better than ordinary swords. Orin was already imagining what this blade would be capable of with the support of magic. Alan asked if Orin's had already decided what he would name the blade. To which Orin replied that he had decided to name the blade Schwarzhaze. As it turns out, in some languages this can be translated as Black Rabbit. Orin knew that it was the black blade that Alan would make. Alan, however, was only too glad to hear it. He wished Orin luck in conquering the labyrinth, and Orin thanked the blacksmith. After that, Orin went straight to the headquarters of the first squad and showed off his new blade to his comrade. Lucretia and Rain were delighted. Will, on the other hand, pointed out that the blade didn't shine at all, even though it was made of black dragon scales. Orin, on the other hand, explained that he had asked for the luster to be removed, for light might reflect off the sword and reveal the crew during their explorations. At this point, Selma decided, everyone was ready to perform. Orin, on the other hand, decided to apologize for delaying all the guys. Selma argued that she had been waiting for almost a year, so 1 month was nothing to her. Rain said that Orin had achieved a lot since the day he defeated the Black Dragon. So Selma asked her comrades to get ready. The girls said that they were going to the 91st floor today, and if there were no problems, the group would be on the 92nd floor in 2 days. Putting their fists forward, the boys promised each other to try their best. After a while, the first group of silver rabbits reached the 91st floor. Orin was glad that they had finally started to reach the depths of the maze. But Lucretia didn't seem to like it very much. She was just disgusted with wandering on the surface of the 91st floor. Selma, on the other hand, remarked that the air here was very heavy. Rain explained that this floor was inhabited by the undead and adventurers called it Hell. Now the girl understood where the legs were growing from. At this time Lucretia thought about the fact that Rain has problems with ghosts, but they should be able to cope with the undead. At that moment, strange sounds were heard. Orin took an interest in the monsters and said so. Selma also noticed the undead behind. They were horrible monsters unlike anything else. Selma instantly used a magical barrier to keep the group safe. At this time, Lucretia was just thinking about the horrible smell coming from those unpleasant guys. Rain, on the other hand, noticed that there were about 50 of these monsters. It was much less than she had expected. Undead are problematic monsters that keep attacking even after being seriously wounded. After defeating a monster, it is urgent to pick up the magic stone, because if other monsters absorb it, they will become stronger themselves. Selma asked all the guys to control the area and Rain to use ice magic. Lucretia had Selma use magic and attack the monsters from afar. And Orin and Will were told by the girl to kill monsters that get closer. When all the roles were assigned, the boys threw themselves into battle. While Orin was swiftly heading towards the monsters, thought about how Schwarzhaze was perfect for such opponents. Because of that, Orin quickly and effortlessly cut the monsters one by one. There was no problem for the guy. Selma looked at Orin and was quite surprised. After all, although their opponent was undead, but Orin dealt with enemies with such ease. When the spell was ready, Selma had the boys use telepathy to retreat into the barrier. Orin thought that the spell was prepared very quickly, hence Raina's respect. The guy Blink teleported to the others in the barrier, and Rain started to use the spell. Ice Storm. Such a strong spell froze everything around. Selma, on the other hand, ordered the guys to attack at this time using attack magic. These guys got busy. Using magic circles, rocks fell on the frozen monsters. They split the blocks of ice and fought the monsters. After a while, the area was cleared. Selma praised all the boys for their efforts and added that in that case, as they had planned, the group would go to the 92nd floor tomorrow. This is it. The Silver Rabbit Guild is launching a raid on the Black Dragon. Orin was more excited about it than the others. After all, he had been waiting for this moment for almost a year. After passing the 91st floor, Orin went to a hill near the Silver Rabbit clan headquarters in the night sky to practice with his new blade. After practicing pretty well, the guy was pretty exhausted and decided to call it a day. Tomorrow would be the raid on the Black Dragon. Orin also joined the mop-up team. In order to defeat this monster, everyone put their best effort in preparing for the battle. Therefore, Orin did as well. The guy realized that even though he was still weak, he had a duty to try harder. Pointing his blade at the moon, Orin decided that he simply couldn't let his comrades down. Therefore, the hero will show all that he is capable of. At the same time, Selma was standing at the window in her room at the clan headquarters. She was also thinking about tomorrow's foray to the 92nd floor of the Great Southern Labyrinth. The girl thought through everything she could. She had studied every possible unconventional situation, but Orin's words about Amanzas only increased her excitement for the raid. Selma realized that as a leader, she had to anticipate every possible situation. At that moment, the girl called out to Sophie. Sophie asked her little sister if she was worried about the raid tomorrow. The girl explained that she thought Selma seemed very nervous. Selma realized that Sophie was right. Her hands were shaking. To Sophie, however, Selma said that she was just excited that she could finally get her revenge. Then Sophie stated that she would not want Selma to go down to the dungeon tomorrow. The girl would not want to lose her only little sister. But Sophie realized that Selma would go anyway, so she asked to be allowed to share her bravery with her sister. Sophie took Selma's hands and smiled. In this way, the girl planned to pass on her bravery to Selma. Sophie said that recently she felt as if she and Carol and Logan had become very close. Also, Sophie had started helping her little sister with running the guild, so she felt like her confidence had increased a bit. Because of this, Sophie wanted to share her confidence with Selma. The girl believed that her little sister would definitely be able to defeat the dragon. Selma was reassured by Sophie's words, so she thanked her little sister. So, tomorrow the first squad will defeat the Black Dragon and finally get down to the 93rd floor. In the morning, when Orin arrived at Squad 1 headquarters, he was met there by Will, who wished him a good morning. Orin was surprised to see the boy, for he did not expect him to wake up before him. Orin also wished Will good morning and decided to ask him if he had slept. Will replied that he had slept very little, but Orin asked him not to worry. The boy claimed that the lack of sleep would have no effect on the raid. Orin, however, still thought it was odd. He decided to suggest Will take a walk together, and Will was all for it. The boys ended up in the training room. Without a moment's hesitation, they began to practice their weapons. Orin liked this workout. It was also good for Will's mood and morale. Orin realized that this situation was putting a lot of pressure on Will, because last year during the raid on the Black Dragon, Albert had protected Will from danger. Orin knew he could not take Albert's place, however he could support Will as a friend. After a short workout with Orin, Will thanked the guy, for he had cheered up quite well. Orin, however, asked Will not to thank him, for he hadn't done much, but had just done a bit of stretching with his mate. Will laughed and agreed with Orin, but added that it was still a good workout. Orin, on the other hand, looking at a slightly winded Will, surmised that he was tired after such a fight. Will made no effort to hide it, and all because Orin was fighting in earnest. After a while, the group was assembled. Orin noticed that the others were also extremely serious. The guy only hoped that this raid would go off without too much trouble. The moment the guys were about to leave the headquarters, they were called out. As it turned out, the guys from the clan had gathered to support the first squad and send them on their way. Among them, there was even blacksmith Alan, who was confident that the first squad would definitely conquer the 92nd floor today. Orin's 10th squad also came to support the boys. At this moment, Vince appeared and said that all these clan guys had gathered to cheer up the group. Selma thanked Vince for that, because it really helped a lot. Vince was just happy to hear that. He then addressed the entire first squad and asked them to defeat the Black Dragon and give their best and return home alive and well. Selma thanked Vince on behalf of the whole group and told him to expect good news. After these words, the group headed out to the exits to the raucous cheers of the entire clan. A short time later, the first group was already on the 92nd floor of the labyrinth fighting another monster called the Manticore. Will was able to wound this flying lion with his spear. At this time, Orin joined in and gave the monster a final blow. After defeating the monster, Orin realized that it was harder than he thought. Will laughed at these words, for they were said by a man who had killed a manticore with a single blow. Lucretia at this time noticed that Orin had a cut on his arm. Without thinking long, the girl decided to use recovery magic. Orin turned around and looked at Lucretia. Lucretia, however, apologized to the guy and explained that he just had a cut on his arm. In that case, Orin thanked the girl. The guy realized that he was only getting a little nervous. After all, Orin videoed that Lucretia was also worried about every slightest injury of a comrade before an important battle. Orin, however, told the girl that even the smallest wound could lead to irreparable consequences, so he thanked her again. However, the guy also added that Lucretia shouldn't waste mana on a small scratch, but should save it for the battle with the dragon. Lucretia understood everything and indulged Orin to heal him at any time. The girl claimed that Orin could count on her. 4 hours later, the group was already at the entrance to the Black Dragon's room. Selma told the boys this and asked them to check their gear again. Orin and Rain were asked by the girl to begin their preparations. Orin realized that anything could happen in the room and that they should not let their guard down. So he decided to start strengthening his abilities. Quadruple boost. Selma then asked the guy if he was ready, and when she heard an affirmative answer, she ordered the group into the room. The door opened. When the boys entered, the tension immediately increased. A black dragon appeared before them. Selma immediately ordered the boys to prepare for battle. The guys immediately felt this incredible pressure. It was even difficult for them to breathe. Selma understood the guys' fear, but shouted to them not to be afraid, because the battle had already begun. The girl asked the boys to just have faith in their comrades, and also to give their best and show what they have achieved. Plus, Selma reminded them that the Dragon Slayer was with them now. And when the Dragon Fireball was already flying at the group, Selma realized that there was no time to hesitate, and they had to attack with all their might. Using telepathy, Selma asked Rain to stop the fireball from hitting them. Then Rain used her Thunder Hammer to protect her comrades. With this spell, the dragon's fireball was simply extinguished. The dragon clearly did not like this. At this time, the dragon's attention was drawn to Orin. He thought that the dragon should be ashamed that its flames were able to be extinguished. Without thinking long, Orin decided to start with trumps. He used a celestial flare that was aimed straight at the dragon's wing. Orin then used a multiple ability boost to strip the dragon's wing. And the guy succeeded. From such a blow, the dragon fell. Rain, however, seeing what Orin had done at the very beginning of the battle, was shocked. Orin had deprived the dragon of one wing, so now the monster could not fly. Orin himself realized that the dragon could not escape now. The guy could seriously injure the monster. Today will be different. This is the end. At this moment, Orin decided to remind the dragon of something. He pushed off the ground to distract the monster. At that moment, Will pounced on him from the other side. It's worth reminding this monster that his opponents are the first squad from the Silver Rabbit to the Night Sky Guild. Since Will pounced on the dragon just as the monster was distracted by Orin, the guy managed to wound it in the eye. Will did it. Now the dragon's eye was badly wounded. The monster at this time was only roaring in pain. Selma was glad that everything was going according to plan. She asked the boys to use telepathy to keep in constant communication from now on. The girl also asked the boys not to relax, for the dragon was still very strong. Suddenly, the monster began to accumulate magical energy in the form of a black haze. This smoke is the magic that the black dragon uses. By activating this magic, it can attack in any direction. The dragon is capable of releasing up to 10 magical projectiles. The moment the dragon began to attack, Selma asked Will to be more careful. Will understood and prepared to repel the dragon's attack. In the end, the guys still managed to get rid of the haze. Will's blade is a magical artifact. This sword is capable of absorbing any magical attack. Will was now sure that the dragon's magic was not afraid of him. What would the dragon do in that case? But the dragon would not back down. It once again directed its haze at Will. Will absorbed the haze with his blade. It won't work. Will laughed and asked the angry dragon what was the matter. Then the dragon started attacking Will with the haze again. Will could easily handle absorbing it, so he asked the dragon to try harder. At this point, Selma, who was watching the situation from the sidelines, asked Rain to begin preparations, for Will had distracted the dragon. Orin, on the other hand, was asked by Selma to help Will and buy time. Then Orin rushed to Will's aid. The boys got serious. Will used the Chaos Burst to attack the dragon. Orin, on the other hand, amplified Will's ability many times. Because of that, the attack was very powerful. The monster roared in pain once again. It should be said that Chaos Burst is a technique that releases absorbed magic. And with Orin's magic, it became many times stronger. Because of that, this combination was simply incredible. At this time, Rain was preparing for the spell with all her might. In the end, she was ready and told Selma through telepathy. Selma then pressed Orina that Rain was going to attack the monster with magic. Well, the girl ordered Will to hold off the dragon and Lucretia to cover the boys. When all the instructions were handed out, Selma asked Rain to begin the attack. As she did so, Raig launched a fire spear attack at the dragon. Now it was only up to Orin. Orin at this time mentally asked the dragon to get ready, for it was clearly going to have a hard time now. The guy then used the multiple enhancement for Reina's fire arrow. Now a huge force was looming over the monster. When the explosion happened and the arrow hit the dragon, Reina shouted that the next attack would be ready in 5 seconds. Selma then asked Orin to continue attacking the dragon. Orin, on the other hand, took up the task with great pleasure. The boy decided this time to use his sword to strike the dragon. Once close to the dragon, Orin pushed off the ground to attack the monster from the air. Using his multiple enhancement again, Orin chopped off the dragon's paw with his sword. The dragon only had time to turn around as its paw fell to the ground. Kelma thought it was a great job, because now the dragon would not be able to defend itself. At this time, Rain told Selma that the spell preparation was complete. Selma then ordered the girl to attack the dragon, and Rain did so. At that instant, a huge seal appeared above the dragon, which the dragon noticed. From the seal, Reina's attack was directed at the monster. A fiery doom was about to descend upon the dragon. The surroundings were illuminated with light, so no one could see anything. Will thought that the dragon was now surely finished. But Orin said it was not the end. When the smoke cleared, everything became clear. Above the dragon was a huge shield made of his magic, which had protected him from this attack by Rain. Orin was puzzled. He didn't understand where the dragon's strength came from. After all, the monster had used its magic to block the attack. At that moment, Lucretia noticed that the dragon was gathering magic from its right paw and told Selma by telepathy. When Selma looked at the dragon, however, she realized that it had sacrificed its leg to gain magical energy and protect itself from Rain's attack. The ingenuity of this monster annoyed Selma. Suddenly, the dragon decided to attack with its tail. Will noticed this and told Orin about it. The boys got ready, and when the dragon was ready to attack, Orin used a reflective barrier. The dragon's tail flew off thanks to Orin's reflective barrier, and Will at this time decided to hit the dragon's tail from the air. The boy pierced the tail with his blade. Now the dragon's tail could not be used by the dragon. And while Will kept his blade inside the tail, Orin came up and used his multiple ability enhancement to chop the tail with his sword. As a result, the dragon was left without a tail. Now the tail wasn't a problem for the guys. Looking at Will and Orin, Raid realized that these guys were simply amazing. At this moment, Selma remembered that the dragon had used up all its energy to repel the previous attack. Then the girl asked Orin to finish the dragon, and Will would help him. Rain and Lucretia, on the other hand, Selma asked Selma to support the guys with magic. At the moment when Orin was about to kill the dragon blinded in one eye, the guy felt something. Suddenly, the dragon opened its eye, which Will had pierced. The dragon's magic at this moment became incredibly powerful. Orin was terrified, for the dragon was already ready to attack him. It was an unforeseen attack. At this moment, everyone froze, looking at Orin. But Orin was not confused. He used energy transformation to defend himself from the dragon's attack. Selma was surprised to see that the guy was using magic energy as a shield. Orin at this time started to retreat. He was glad that he had time to react. Lucretia, when Orin landed, immediately asked him if he was injured. The guy answered the girl with telepathy that there was nothing wrong and asked her not to worry. At this point, the guys realized that the dragon had just been hiding its power all this time. Right now, the dragon's energy was too great. This was quite an unpleasant surprise for the group. At this moment, Lucretia called out to Rain and asked if she happened to have such a surprise. To which Rain replied that, unfortunately, she had no such thing. Orin at this time began to reason. He realized that the monster's magic was too great, so he couldn't get close to it so easily. Right now, this dragon is very strong. In that case, Orin decided to go to extreme measures. He used his magic tool on his hand to get the desired item. Mentally at the same time, Orin asked his grandfather to help him. At that moment, Orin's magic blade appeared. Now the guy was getting serious. Magic blade. The boss of the 92nd floor is a black dragon. It's said that such a one can release up to 10 spells at the same time. But this dragon has too many spells. But the rabbit group isn't going to give up either. Orin has already prepared for another attack on the monster. Let's move to the time of the battle with the black dragon. There was a strategy meeting in the first group's office. Selma then asked Orin if he wanted to say that the next black dragon they were to fight was adapting to the enemy's fighting style, meaning that it was now many times stronger? To which Orin replied that that's exactly what it is. Guy argued that the group knew too little about the monsters of the abyss. Orin knew that black dragons had behaved strangely before. And if the Patty Hero's report was to be believed, the dragon attacks had taken them by surprise. Orin argued that one should be careful with abyss monsters, especially floor bosses. The guy assumed that the black dragon would also come up with something unexpected this time. Will, on the other hand, reminded Orin that he had thought of dozens of different tactics. Would none of them help then? Orin didn't know that. The guy argued that the black dragon involved too many variables. Orin, on the other hand, hadn't developed tactics specifically against him. Because of that, Orin felt that caution in this case wouldn't hurt. The guy raised his hand, showing the guys his magic tool and said that this one he planned to use it against the monster. Orin claimed that it was an improved version of the magic tool and now it absorbed foreign mana from outside. In that case, Rain asked if Orin would thus be able to instantly attack with absorbed mana? To which Orin replied that Rain was absolutely right. Lucretia admired Orin's skills and thought that it would be just right for him. The girl then inquired if this magical tool had been made for Orin by someone he knew. Orin explained that Lucretia was right, but he could not divulge the details. Zayam, the boy, decided to return to the conversation. He added that the instrument had one more refinement. It is a newly developed spell called Magic Sword Fusion. Guy asserted that the spell was still in the testing phase for now. When it is activated, all the absorbed mana takes the form of a sword. And when Orin used his magic tool, Selma realized that it was a fusion of magical swords. But Orin said that he was still working on it for now, so the girl began to worry. So how much mana is needed for such a sword? At this moment, Orin shouted out, addressing the black dragon. The guy asked the monster to approach him. The dragon turned its attention to Orin and, without thinking long, rushed at the guy. Orin, on the other hand, rushed to meet the dragon. As he approached the monster, Orin used his cherished magic sword fusion spell and attacked the dragon. Lightning! The dragon roared at such a blow from Orin. Selma and the others on the other hand even had to cover themselves with their hands to avoid getting hurt. The power was simply terrifying. But the dragon was still alive and Orin saw it. The monster was now very furious. Orin's attack had clearly angered it. Selma, on the other hand, realized that this guy's attack was very strong and it was time to move on to the next step. She asked the vanguard to get behind the black dragon's back. Will, on the other hand, started to follow the order. When Will wanted to get close to the dragon, however, the monster noticed it. It pointed its haze directly at Will. So the guy had to retreat, because otherwise the dragon would just kill him. The guy realized that the monster was still able to fight back. Orin realized that his lightning bolt had clearly damaged the monster, but it was still dangerous to approach it. The boys realized that they wouldn't get very far this way, so they asked Selma what they would do. Selma replied that she would think of something. After a short time of thinking, Selma prepared a plan. It wasn't the best, but it would work against the black dragon. Then the girl ordered Rain and Lucretia to distract the dragon with attack spells, while Selma herself would protect them. The girls then set about distracting the monster. Lucretia used lightning, and Rain shook the earth. The dragon turned its attention to the girls, who were clearly beckoning to it. Then the monster roared loudly and rushed toward them. As the dragon began to approach, Selma ordered Rain and Lucretia to act. To repel the dragon's attack and protect the girls, Selma made a barrier. The dragon, however, was able to damage it with its attack. Seeing this, Will was startled and shocked, for the monster was able to damage Selma's strongest barrier. In that case, there was only one question left. How long will the barrier last? The dragon, meanwhile, was concentrating all its attacks on the barrier at all. The situation is dire. But Selma asked a worried Will not to worry about them. The girl claimed that she had everything under control. Selma ordered Orin and Will to get close to the black dragon's back. At this point, the dragon still managed to break Selma's barrier. The monster's attacks were aimed directly at the girls. Then they entered the ground and there was an explosion. Nothing could be seen. Suddenly, the place where the girls were standing lit up and a huge force rose up. Will did not realize anything. He didn't know where such a force came from and what was wrong with their partners. Orin, on the other hand, remained calm. At this moment, the girls reappeared. There wasn't even a scratch on them. Will was shocked and did not understand how this was possible, so he asked Selma about it. Selma, on the other hand, claimed that they had retreated before setting up the barrier. Thus, what the boys saw was an illusion spell that Selma had used along with the barrier spell. And while the black dragon was focused on the barrier, the girls carefully moved out of his sight. Orin, on the other hand, was only glad that the girls were fine. At that moment, Selma ordered the boys to attack the dragon while it was distracted. Will, without thinking long, pushed himself off the ground and headed straight for the monster with a loud shout. And while Orin was in the air and distracting the dragon, Will delivered a blow to the monster's stomach. Will then gave the command to Orin to act. Thus the boys easily circled the dragon. And Orin was already ready to deliver the final blow. The guy once again used the fusion of magic swords, and then gave the weapon the shape of a spear. At this time, the guys were watching what was happening. They saw that Orin had changed the shape of the sword and realized that this was the real power of magic sword fusion. Magical sword fusion is the transformation of a large blob of mana into a weapon, which means that Orin can give it any shape he wants. Whatever unforeseen situation happens, Orin will always be able to change the weapon and adjust to it. Thus it expands the sector of strategies. Right now, however, Orin has chosen the spear, which means that the guy wants to complete everything with one blow. So Orin headed straight for the dragon's throat, holding the spear in front of him. Then the lad thrust his spear into the dragon's open mouth and began to thrust the weapon in hard. Then the guy let go of his spear and flew down. Only afterwards did he use instant reinforcement to make the spear destroy the monster. The spear flew with such great speed and force that it went through and fell next to Orin, who was already on the ground. The monster at this time roared loudly and then crashed to the ground dead. The guys who were watching the scene still didn't realize how it had ended, for there was only smoke around. When the smoke cleared, the boys saw Orin alive and unharmed, walking towards them with calm steps. Selma, however, hurriedly asked Orin if they had won. Orin smiled and replied, "Yes. Victory for the Silver Rabbits." The guys were very happy about the victory. Rain couldn't hold back her tears at all. They celebrated this victory together, while Orin stood aside. The guy was happy that their efforts had fortunately paid off after all. Orin then decided to go and check on the loot. Will saw Orin walking away when he turned around. The boy ran up to Orin and asked him why he was standing alone. Orin, however, explained that it seemed inappropriate for him to rejoice with the group, since he had not been with the boys that long. Orin was glad he was able to get into this party, but he felt that if he became more attached to these guys than necessary, he would surely mess things up, as he had that time. Will, on the other hand, asked Orin at this time at what point was it inappropriate. Orin raised his head and looked questioningly at Will. Will, on the other hand, said that they were now one patty and there was no need to restrain themselves. Will claimed that Orin was a precious comrade of the first squad with whom they had fought shoulder to shoulder. Orin thought for a moment and asked if that was true. Rain at this time approached the guys and said that Will was right. The girl claimed that she understood why Orin was trying to act invisible. But she still had something she wanted to say to Orin. Rain assured that Open had nothing to fear and the first group of silver rabbits would accept him for who he was. Lucretia at this time also approached the boys. She claimed that she understood the fact that there were many thoughts running around in Orin's head, but that sometimes they needed to be switched off. Because of that, Lucretia asked the guy to just do what pleases his soul. Then she turned around and asked Selma if she was right in what she said. Selma, on the other hand, approached Orin and confessed that she liked people like him and sincerely wished that they would continue to be one patty.